tonight, my sleep buddies. You don't need to keep up with the day, because this is a story meant to play gently in the background. In the 1950s, daily life for many housewives followed steady routines of work, care and expectation, shaped by repetition, quiet endurance, and moments of calm found between tasks. So if you enjoy these slow human stories from the past, you can, if you want, like the video, subscribe, and let me know where you're listening from and what time it is. Now dim the lights, turn on a fan for that perfect noise, and let's get straight into it. You're stepping into the daily rhythm of a 1950s housewife, where each morning begins the same and each evening closes with familiar rituals. This is a world shaped by routine, where the care of a home and family follows patterns that repeat with quiet constancy. Let yourself settle into the steady flow of these ordinary days, where expectation and repetition create a life of their own. You wake before the rest of the household stirs. The alarm clock on the nightstand rings softly, and you reach over to silence it before it disturbs anyone else. The room is still dim, the first light of dawn just beginning to show through the curtains. You slip out from under the covers and set your feet on the cool floor. The house is quiet at this hour. You move through the bedroom without turning on the overhead light, finding your robe and slippers by touch. The fabric of the robe is cotton, worn soft from years of washing, and it wraps around you with familiar comfort. The hallway is silent as you pass the children's rooms, their doors closed, their breathing steady behind them. You descend the stairs with care, your hand trailing along the banister, each step memorized through countless repetitions. In the kitchen, you turn on the small lamp above the counter. The light is warm and contained, enough to see by without feeling harsh. You fill the percolator with water from the tap, measure coffee grounds into the basket and set it on the stove. The flame catches blue beneath the pot and you adjust it to a low simmer. The scent of coffee will fill the room in a few minutes, that first signal that the day has truly begun. While the coffee brews, you open the refrigerator and take stock of what you have. Eggs, milk, and butter wrapped in waxed paper. A package of bacon sits on the lower shelf, and you consider whether to use it this morning or save it for the weekend. You decide on toast and scrambled eggs for breakfast, simple and filling. You set the butter dish on the table and take down plates from the cabinet, arranging them at each place setting with the care of long habit. The percolator begins to bubble, that distinctive sound that marks every morning. You pour yourself a cup and cradle it in both hands, standing by the window. Outside, the street is still. A few lights appear in neighbouring windows as other households begin their own mornings. The sky is turning pale blue, the colour soft and even. You can see your breath on the window pane where the warmth of the kitchen meets the cool glass. You hear movement upstairs. Footsteps cross the floor above you, and you know your husband is awake. You set your cup down and return to the stove, cracking eggs into a bowl and whisking them with a fork. The butter melts in the pan, spreading in a thin golden layer. You pour the eggs in and stir them slowly as they cook, keeping them soft and fluffy the way your family prefers. Your husband comes down dressed for work, his shoes already on, his tie knotted. He sits at the table and you bring him coffee, returning to the stove to finish the eggs. He reads the paper while he waits, the pages turning with a soft rustle. You plate the eggs and toast, set them in front of him, and refill his cup. He nods his thanks, already absorbed in the news of the day. The children wake next. You hear them moving above, voices muffled through the ceiling. You pour glasses of milk and set them at their places. They come down one by one, still drowsy, taking their seats without much conversation. The youngest rubs sleep from her eyes, her hair tangled from the pillow. The older one sits straighter, more alert, already thinking about the school day ahead. You bring them their breakfast and remind them to eat quickly. They have school, and the bus comes at the same time every day. They eat with the focused attention children bring to food, forks scraping against plates, milk leaving white moustaches that you gently remind them to wipe away. You move between the table and the counter, clearing dishes as they finish, rinsing plates in the sink. Your husband folds the paper and stands, checking his watch. He takes his hat from the hook by the door and tells you he will be home at his usual time. You walk him to the door and watch as he heads down the front walk toward the car parked at the curb. The morning air is crisp, and you pull your robe tighter as you stand in the doorway. The children finish their breakfast and gather their school books. You check that they have their lunches, packed the night before and waiting in the refrigerator. You hand them the brown paper bags, each one labelled with a child's name in your handwriting. You remind them to bring home any notes from their teachers and any permission slips that need signing. They file out the door, and you stand on the porch until they reach the corner where the bus stops. The yellow bus arrives right on schedule, its brakes squeaking as it comes to a halt. The children climb aboard, and you wave, though you cannot tell if they see you through the windows. The bus pulls away, and the street is quiet again. When the house is empty, you return to the kitchen. The table is scattered with crumbs and half-empty glasses. You clear everything away, stacking dishes in the sink. You run hot water and add a few drops of dish soap, washing each plate and cup by hand. The water is warm against your skin, and the soap makes soft bubbles that cling to your fingers. You scrub each dish thoroughly, rinse it under clear water, and place it in the drying rack. You dry the dishes with a clean towel and put them back in the cabinet. Each plate has its place, each cup its designated shelf. The kitchen is tidy now, the counters wiped down, and the floor clear of crumbs swept into the dustpan. You glance at the clock. The morning has only just begun, and there is much left to do before the day can be considered properly underway. You prepare yourself for the day ahead, changing out of your robe and into a house dress. The dress is practical, buttons down the front, and is patterned with small flowers against a light background. You tie an apron around your waist, the pockets already holding a handkerchief and a shopping list you started yesterday. You run a comb through your hair and pin it back, checking your reflection briefly in the hall mirror before moving on. You begin with the beds. You climb the stairs again, entering each bedroom in turn. The children's rooms are small and shared, their blankets rumpled, pyjamas left on the floor. You hang the pyjamas on hooks behind the door and smooth each bedspread flat, tucking the edges under the mattress with hospital corners your mother taught you years ago. You straighten pillows and pick up stray toys, placing them back in their proper spots on shelves or in boxes. A stuffed bear goes back on the bed, and a toy truck is returned to the wooden toy chest. In your own room, you pull the sheets tight and fold the top blanket down neatly. You fluff the pillows and set them upright against the headboard. You open the curtains to let in light, and the room brightens. Dust motes drift slowly in the air near the window, visible in the shaft of morning sun. Downstairs you collect the laundry. There is a hamper in the bathroom and another in the hall closet. You carry both to the kitchen and sort the clothes on the floor by colour and fabric. Whites in one pile, darks in another, and delicates separate from everything else. The washing machine sits in a corner of the kitchen, a squat white appliance with dials and a lid that lifts. You load the first batch of laundry into the machine, adding detergent from a large box that sits on the shelf above. The powder is bright blue and smells of synthetic flowers. You set the dial to the appropriate cycle and turn it on. The machine hums as it fills with water, and you lower the lid. The cycle will take time, and you turn your attention elsewhere while it runs. You move through the living room with a dustcloth, wiping down the surfaces of tables and shelves. The mantel above the fireplace holds framed photographs, and you lift each one to clean beneath it before setting it back in place. There is a wedding photo, school portraits of the children, and a picture of your husband's parents. You dust the lampshades and the arms of chairs, working methodically from one side of the room to the other. The vacuum cleaner stands in the hall closet. You pull it out and plug it into the outlet, pushing it across the carpet in straight lines. The sound is steady and low, and you guide the machine carefully around the legs of furniture. The carpet shows the tracks where you have passed, neat parallel lines that will fade as people walk across them later. When the living room is finished, you move to the dining room, then the hallway, covering every inch of flooring that needs attention. The washing machine finishes its cycle with a loud buzz that cuts through the quiet house. You return to the kitchen and lift the wet clothes from the drum. They're heavy with water, twisted together in a damp mass. You carry them outside to the backyard where the clothesline stretches between two metal posts. The line is taut and secure, checked regularly for wear. You pin each piece of laundry to the line with wooden clothespins, spacing them evenly so they can dry without touching. Shirts hang by their shoulders, trousers by their waistbands, and sheets stretched full length along the line. The fabric is heavy with water, and drops fall onto the grass below, darkening small circles in the dirt. A breeze stirs the wet clothes, and you know they will dry by afternoon if the weather holds. Back inside, you start the next load of laundry and wipe down the bathroom. You scrub the sink with cleanser, the white powder forming a paste that you work into the porcelain with a damp sponge. The faucets are polished until they shine, catching the light from the small window above. You clean the mirror with vinegar and a soft rag, removing streaks and fingerprints left from the morning routines of face washing and toothbrushing. The toilet and tub receive the same attention. You work on your knees, scrubbing the tub with a brush, paying special attention to the ring that forms at the waterline. The work is physical, and you feel it in your shoulders and back, but you do not rush. Thoroughness matters more than speed. When you finish, the bathroom smells of cleanser and vinegar, sharp and clean. You mop the kitchen floor on your hands and knees, dipping a sponge into a bucket of soapy water. The linoleum gleams when you finish, and you rinse the sponge and wring it out, setting it aside to dry. You empty the bucket in the sink and put it away under the counter where it lives between uses. The second load of laundry finishes, and you hang it beside the first. The clothesline is full now, a display of your family's wardrobe flapping gently in the breeze. You step back to check that everything is secure, that no pins have come loose. The sun is higher in the sky, and you can feel its warmth on your shoulders as you stand in the backyard. Inside again, you check the pantry and make a list of what needs to be restocked. Flour is running low, and you are nearly out of canned vegetables. The sugar canister is half full, which means it will need refilling soon. You write these items on a piece of paper in neat handwriting, folding the list and tucking it into your purse. The grocery store will be your destination later, after lunch, when the morning rush has passed and the aisles are less crowded. You dust the bedrooms upstairs, running the cloth over dressers and nightstands. You empty wastebaskets into a larger bag that you will take out to the trash bin later. You check under the children's beds for forgotten items and find a sock, a marble, and a homework paper that should have been turned in last week. You make a mental note to remind them about the homework. The house is taking shape around you, becoming cleaner and more orderly with each task completed. This is satisfying work, seeing the results of your effort in every room. The house responds to your care, looking better, smelling fresher, and feeling more comfortable. You pause briefly to drink a glass of water, standing at the kitchen sink and looking out at the backyard. The laundry moves in the breeze, the white sheets billowing like sails. You set the empty glass in the sink and return to your tasks. The middle of the day brings thoughts of the children. You check the clock and know they are at school, sitting at their desks, learning what their teachers set before them. You picture them in their classrooms, quiet and attentive, and you hope they are doing well. You wonder if the youngest remembered to hand in her spelling homework, and if the older one is getting along with the classmates who sometimes give him trouble. You think about what they will need when they return home. Snacks will be expected, something simple to tide them over until dinner. You set out crackers and a jar of peanut butter, placing them on the counter where they will be easy to reach. You slice an apple and arrange the pieces on a plate, covering it with a clean towel to keep them from browning. Before they arrive, you go through their schoolwork from the previous day and papers they brought home and left on the table. You look over their assignments, checking for notes from teachers or reminders about upcoming events. There is a permission slip for a field trip, and you sign it carefully, placing it in the folder that will go back with them tomorrow. There is also a notice about a bake sale, and you make a note to prepare cookies later in the week. You fold their clean clothes, now dry and brought in from the line. The fabric is stiff from the sun and air, and you fold each piece with care. Shirts are folded with sleeves crossed, and pants are folded at the crease. Each child has a small dresser in their room, and you place their things in the appropriate drawers. Socks are rolled together in pairs, Underwear is stacked neatly, and everything is returned to its place. This small act of order helps the household run more smoothly, and helps the children find what they need in the morning without confusion. Your husband will be home in the evening, and you consider what he might need. His work shirts hang in the closet, pressed and ready. You check his shoes and see that they could use polishing. You take them to the kitchen and work polish into the leather with a soft cloth, buffing them until they gleam. The smell of the polish is sharp and waxy. You set the shoes back by the door where he'll find them in the morning. The house is a space you share with others, and each person's needs are woven into your daily tasks. You prepare without being asked, anticipating what will make their lives easier. This is not a burden, but a rhythm you have learned, a pattern that feels natural after years of repetition. You know what your husband prefers for breakfast, what time he likes to leave for work, and which shirts he wears on which days. You know which child needs extra help with homework and which one needs reminding to wash behind their ears. When the children come home, they enter with noise and movement, dropping their bags by the door and heading for the kitchen. You greet them and offer the snacks you prepared. They eat standing up, talking over each other about their day. You listen without interrupting, gathering details about their teachers, their classmates, and the small dramas of school life. Someone's desk was moved. Someone else got in trouble for talking. The lunch was terrible according to both of them, though they ate what you packed without complaint. They finish their snacks and scatter to different parts of the house. One heads upstairs to change out of school clothes. Another sits at the table with homework. You move between them, answering questions and offering guidance when needed. You help them sound out a difficult word, explain a math problem, and remind them to write neatly so the teacher can read their work. You remind them of chores they have promised to do, setting the table, taking out the trash, and feeding the family dog. The dog waits by the back door, tail wagging in anticipation. The children comply with varying degrees of enthusiasm. You do not demand perfection, only that they contribute what they can. The house is not yours alone to manage, and they are learning their own responsibilities within it. The older child sets the table, placing forks and knives at each setting. You check the work and gently correct the placement of a napkin and the direction of a knife. These small lessons accumulate over time, teaching without lectures. The younger child fills the dog's bowl with kibble and carries it outside. You watch through the window to make sure the task is completed properly. They return to their activities once their chores are done. One reads a book in the living room, curled up in the corner of the sofa. The other plays with toys in the hallway, building something elaborate with blocks. You can hear the quiet click of wood on wood as the structure grows. Your husband arrives in the early evening, and the house shifts again to accommodate his presence. He hangs his hat and coat, loosens his tie, and sinks into his chair in the living room. You bring him coffee and the evening paper, and he settles in to read. The children know to keep their voices lower now, to move with less noise. They have learned that their father needs quiet after a day of work and that he will be more available to them after he has had time to unwind. You return to your own tasks, aware of each person's location and activity. The household functions as a unit, each member playing a role. You coordinate these roles without thinking, adjusting as needs arise, maintaining the balance that keeps everything running smoothly. You know when to intervene and when to step back, when to offer help, and when to let them figure things out on their own. The afternoon light stretches through the windows, golden and warm. The house feels full in a good way, occupied but not chaotic. Everyone is where they should be, doing what they should be doing. You move among them, a steady presence that holds it all together. Rest does not come in long stretches, but in small moments scattered throughout the day. You find these moments when you can, sitting down for a few minutes between tasks. They are not scheduled or planned, but you have learned to recognize when they are possible. After the children leave for school and before the laundry finishes its cycle, you sit at the kitchen table with your second cup of coffee. The house is quiet and you let yourself simply sit without moving. The coffee is warm in your hands and you sip it slowly, looking out the window at the backyard. The grass needs mowing, but that is a task for your husband on the weekend, not something you need to worry about now. You have a magazine on the counter, one you picked up at the grocery store last week. You flip through its pages, looking at recipes and advertisements, reading short articles about homemaking and family life. There is a feature on organising kitchen cupboards and another on making the most of leftovers. The writing is cheerful and practical, offering tips you already know, but find comforting to read again. There are photographs of perfect kitchens and women in dresses and aprons smiling as they arrange flowers or frost cakes. You know your own kitchen will never look quite like these, but there is pleasure in the aspiration. In the afternoon, after the children are home and occupied, you sit in the living room with mending. There is always something that needs a button reattached or a hem repaired. You thread a needle and work slowly, your hands moving with practiced ease. The radio plays softly in the background, music and occasional news reports providing gentle company. The programmes during the day are familiar. Soap operas and variety shows you half listen to while you work. Sometimes you sit without doing anything at all. You close your eyes for a few minutes, leaning back in the chair, letting your shoulders relax. The house makes small sounds around you, the settling of wood, the hum of the refrigerator, and the ticking of the clock on the mantel. These pauses are brief, but they are necessary. You have learned to take them without guilt, recognising that rest allows you to continue. On some afternoons, a neighbour stops by for a short visit. You sit together at the kitchen table, sharing coffee and conversation. The talk is easy and unhurried, covering ordinary topics, children, weather, and plans for the weekend. She tells you about a sale at the department store downtown, and you tell her about a recipe you tried that did not turn out quite right. These visits are a form of rest too, a break from solitude and a connection to the world beyond your own household. When the neighbour leaves, you walk her to the door and wave as she crosses the lawn to her own house. You return to the kitchen, and the quiet settles back in. You appreciate this return to solitude after company. You value both, each in its own time. You have learned to recognise when you need to pause. Your body tells you a tiredness in your legs or a heaviness in your shoulders. You honour these signals sitting down with a glass of water, taking a breath, and letting the moment pass before you resume. You know that pushing through exhaustion leads to mistakes, to irritability, and to work that must be redone. Rest is not leisure. It is not extended or indulgent. It is functional, woven into the day as naturally as any other task. You rest so you can continue, so the work ahead does not overwhelm you. You rest because the day is long and your energy is finite. You have learned this through experience, through days when you pushed too hard and paid for it later. In the late afternoon, when dinner is not yet urgent but the day's main tasks are complete, you sometimes step outside. You stand on the back porch and breathe the air, watching the light change as the sun begins its descent. The world is calm at this hour, and you allow yourself to be calm within it. The neighbourhood is quiet, with other houses just as busy inside and just as still outside. These moments do not announce themselves. They arrive quietly, and you take them as they come. You do not wait for permission or for someone to tell you it is acceptable to pause. You simply do it, knowing it is part of what allows you to keep going. You have learned that rest is not selfish, but essential, that taking care of yourself enables you to take care of others. Sometimes rest comes in the form of a bath at the end of the day, water hot enough to steam, and a few minutes alone behind a locked door. Sometimes it comes in the few pages of a book read before sleep. Sometimes it is nothing more than sitting in a chair and letting your mind wander, thinking of nothing in particular. You do not have long vacations or days off. The work of the house continues every day, weekends included. But you have these small respites, and they are enough. They sustain you through the repetition, through the endless cycle of tasks that must be done and then done again. Planning meals is a task that never ends. Each day brings 3 meals, and you are responsible for all of them. You think about dinner while making breakfast. considering what ingredients you have and what needs to be used before it spoils. You think about breakfast while cleaning up from dinner, planning what will be quick and nourishing for the morning rush. You keep a mental inventory of the pantry and refrigerator, knowing what sits on each shelf. Canned goods line the back of the pantry, their labels turned outward for easy identification. Dry goods fill glass jars: flour, sugar, rice, and oats. The refrigerator holds perishables, and you check these daily, noting what must be cooked soon. There is a head of lettuce that is beginning to wilt, and you decide it will go into a salad tonight. The chicken you bought earlier in the week needs to be used within the next day or two. In the late morning, you decide on dinner. Tonight it will be meatloaf, mashed potatoes, and green beans. These are food your family eats without complaint, familiar and filling. You take ground beef from the refrigerator and set it on the counter to come to room temperature. Cold meat does not mix as well, and you have learned these small details through years of cooking. You peel potatoes at the sink, the skins falling into the drain in long strips. The potatoes are pale and smooth underneath, and you drop them into a pot of cold water to keep them from browning. You will cook them later, closer to dinner time, so they will be hot when served. You mix the meatloaf in a large bowl, combining the beef with breadcrumbs, an egg, and a bit of milk. Your hands work the mixture together, pressing and kneading until it reaches a uniform texture. The feeling is familiar. The cool meat between your fingers, the slight resistance as the ingredients combine. You shape it into a loaf and place it in a baking pan, spreading ketchup over the top in a thick layer. It goes into the oven and you set the timer. The kitchen will smell of cooking meat soon, a smell that signals dinner is underway. The potatoes boil on the stove, the water bubbling gently. You open a can of green beans and pour them into a saucepan, adding a small pat of butter. The kitchen fills with the scent of cooking food, warm and ordinary. These are the smells of home, the smells your children will remember when they think of their childhood. You set the table while everything cooks. Plates, forks, knives and napkins folded beside each plate. You fill glasses with water and place them at each setting. The table looks neat and ready, a small centre of order in the busy household. You wipe the table with a damp cloth, removing crumbs from earlier snacks. When the timer rings, you remove the meatloaf from the oven and let it rest. The top is browned and slightly crisp, and the ketchup is caramelised. You drain the potatoes and mash them with butter and milk, whipping them until they are smooth and creamy. The green beans are drained and placed in a serving dish, steam rising from them. You call the family to the table. They come from different parts of the house and take their seats. You bring the food to the table and serve each person, portioning out meatloaf and scooping potatoes onto plates. The green beans are passed around and everyone helps themselves. You serve yourself last, taking smaller portions to ensure there is enough for everyone else. The meal is eaten with a little conversation at first. Forks scrape against plates, and the sound is companionable. Eventually someone speaks, and the talk picks up. Your husband mentions something that happened at work and you listen, asking questions where appropriate. The children talk about school, about friends, and about minor conflicts that seem enormous to them. You mediate gently when they argue, redirecting attention before tensions escalate. You eat slowly, aware that you may need to get up for something someone has forgotten. More water, more bread and salt that was left in the kitchen. You're attentive to the needs of others, ensuring the meal proceeds smoothly. When the meal is finished, you clear the table. The plates are stacked, and the leftovers are wrapped and stored in the refrigerator. There is enough meatloaf for your husband's lunch tomorrow, and you make a note of this. You wash the dishes in hot, soapy water, scrubbing away the remnants of dinner. The pans are heavier and take more effort, but you work through them one by one, rinsing and placing them in the rack to dry. The kitchen is cleaned, the counters wiped down and the floor swept. The room is returned to the state it was in before you began cooking, ready for the next meal. You hang the dish towel to dry and turn off the overhead light, leaving only the small lamp above the sink glowing. Breakfast tomorrow will be simple, oatmeal perhaps with toast. You make a mental note to set out the oats tonight so they're easy to find in the morning. Lunch for your husband will need to be packed, and you think about what to include: a sandwich made from tonight's leftover meatloaf, an apple, and a thermos of coffee. You will prepare it in the morning while he reads the paper. Food is a constant thread through your days: planning, preparing, serving, and cleaning. Each meal leads to the next, and the cycle never stops. You do not resent this. It is simply what is required, and you have learned to do it efficiently without wasted motion. You have learned which meals your family prefers, which shortcuts save time without sacrificing quality, which dishes can be prepared ahead, and which must be made fresh. You have accumulated years of knowledge about feeding a family. You know how to stretch a small amount of meat with fillers, how to make vegetables palatable to reluctant children, and how to present the same ingredients in different ways so the family does not grow bored. You know how to cook for company, preparing extra without appearing to fuss. You know how to make do when money is tight, creating satisfying meals from simple ingredients. This knowledge is practical and unromantic, but it is real. It keeps your family fed and healthy, and that is no small thing. The afternoon is a time of gradual slowing. Tasks that were urgent in the morning feel less pressing now. You have accomplished what needed to be done, and the remaining hours stretch out with a different quality. The light changes, becoming warmer and more golden, and the pace of the household shifts with it. You finish the last of the ironing, running the hot iron over your husband's work shirts. The fabric smooths under the pressure, and you can feel the heat rising from the metal plate. You hang each shirt on a hanger, buttoning the top button so it holds its shape. The ironing board is folded and put away, and the iron is left to cool on the counter. You have learned not to touch it for at least 20 minutes, having burned yourself in the past through impatience. You check on the children. They are in the backyard, playing a game that involves running and shouting. You watch them from the window for a moment, satisfied that they are occupied and safe. The dog runs with them, barking occasionally, his tail wagging. The yard is fenced, and you know they cannot wander off without you seeing. Inside, you move through the house, tidying as you go. Magazines are straightened on the coffee table, cushions are plumped on the sofa, and shoes are lined up by the door. These small adjustments maintain a sense of order, preventing clutter from accumulating. You pick up toys that have migrated from the children's rooms, returning them to their proper places. You glance at the clock and see that dinner time is approaching. The food is prepared, waiting only to be reheated and served. You have planned ahead, and now the evening feels manageable. You turn on the oven to preheat, knowing you will need it soon to warm the meatloaf. The light outside begins to change. The sun lowers, casting longer shadows across the yard. The air cools slightly, and you close a window that was open earlier. The house adjusts to the shift from day to evening, and so do you. You remove your apron and smooth your dress, checking that you look presentable for when your husband arrives home. Your husband arrives home at his regular time, and the rhythm of the household shifts again. You hear his car pull into the driveway, the engine cutting off, and the car door closing. He enters through the front door, and you greet him. He moves through the house, changing out of his work clothes and washing his hands. You hear him upstairs, the sound of drawers opening and closing, and water running in the bathroom. The children are called inside. They come reluctantly, still energized from play, but they obey. They wash their hands at the kitchen sink, jostling each other for space. You remind them to settle down, and they do, their voices dropping to a more acceptable volume. They know the routine and know what is expected as evening approaches. You serve dinner, and the family gathers at the table. The meal proceeds as it always does, with food eaten and small conversations exchanged. You refill glasses and pass serving dishes, ensuring everyone has what they need. The conversation flows around you, and you participate when appropriate, mostly listening and observing. After dinner, the children have a brief period of free time before bed. They play quietly in the living room or read in their rooms. Your husband returns to his chair with the newspaper, and you clear the kitchen. The evening tasks are familiar and require little thought. You move through them with the ease of long practice. Dishes washed, leftovers stored, counters wiped. The kitchen is restored to order once more. You prepare lunches for tomorrow, Wrapping sandwiches in waxed paper, filling the thermos with coffee for your husband. You set everything in the refrigerator where it will stay fresh overnight. You check the time and realise the day is drawing to a close. The evening has arrived and soon it will be night. The transition feels natural, the day winding down as it should. You can feel your own energy diminishing, the tiredness of a full day settling into your muscles. You take a moment to sit in the living room, sharing the space with your husband. He reads, and you sit nearby, your hands folded in your lap. The companionship is quiet, requiring no words. After years of marriage, you're comfortable in silence together. The house settles around you. The sounds of the day fade, replaced by evening stillness. Outside, the streetlights come on, one by one, illuminating the sidewalk. The neighbourhood is quiet, families inside their own homes, living their own versions of this same routine. The children are called to prepare for bed. They protest mildly, as they often do, but you're firm. Bedtime is not negotiable, and they know this. They trudge upstairs, and you follow to supervise. Left to their own devices, they would skip steps, forget to brush their teeth, and delay until much later than is healthy. They change into pyjamas, the fabric soft from many washings. You check that they have chosen appropriate pyjamas for the weather, not too warm on a summer night, not too thin when it's cold. They brush their teeth, and you watch to ensure they do it properly, not just running the brush underwater and calling it done. You remind them to brush the back teeth, to take their time. They wash their faces, and you provide washcloths and towels. You check their work, making sure teeth are actually brushed and faces are actually clean. Sometimes you must send them back to do it again, more thoroughly. They accept this with resignation, knowing you will check. You tuck them into their beds, pulling the covers up to their chins. The younger one asks for a glass of water, and you bring it. Knowing this is partly a delay tactic, but also a genuine need. The older one arranges stuffed animals along the edge of the bed, a nightly ritual that must be completed before sleep can come. You say goodnight to each one, and they settle in with varying degrees of readiness to sleep. The younger one will likely be asleep within minutes. The older one will read for a while, a small lamp on the nightstand providing light. You allow this, knowing that quiet reading is acceptable before sleep. You turn out the overhead lights in their rooms, leaving the doors slightly open so you can hear if they call for you. The hallway is dim, lit only by a small lamp on a table near the stairs. This lamp stays on all night, a guide if anyone needs to get up. Downstairs, your husband is still reading. You sit with him for a short time, sharing the quiet of the evening. The house is peaceful now, the day's activity fading into stillness. You discuss tomorrow briefly, confirming plans and mentioning things that need attention. The conversation is practical, covering logistics rather than feelings. You think about the next day, mentally reviewing what needs to be done. There is always something, but tonight you do not dwell on it. Tonight is for rest, for letting go of the day's concerns. You allow yourself to relax, to stop planning and preparing for just a little while. You prepare yourself for bed, moving through your own routine. You remove your dress and hang it in the closet. You wash your face at the bathroom sink using cold cream to remove the day's accumulation. You brush your teeth and your hair, counting the strokes as you were taught as a girl. You change into your nightgown, the fabric cool against your skin. You set your slippers beside the bed where you will find them easily in the morning. You set the alarm clock for tomorrow, the same time it is set every day. The clock ticks steadily, a sound you barely notice anymore. You slip under the covers, feeling the coolness of the sheets against your skin. Your husband joins you a short time later, and you both settle in, finding your comfortable positions. The bed is familiar, the mattress shaped by years of use to accommodate your bodies. The house is dark and quiet. Outside, the street is still, the neighbours' lights going out one by one. You can hear the faint sound of a car passing several blocks away, but mostly there is silence. You close your eyes and let your body relax, releasing the tension of the day. You review the day briefly in your mind, not dwelling on anything but simply acknowledging what was accomplished. The house is clean, the family is fed, and the laundry is done. Tomorrow will bring the same tasks, but tomorrow is not yet here. For now, you can rest. Sleep comes gradually, a gentle drifting rather than a sudden plunge. You do not fight it. You let it take you, knowing that tomorrow will bring the same rhythm, the same tasks, and the same quiet repetition. This knowledge is comforting rather than oppressive. It provides structure, predictability, and a sense of order in a world that often feels chaotic. Your breathing slows and deepens. The last thoughts of the day fade, replaced by the stillness of sleep. The house settles around you, creaking softly as it cools. Outside, the night continues, but inside, all is rest. The days repeat, each one much like the last. You wake at the same time, move through the same rooms, and complete the same tasks. There is comfort in this repetition, a sense of security in knowing what to expect. The world outside may change, but within your home, the rhythm remains constant. The seasons change, and your routines adjust slightly to accommodate them. In winter, you light the furnace in the morning and close the windows against the cold. You dress the children in layers, reminding them to wear their coats. The laundry takes longer to dry indoors, and you drape wet clothes over racks in the basement. In summer, you open the windows early to catch the cool morning air, closing them again as the day heats up. You serve lighter meals, salads, and cold cuts instead of heavy roasts. The children play outside longer, their bedtimes stretching with the extended daylight. But the core of your days remains constant. Meals are still prepared, dishes are still washed, and floors are still swept. The specific tasks may vary with the weather, but the overall pattern does not change. You mark time not by dramatic events, but by small milestones. A child loses a tooth, and you save it in a small box. Your husband receives a raise, and you discuss what it might allow, perhaps a new refrigerator or a family vacation. The dog learns a new trick sitting on command, and the children are delighted. These moments are noted and then absorbed into the ongoing flow of daily life. They do not disrupt the routine but become part of it. Small variations in an otherwise steady rhythm. You do not often think about the larger shape of your life. You're too occupied with the immediate needs of each day, but occasionally in a quiet moment, you reflect on the years that have passed and the years that lie ahead. You see them stretching out in an unbroken line, each day linked to the next. Your identity is shaped by these routines. You are defined by the care you provide, the tasks you complete, and the order you maintain. When people ask what you do, you say you're a housewife, and that answer encompasses everything. It is not a job with clearly defined hours or measurable output, but it is work nonetheless. It is constant, demanding, essential work. The house is your domain, and you know every inch of it. You know which floorboards creak, which faucet drips, and which door sticks in humid weather. You know where everything belongs and how long each task will take. This knowledge is a form of mastery, quiet and unacknowledged but deeply real. You know the idiosyncrasies of your appliances, the washing machine that needs an extra push to start, the oven that runs hot and requires temperature adjustment, and the vacuum cleaner that works better if you jiggle the cord. These are small frustrations, but you have learned to work around them. Your family depends on you, and you meet that dependence with steady reliability. You do not seek recognition or praise. The work itself is its own reward, or if not a reward, then simply what must be done. You measure success not by achievements, but by the smooth functioning of the household, and by the comfort and well-being of those you care for. The years accumulate and the routines remain. Your children grow and you adjust your care to their changing needs. The youngest, who once needed help dressing, now manages alone. The older one who needed homework supervision now works independently. Your husband ages, and you age alongside him. The house stays the same, requiring the same care, offering the same shelter. You do not imagine a different life. This is the life you have, and you have learned to live it well. You have found a way to move through each day with competence and calm, managing the endless tasks that fill your hours. You have developed strategies and shortcuts and learned what matters and what can be let go. You have friendships with other women who live similar lives. You meet at the grocery store or across backyard fences, exchanging advice and sympathy. These connections are important reminders that you are not alone in this work. Other women understand the challenges you face, the small frustrations and the quiet satisfactions. You have learned what to expect from each day, and this knowledge brings a measure of peace. You know that if you start the laundry early, it will be dry by afternoon. You know that if you prepare dinner components in the morning, the evening rush will be less stressful. You know that children need consistency, that husbands appreciate routine, and that homes require constant maintenance. At night, when the house is dark and everyone is asleep, you lie in bed and feel the quiet all around you. It is a peaceful quiet, the kind that comes after a day of work completed. You have done what was needed, and tomorrow you will do it again. The continuity is its own kind of comfort. There is no uncertainty, no need to wonder what comes next. You know what comes next. Morning will come, and you will rise before the alarm, and the day will unfold as it always does. You will make breakfast and pack lunches, wash dishes and sweep floors, prepare dinner, and tuck children into bed. This knowledge could feel oppressive, this certainty that nothing will change. But instead, it feels secure. In a world that often seems unpredictable and chaotic, your home is a place of order. The tasks may be endless, but they are also manageable. You know how to do them, and you do them well. You close your eyes and let yourself drift towards sleep. The house settles around you, its walls solid and familiar. You're safe here, held by routine, surrounded by the life you've built and maintained. The work is never finished, but that is acceptable. It continues day after day, week after week, year after year. And so the days continue one after another, steady and unchanging, a rhythm as reliable as your own heartbeat. You wake and work and rest and sleep, and then you wake again. The pattern repeats, and in that repetition, you find your place, your purpose, and your life. The mornings all begin the same, and the evenings all end the same, and in between is the work that defines you. You do not question it or resist it. You simply live it day after day, moving through the familiar rooms of your home, caring for the people you love, and maintaining the small world that depends on you. This is what daily life is like for you, and it is enough. You're stepping into the everyday world of late 16th century and early 17th century England, away from the theatres and printed folios. Here, in the regular rhythms of streets, lodgings and households, William Shakespeare lived a life shaped by work, travel and quiet observation. This is the story of his ordinary days. You wake in a room where light filters through small windows. The air smells of wood and wool. Whether you're in Stratford-upon-Avon or in London, mornings begin with simple tasks. You pull on clothes that have been worn before and will be worn again. Shoes are practical. The floor is cool beneath your feet. In Stratford, the house on Henley Street holds the familiar sounds of family. Doors open and close, voices carry from room to room. Your wife, Anne, manages the household. Your children move through their own routines. You spend time here between stretches of work in London, returning to a place where the streets are known and the faces are constant. The house itself is substantial. Timber frames support the walls. The rooms are divided by function. There is a hall for gathering, chambers for sleeping, and a kitchen for cooking. The structure has stood for years. It will stand for years more. You know every corner of it. Your daughters, Susanna and Judith, have their own lives within the household. Susanna is the elder, serious and capable. Judith is quieter and more reserved. You see them when you return from London. The time between visits means you notice their growth in sudden jumps rather than gradual changes. Anne is practical. She manages the property, oversees the servants and handles daily necessities. Your marriage is not passionate, but it is functional. You respect each other. You fulfill your roles. When you're home, you share meals and discuss household matters. When you are away, she continues without you. The town of Stratford is small enough that everyone knows everyone. You walk through the streets and greet neighbours, the baker, the smith, the tailor. These are people you have known since childhood. They know your family, they know your business. There is comfort in this familiarity. The River Avon runs through the town. You walk along it sometimes, watching the water move. The sound is constant and soothing. In summer, the banks are green. In winter, they are bare. The river marks the seasons more clearly than the calendar. London is different. The city is larger, louder, and more crowded. You lodge in rooms near the Thames or in neighbourhoods where theatre workers gather. The buildings lean close together. Smoke rises from chimneys. The river moves steadily, carrying boats and barges. You walk the same routes often enough that your feet know the turns. Your lodgings in London change over the years. You move from one set of rooms to another. Sometimes you stay with other theatre people. Sometimes you rent a space above a shop. The accommodations are temporary. You do not invest in making them comfortable. They are places to sleep and work, nothing more. The city streets are busy from the early morning until late evening. Carts rumble over cobblestones. Vendors call out their wares. Apprentices hurry to complete errands. You navigate through the crowd without much thought. The motion is automatic. You pass the same landmarks daily. Certain churches, certain bridges, certain corners where streets meet. These markers help you orient yourself. Even on foggy mornings or dark evenings, you know where you are by the shape of buildings and the sounds around you. Mornings in London begin with the sounds of carts and voices. You leave your lodging and step into streets already busy with work. Bakers, brewers, merchants and labourers move through their own schedules. You pass them without much notice. The rhythm of the city is constant and you are part of it. The smell of the city is distinctive, smoke from fires. The tang of the river, horse dung in the streets, cooking food, unwashed bodies. You stop noticing after a while. It becomes background, like the noise. You walk to the theatre. The Globe stands south of the river, a round wooden structure visible from a distance. You cross the Thames by boat or bridge, depending on the weather and the time. The water is cold in winter and calm in summer. Boatmen call out to passengers. You pay your fare and step aboard. The boat ride is brief. You sit or stand among other passengers. Some are going to the theatre as workers or patrons. Others have different destinations. The boat rocks gently. The boatman works the oars with practised efficiency. You watch the water or the far bank. The walk from the bridge to the theatre takes you through streets lined with workshops and homes. You see the same buildings, the same signs, and the same corners. The route becomes automatic. Your mind wanders while your feet carry you forward. You think about the work ahead, a scene that needs revision, a line that felt awkward in yesterday's rehearsal, a conversation you need to have with an actor. These thoughts occupy you as you walk. Inside the theatre, the day's work begins. The space is open to the sky in the centre. Wooden benches and galleries surround the stage. The smell of sawdust and costumes fills the air. Actors arrive and prepare. You speak with them about the day's performance or the next rehearsal. The conversations are practical. Lines are reviewed. Blocking is adjusted. Costumes are checked. The stage itself is a raised platform. Trapdoors allow actors to enter from below. The balcony above serves as battlements, bedrooms, or upper windows depending on the play. The architecture is simple but versatile. You write with these physical constraints in mind. The backstage area is cramped. Costumes hang on pegs. Props are stacked in corners. Actors change quickly, pulling on robes or armour. The space is organised chaos. Everyone knows where things are supposed to be, even if they are not always there. You write in the mornings or afternoons, depending on the schedule. A table, a chair, paper and ink. The tools are simple. You sit and work through scenes, revising lines that felt rough the day before. The process is slow. You cross out words, rewrite phrases and test rhythm aloud to yourself. Writing is not magical. It is work that requires focus and repetition. The ink you use is black and thin. It flows from the quill easily when the quill is sharp. When the point dulls, the writing becomes scratchy. You sharpen the quill with a small knife. The motion is familiar. You have done it thousands of times. Paper is expensive, but not prohibitively so. You use it carefully. Margins are filled with notes. Crossed out lines remain visible beneath new ones. Each sheet represents money, so waste is minimized. You read what you've written aloud. Hearing the words reveals problems that reading silently does not. A rhythm that seemed fine on the page sounds awkward when spoken. A line that felt clever feels forced. You adjust accordingly. Between rehearsals and performances, there are hours to fill. You walk, you observe, you listen to conversations in markets and taverns. People speak about their work, their families, and their complaints. You remember fragments of speech, turns of phrase, and the way anger or humour sounds in different voices. These pieces find their way into your writing later. The marketplace is particularly rich with material. Arguments over prices, flirtations between vendors and customers, complaints about the weather or the quality of goods. You watch and listen without seeming to. People do not perform when they think they are unobserved. Their natural behaviour is more interesting than any performance. You notice physical details, how a merchant shifts his weight when lying, how a woman adjusts her shawl when cold, how a child tugs at a parent's sleeve for attention. These small gestures reveal character. You file them away. In Stratford, the pace is slower. You walk through the town and into the countryside. Fields stretch out in all directions. The air is quieter. You visit family, handle business matters, and attend to property. There are documents to sign, rents to collect, and agreements to make. These tasks are necessary and unremarkable. You own property in and around Stratford. Some of it produces income, some of it is for your family's use. You check on these properties when you are home. You speak with tenants. You inspect buildings for needed repairs. The work is mundane but important. The countryside around Stratford offers space and silence. You walk along paths you have known since childhood. The landscape changes with the seasons but remains fundamentally the same. Hills in the distance, fields divided by hedgerows, sheep grazing. The occasional farmhouse. You think while walking, not focused thoughts but a kind of mental wandering. Ideas for scenes, memories, observations about people you have seen. The walking itself helps the thinking. Movement and thought are connected. You eat midday meals wherever you happen to be. In London, this might mean a tavern near the theatre or a stall selling bread and cheese. In Stratford, meals are taken at home. The food is plain and filling. Bread, meat, vegetables, and ale. You eat without ceremony and return to your work. Taverns in London vary in quality. Some are clean and well kept. Others are dark and smell of old beer. You choose based on location and familiarity rather than quality. As long as the food is edible and the ale is drinkable, the tavern serves its purpose. You sit at communal tables. Strangers sit beside you. Sometimes conversation starts. Sometimes everyone eats in silence. You are comfortable with both. You can be social when it serves you. You can be invisible when you prefer. The bread is coarse and dense. It fills your stomach. The meat is whatever is available that day. Beef, mutton, pork, and chicken. It is cooked simply, roasted or boiled. Vegetables are mostly roots. Turnips, carrots, and onions. They are soft from long cooking. Afternoons bring performances or more writing. If a play is being staged, you watch from the side or assist with last-minute changes. The actors perform the same lines you wrote, but they add their own interpretations. You notice what works and what does not. You make mental notes for future revisions. The audience is varied. Groundlings stand in the yard, close to the stage. They are loud and active. They heckle, laugh, and gasp. Their reactions are immediate. The wealthier patrons sit in the galleries. They are quieter but no less engaged. You gauge the audience's response. When do they lean forward? When do they shift restlessly? When do they laugh? When do they fall silent? These reactions tell you what is working. A joke that lands in rehearsal might fall flat in performance. A serious moment might get an unexpected laugh. You adjust future performances based on what you learn. If a scene drags, you tighten it. If a joke misses, you replace it. The plays are not fixed. They evolve with each performance. When there is no performance, the afternoon is open. You might read, walk, or visit someone. Time is not scarce, but it is not wasted. You move through the hours with purpose, even when the purpose is simply rest. Reading offers its own pleasures. You read histories, classical texts, and poetry by other writers. The reading informs your writing without direct imitation. You absorb styles, ideas, and structures. Later they emerge transformed in your own work. You read in your lodging or in quiet corners of the theatre. The light needs to be good. You cannot read by candlelight for long without your eyes tiring. Daylight is better. You position yourself near a window when possible. Some books are borrowed, some are purchased. Books are valuable. You treat them carefully. You do not mark the pages or bend the covers. When you finish, you return borrowed books promptly. Evenings approach gradually. The light changes. Shadows lengthen. The city begins to settle. In London, you return to your lodging or meet colleagues at a tavern. In Stratford, you remain at home. The transition from day to night is gentle. The quality of light in late afternoon is soft. The harsh brightness of midday fades. Colours become richer. Shadows are longer and more dramatic. You notice these changes. They affect your mood without you thinking about it consciously. In summer, the days are long. Evening seems delayed. You work later because the light permits it. In winter, darkness comes early. You adjust your schedule accordingly. The seasons dictate rhythms. You do not live a life of constant excitement. The days are built from routine. You walk the same streets, see the same faces, and perform the same tasks. This repetition is not dull. It provides structure. It allows you to notice small changes, to refine your observations, and to build a life that supports your work. The routine is comforting. You know what each day will bring. There are variations, but the overall pattern remains consistent. This predictability allows you to focus on the work rather than on logistics. You develop habits. You wake at the same time. You eat at the same times. You work during the same hours. These habits create efficiency. You do not waste energy deciding what to do next. You simply follow the pattern. Your relationship with both cities is practical. London offers work, income, and connection to the theatre world. Stratford offers family, property, and a slower pace. You move between them regularly, adjusting to each place as needed. Neither feels more real than the other. Both are part of your life. The journey between the cities takes 2 or 3 days depending on conditions. You travel on horseback or by coach. The roads are rough in places, smooth in others. Rain makes them muddy. Dry weather makes them dusty. You stop at the same inns along the way. The innkeepers recognise you. They know your preferences. A room that is quiet. A meal that is simple. Ale that is fresh. These small familiarities make travel easier. You carry very little with you when you travel. A few clothes, papers, and money. The journey between Stratford and London takes time, but it is familiar. You know the roads, the inns along the way, and the rhythms of travel. You do not rush. You arrive when you arrive. The landscape changes as you travel. Flat fields give way to rolling hills. Villages appear and disappear. You watch the scenery without much interest. It is pleasant, but not captivating. The real interest is in arriving, not in the journey itself. Other travellers share the roads. Merchants, messengers, and farmers bringing goods to market. You exchange greetings or nods. Sometimes you ride alongside someone for a stretch. Sometimes you travel alone. At night, you settle into whichever space you occupy. The room is dark or lit by a single candle. You prepare for sleep by setting aside the day's concerns. Tomorrow will bring more of the same work, the same streets, and the same routines. This predictability is comforting. You know what to expect. The transition from waking to sleeping is gradual. You do not fight it. You let tiredness overtake you. The day ends. The night begins. Sleep will restore you for whatever tomorrow brings. You earn your living by writing. This is not a romantic pursuit. It is a job that requires discipline, skill, and attention to deadlines. The theatre company depends on new material. Audiences expect variety. You provide both. Your writing process is methodical. You sit with paper and ink. You begin with an idea, a character, or a situation. The first draft is rough. Words come quickly, but they are not always the right words. You write through scenes, testing dialogue, building conflicts, and moving characters from one moment to the next. The initial inspiration for a play can come from anywhere. A story you heard, a historical event, an old play you want to improve, a character type you want to explore. The source matters less than what you do with it. You often work from existing stories. Histories of English kings, Italian tales, Roman biographies. These provide frameworks. You adapt them, change them, and reshape them to suit your purposes. The bones of the story come from elsewhere. The flesh is your own. Revision is where the real work happens. You read what you have written, you cross out lines that feel false, you rewrite speeches that lack rhythm, you tighten scenes that drag. The process is slow and repetitive. You might spend days on a single act, adjusting until it feels right. You read passages aloud to yourself. The sound matters. A line that looks good on paper might not sound right when spoken. The rhythm needs to match the meaning. Stressed syllables need to fall in the right places. You count beats. 5 beats per line for most speeches, 10 syllables. The pattern is flexible, not rigid. You break it when breaking it serves the meaning. But the underlying rhythm provides structure. You revise dialogue to sound like speech, not like writing. People interrupt each other. They leave sentences unfinished. They repeat themselves. They use contractions. Your written dialogue needs to capture this naturalness while remaining clear enough for an audience to follow. The plays are written for performance, not publication. You write with the voices of specific actors in mind. You know their strengths, their ranges, and the types of roles they perform best. This knowledge shapes your characters. You give certain actors the roles that suit them. The writing is collaborative in this way, even when you are alone at the table. Richard Burbage gets the leading tragic roles. He has the voice and presence for them. Will Kempe and later Robert Armin get the comic roles. They can improvise, and you write space for them to do so. The boy actors play the women. You write female roles that suit their voices and abilities. You know who will be available for each production. If a key actor is ill or away, you adjust. You rewrite roles. You redistribute lines. The play must go on, so you make it work. You also write poetry. Sonnets are longer narrative poems. These are different from plays. The structure is tighter. The language is denser. You write them for patrons, for publication, and for your own satisfaction. The income from poetry is less predictable than the income from plays, but it adds variety to your work. The sonnets follow a strict form, 14 lines, a particular rhyme scheme, specific metre. The constraints are part of the appeal. You find freedom within the restrictions. The form forces you to be precise. You write narrative poems on commission. A patron requests a poem on a particular subject. You research, plan, draft, and revise. The work is similar to writing plays, but with different technical demands. The language can be more elaborate. There is no need to consider how it will sound on stage. The theatre business is not just writing. You're part of a company. You attend meetings. You discuss which plays to stage, which roles to cast, and which costumes to commission. You help manage finances, divide profits, and handle disputes. The work is administrative and necessary. The company is organised as a partnership. Several members own shares. You are one of them. This gives you a say in decisions and a share of the profits. It also means you share the risks. If a play fails, everyone loses money. Meetings can be contentious. Different shareholders have different priorities. Someone wants to stage a particular type of play. Someone else disagrees. You argue. You compromise. Eventually decisions are made. Financial matters are complex. Ticket sales, cost for costumes and props, rent for the theatre space, and payments to actors and musicians. The accounts must be kept carefully. Errors can lead to losses or disputes. Rehearsals fill many hours. You sit with actors and read through scenes. You clarify intentions. You suggest line readings. You adjust blocking when something feels off. The actors offer their own ideas. You listen. Sometimes their suggestions improve the work. Sometimes you hold firm to your original vision. Blocking is the physical movement on stage. Who enters from where? Who stands where during a conversation? Who moves when? These decisions affect how the audience understands relationships and intentions. You work with the actors to find natural movements. An actor might instinctively turn away during a particular line. This reveals something about the character. You notice and incorporate it. Some actors need more direction than others. Experienced actors bring their own interpretations. Younger actors need guidance. You adjust your approach based on who you are working with. Props and costumes are discussed during rehearsals. Does this character need a sword? Should this character wear a cloak? These are practical questions with artistic implications. The visual elements support the story. Performances are the culmination of weeks or months of work. You watch from backstage or from the galleries. The audience responds in real time. They laugh, gasp, grow silent, or lose interest. Their reactions tell you what works. You take note. Future plays will reflect what you learn here. The groundlings are the most vocal. They shout comments. They boo villains. They cheer heroes. Their energy affects the performance. Actors feed off it. The galleries are quieter, but you can still gauge their engagement. Do they lean forward during tense moments? Do they whisper to each other during boring stretches? You watch and learn. Some performances go better than others. The actors might be particularly sharp one day. The audience might be particularly receptive. Everything clicks. Other days, the performance is flat. The actors miss cues. The audience is restless. You accept both. The theatre is a commercial enterprise. Success is measured in ticket sales and repeat performances. You write plays that people want to see. This does not mean you write only for popularity, but you are aware of audience preferences. You balance your own interests with what will draw a crowd. Comedies generally draw larger crowds than tragedies. People want to laugh. They want entertainment. But tragedies have their audience too. The key is variety. You write different types of plays to appeal to different moods. Historical plays are popular. English audiences want to see stories about their own kings and battles. You give them these stories, shaped to emphasize themes you find interesting. You write quickly when needed. A play can be completed in weeks if the company requires it. Other times, you take longer. You revise old plays for new productions. You adapt stories from history, from Italian sources, and from English legends. The source material is a starting point. The finished play is your own. Speed does not necessarily mean lower quality. Some of your best work comes quickly. The ideas are clear. The execution is smooth. Other plays labour along, requiring extensive revision. You keep old drafts. Sometimes you return to a play you wrote years ago and see ways to improve it. You revise, and the company stages the new version. The play is renewed. Your income comes from several streams. The theatre company pays you for new plays. You receive a share of profits from performances. Patrons commission poems. You invest in property. The combination provides stability. You're not wealthy, but you are secure. The share of profits varies depending on how well the play performs and how many performances are staged. A popular play brings in significant money. A play that closes after a few performances brings in little. Patronage is less reliable, but potentially more lucrative. A wealthy patron might pay handsomely for a poem. But patrons are unpredictable. Their favour can shift. You do not depend on patronage alone. Property investment is your long-term security. You buy land and buildings in Stratford. These provide rental income. They will support your family after you stop working. The investments are practical, not speculative. Writing is solitary, but it exists within a social structure. You rely on actors, stagehands, musicians, and managers. They rely on you. The work is interdependent. A play is not complete until it is performed, and it cannot be performed without all these parts working together. The musicians provide interludes and accompaniment. They play before the performance, during scene changes, and sometimes during scenes. Their music sets the mood. You consult with them about what is needed. Stagehands manage the physical elements. They move props. They operate the trapdoors. They handle the curtains. Their work is invisible to the audience but essential to the performance. The theatre manager handles business matters, scheduling, ticket sales, negotiations with authorities. You work with him to ensure the company operates smoothly. You keep notebooks, small observations, fragments of dialogue and ideas for scenes. You write things down when they occur to you. Later you return to these notes. Some become plays, others remain notes. The process of collecting and refining is ongoing. The notebooks are small enough to carry with you. You pull them out when something strikes you. A phrase overheard in the market, an interesting face in the crowd, a situation that could become a scene. You do not organise the notebook systematically. Ideas are recorded as they come. When you need something, you page through until you find it. The disorder does not bother you. The notes are for you alone. The work has its frustrations. Lines you laboured over fall flat in performance. Actors forget cues. Audiences are distracted. Weather affects attendance. The roof leaks during rain. These are practical problems with practical solutions. You adjust and continue. Rain drives away the groundlings. They will not stand in the yard getting soaked. The galleries stay fuller, but the energy is different. You might cut the performance short or cancel entirely. Actors forget lines. It happens. They improvise. They get back on track. If the problem is severe, you add extra rehearsals. You work with the actor individually. You also experience moments of satisfaction. A scene lands exactly as you hoped. An actor delivers a line with perfect timing. The audience is silent during a tense moment, then erupts in laughter or applause. These moments are gratifying, but they do not change the nature of the work. Tomorrow you will return to the table and write again. The satisfaction is brief. You enjoy it in the moment, then move on. There is always more work to do. The next play is already forming in your mind. You do not think of yourself as exceptional. You're a working playwright in a city full of working playwrights. Some are more successful, some are less. You're somewhere in the middle, producing work that is reliable and occasionally excellent. This is enough. Christopher Marlowe was exceptional before his death. Ben Jonson is talented and ambitious. Thomas Dekker writes prolifically. You are one among several. The competition is healthy. It pushes you to improve. The rhythm of writing, rehearsing and performing becomes second nature. You know how long it takes to complete a draft. You know how much time actors need to learn their lines. You know when to push for changes and when to accept what has been done. Experience teaches you these things. You can estimate accurately now. You know a 5-act play will take 6 to 8 weeks to write if you work steadily. You know rehearsals will take 2 to 3 weeks. You know a successful play will run for 12 performances or more. You write in different moods. Sometimes the work flows easily. Other times it is slow and difficult. You do not wait for inspiration. You sit down and write regardless of how you feel. Discipline is more important than mood. On difficult days, you produce fewer pages. The words do not come easily. You force them anyway. The forced work can be revised later. The important thing is to keep moving forward. On good days, you write more than you expected. The ideas flow. The dialogue sounds right on the first try. You ride the momentum as long as it lasts. Your relationship with your own work is practical. You do not romanticize the process. You do not agonize over every word. You do what is required and move forward. This approach allows you to produce a large body of work over many years. You're proud of some plays more than others. Some represent your best thinking and your finest language. Others are competent but not exceptional. You accept this range. Not everything can be your best work. At the end of the day, you set aside the papers. The ink dries. The words remain on the page. Tomorrow, you will return to them. This is the pattern. Writing is not an event. It is a habit. The papers stack up. Pages of dialogue, notes and revisions. The physical accumulation represents hours of work. You keep the drafts organised well enough to find what you need. You waste paper when necessary. If a page is so heavily revised that it is illegible, you copy it fresh. The time spent copying is worth the clarity. The work continues. There is always another play to write, another performance to attend, and another revision to make. The cycle repeats. This repetition is not tedious. It is the structure of your life. You spend time with other people. The theatre world is small, and the same faces appear regularly. Actors, playwrights, managers, and musicians. You know them by name. You know their habits, their skills, and their temperaments. Richard Burbage is serious about his craft. He prepares thoroughly for roles. He thinks deeply about character. Conversations with him are focused on the work. You respect his dedication. Will Kempe is boisterous. He jokes constantly. His energy fills a room. He can also be difficult. His improvisations sometimes go too far. You have learned to write roles that channel his energy productively. Robert Armin, who replaces Kempe, is more subtle. His humour is verbal rather than physical. You write different types of fools for him. The shift changes the tone of your comedies. Taverns are common gathering places. After a performance or rehearsal, the company goes to a nearby tavern. You sit at a long table with others. Ale is poured. Bread and cheese are shared. Conversations overlap. Someone tells a story. Someone else argues a point. You listen more than you speak, but you contribute when it feels natural. The tavern is warm and noisy. The smell of ale and bodies is strong. The space is crowded. You sit shoulder to shoulder with others. The proximity is comfortable after years of it. You have your preferred seat. Near the end of the table, close enough to hear but not at the centre, this position allows you to participate or withdraw as you choose. The talk is often about work. Which plays are drawing crowds? Which actors are improving? What other companies are staging? The theatre world is competitive but not hostile. People share information. They offer advice. They complain about shared frustrations. You learn about other companies through these conversations. The Admiral's Men are staging a new play by Decker. The children of the chapel are performing at court. This information helps you understand the landscape. It informs your own decisions. You also talk about other things. Politics, gossip, and family matters. The conversations are ordinary. You learn about someone's sick child, someone's new lodging, and someone's dispute with a landlord. These details do not affect you directly, but they are part of the fabric of social life. Politics are discussed cautiously. The authorities monitor public discourse. Saying the wrong thing can lead to trouble. You listen to political talk but contribute little. You are aware of the risks. Gossip is safer and more entertaining. Who is feuding with whom? Who is courting whom? Who has fallen out of favour with a patron? The stories are repeated and embellished. You take them with scepticism. Friendships form slowly. You work with the same people for years. Trust builds through repeated interactions. You rely on certain actors to deliver difficult roles. They rely on you to write parts that suit them. This mutual dependence creates a bond that is professional and personal. You have friends you do not work with often, writers you respect, actors who have moved to other companies. The friendships persist even when work does not connect you. You see each other in taverns, on the street, and at gatherings. You have friends outside the theatre, people from Stratford, neighbours in London, merchants you deal with regularly. These relationships are less intense but still meaningful. You exchange greetings. You help each other with small tasks. You maintain a presence in each other's lives without constant contact. Your family in Stratford is a separate world. Anne manages the household. Your daughters grow older. Your son, Hamnet, is buried in Stratford. This loss is part of your life, but you do not speak of it often. Grief is private, you carry it quietly. Hamnet died in 1596. He was 11. The loss was sudden and painful. You were in London when it happened. By the time you returned to Stratford, he was already buried. The grief did not diminish over time. It simply became part of you. You do not write about the grief directly, but it seeps into your work. Fathers losing sons, children dying young. The themes appear in plays written after his death. The connection is unconscious but real. When you are in Stratford, you participate in local life. You attend church. You visit neighbours. You handle business matters. People know you as a local man who works in London. Your fame as a playwright is secondary to your role as a property owner and family man. Church attendance is required. You go to Holy Trinity Church most Sundays when you're in Stratford. The service is familiar. The same prayers, the same psalms. You sit with your family. The ritual is comforting. You know the vicar. You contribute to church repairs and maintenance. These are expected responsibilities for someone of your standing. You fulfill them without complaint. In London, you are more anonymous. The city is large enough that you can move through it without constant recognition. You are known within the theatre community, but outside it, you are just another man on the street. This anonymity is useful. It allows you to observe without being observed. You can sit in a tavern and listen without people performing for you. You can walk through markets and watch people interact naturally. This freedom to observe is valuable. It feeds your work. You watch people. You notice how they walk, how they speak, and how they react to each other. Markets, streets, taverns, churches. Every space offers examples of human behaviour. You collect these observations. They inform your writing without you thinking about it consciously. A woman haggling over fish, the way she gestures, the tone of her voice when she feels cheated, the expression on the fishmonger's face. You file these details away. A child crying in the street, the parent's response. Impatient, comforting, angry. The interaction reveals the relationship. You remember it. Two men arguing, their postures, their volume, the moment one backs down, the dynamics of power and submission. You note it all. Social gatherings are informal. Someone invites a few people to their lodging. You sit and talk. There is no formal agenda. The conversation drifts from topic to topic. You might discuss a recent play, a piece of news, or a shared acquaintance. The atmosphere is relaxed. The gatherings happen spontaneously. Someone mentions an idea in passing. Others express interest. By evening, a group is assembled. Ale is shared. Stories are told. Laughter fills the room. You enjoy these moments. The easy companionship. The lack of pressure. No one is performing. No one is trying to impress. People are simply present with each other. You do not seek the company of the wealthy or powerful. Your patrons are part of your professional life, but not your social life. You maintain a respectful distance. You fulfill commissions. You express gratitude. You do not pretend to be something you are not. The Earl of Southampton was an early patron. He commissioned your narrative poems. You dedicated Venus and Adonis and the Rape of Lucrece to him. The relationship was cordial but formal. You understand the difference between patron and friend. Patrons provide money. Friends provide companionship. The two are not the same. Your relationships are built on practical foundations. You help people. They help you. You share resources, information, and time. These exchanges are not calculated. They are simply how things work. An actor needs a place to stay. You know someone with a room. You make the introduction. Later, that actor returns the favour in some way. The reciprocity is natural. A playwright needs information about a historical event. You lend him your book. He He lends you something later. The exchanges build goodwill. You see the same people in the same places. The predictability is comforting. You know where to find someone if you need them. You know who will be at the tavern after a performance. You know who to ask for help with a particular task. The theatre community has its regular spots. Certain taverns, certain streets, certain shops. You move through these spaces and encounter familiar faces. The rhythm is steady. Conflicts arise occasionally. Someone feels slighted. Someone disagrees with a decision. These disputes are resolved through conversation, compromise, or simply letting time pass. You do not hold grudges. Neither do most of the people you know. The community is too small for long-term enmity. An actor feels he was given a role beneath his abilities. He complains. You explain your reasoning. He accepts it, or he does not. Either way, the work continues. A disagreement about profit sharing. Numbers are reviewed. The accounts are checked. A resolution is reached. The dispute is forgotten. You also spend time alone. Between social engagements, you walk or sit in your lodging. Solitude is necessary. It allows you to process what you've seen and heard. It gives you space to think without distraction. You need solitude to write. Conversation fills your mind with other people's words. Alone, you can hear your own thoughts. The characters can speak. You need solitude to rest. Social interaction, even pleasant interaction, requires energy. Alone, you can simply be. Your social life is neither vibrant nor dull. It is consistent. You see people regularly. You maintain connections. You contribute to shared activities. You receive support when needed. This network of relationships is part of the structure that supports your work and your life. The network is invisible most of the time. You take it for granted. But when you need help, it is there. Someone knows someone who can solve a problem. Information is passed along. Favours are exchanged. At the end of the evening, you part ways with friends and colleagues. You walk back to your lodging. The streets are quieter at night. You move through them without hurry. Tomorrow, you will see many of the same people again. The continuity is reassuring. The familiar faces are comforting. You do not have to explain yourself. You do not have to establish your identity. You are known. You are part of the community. This belonging is simple and deep. Rest is woven into your days. It is not separate from work. It is part of the pattern. You take breaks during writing. After an hour or two at the table, you stand and stretch. You walk to the window. You look out at the street or the river. The movement helps. It clears your mind. When you sit back down, the words come a little easier. Your body grows stiff from sitting. Your back aches. Your shoulders tighten. Standing and moving releases the tension. You roll your neck. You flex your fingers. The relief is immediate. The view from your window changes depending on where you're lodging. Sometimes you see the river. Sometimes you see a narrow street. Sometimes you see a courtyard. The view does not matter much. Looking at something distant, rest your eyes. Afternoons often include pauses. If there is no performance scheduled, you might sit in the theatre courtyard. Other company members do the same. You talk quietly or simply sit in silence. The sun is warm. The breeze is cool. These moments are unhurried. The courtyard is paved with stone. Benches line the walls. In summer, the space is pleasant. In winter, it is too cold for lingering. The seasonal rhythm affects how you rest. You watch clouds move across the sky. You notice the angle of the sun. You feel the warmth on your face. These sensations are simple and restorative. Travel between Stratford and London includes rest. The journey takes time. You stop at inns along the way. You eat a meal. You sleep in an unfamiliar bed. The next morning, you continue. The rhythm of travel has its own slowness. The forced rest of travel is different from chosen rest. You cannot work while travelling. You cannot write effectively on horseback or in a jolting coach. You must simply be present in the journey. You watch the landscape. You think. You sometimes drowse in the saddle. The horse knows the road even when your attention wanders. In Stratford, rest looks different. The town is quieter than London. There are fewer demands on your time. You walk through fields, you sit in your garden, you spend time with family without the pressure of performance schedules or writing deadlines. The garden behind your house is modest. Vegetables, herbs, and a few flowers. You sit on a bench and watch things grow. The pace of plant growth is slower than any human activity. Watching it is calming. You pull a few weeds, you inspect the vegetables. These small tasks are restful because they are simple and tangible. The results are immediate and visible. You do not think of rest as indulgence. It is necessary. Your mind needs time to recover from the focus of writing. Your body needs time to recover from the physical demands of travel and city life. Rest is practical. Without rest, your thinking becomes muddy. Words do not come. Ideas feel forced. Rest clears the fog. It restores clarity. Without rest, your body protests. Headaches, stiff joints, exhaustion that sleep alone cannot fix. Rest prevents these problems. You nap occasionally. In the middle of the afternoon, you lie down and close your eyes. The nap is short, not deep. When you wake, you feel refreshed enough to continue the day's work. You do not undress for these naps. You simply lie on the bed or on a bench. You close your eyes. You drift for a quarter hour or half an hour. The rest is light but effective. The room is quiet during these naps. The city sounds fade to the background. Your breathing slows. Your thoughts scatter and dissolve. Waiting is also a form of rest. You wait for actors to arrive at rehearsal. You wait for performances to begin. You wait for the weather to clear before travelling. During these times, you are still. You let your thoughts wander. You notice details around you. Waiting used to frustrate you. Now you accept it. The time will pass whether you are impatient or not. Better to be calm. You observe while waiting. The way light falls on a wall. The sound of someone's footsteps. The smell of bread baking nearby. Waiting becomes observation. Evenings bring a natural slowing. The light fades. Work becomes harder. You accept this and shift your focus. You might read instead of write. You might sit with others instead of sitting alone. The transition is gentle. The transition happens without decision. Your body knows when the working day is ending. Your mind begins to release its focus. You do not fight this. You allow the shift. You rest your eyes by looking at distant things. After hours of reading or writing, you look out the window. You watch people move on the street. You watch clouds or birds. The shift in focus is soothing. Close work strains the eyes. The small letters blur. Your eyes water. Looking at distant objects relaxes the muscles. The blur clears. Physical rest matters. You walk regularly, which keeps your body active, but you also know when to sit or lie down. You do not push yourself to exhaustion. You recognize the signs of fatigue and respond to them. Exhaustion makes you stupid. Your judgment fails. Your patience thins. Rest prevents this deterioration. You protect your capacity to think by protecting your energy. Rest is not always silent. Sometimes you rest by talking with others. The conversation is light. No one is performing or making arguments. You simply exchange words. The social connection itself is restful. Talk about nothing important. The weather, a meal someone enjoyed, a minor inconvenience. The topics do not matter. The companionship is the point. Laughter is restful. A good joke. A funny story. The release of laughter eases tension. You feel lighter afterward. You rest in familiar places. Your lodging in London, your home in Stratford, the theatre when it is empty. These spaces are known. You do not have to navigate or adjust. You can simply be. Familiar spaces require no thought. You know where everything is. You do not have to orient yourself. The mental ease is part of the rest. You have favourite spots, a particular chair, a certain bench in the garden, a corner of the theatre. These places hold associations with rest. Sitting in them triggers relaxation. Sleep is the deepest rest, but it is preceded by smaller forms of rest throughout the day. These pauses accumulate. They prevent the kind of exhaustion that makes work impossible. They sustain you over long periods. The small rests are invisible. You do not think of them as rest, but they add up. They maintain your capacity to work. You do not schedule rest rigidly. It happens naturally. When you are tired, you stop. When you are refreshed, you continue. The rhythm is intuitive. Your body tells you when to rest. Heaviness in the limbs, difficulty concentrating. These signals are reliable. You listen to them. Sometimes rest is interrupted. An urgent matter arises. A performance is scheduled unexpectedly. You adjust. You rest when you can, not always when you prefer. Interruptions are part of life. You do not resent them. You handle what needs handling, then return to rest when possible. The quality of rest varies. Some days a short break is enough. Other days you need more. You listen to your body and mind. You respond accordingly. Deep fatigue requires deep rest. A full night's sleep, a day without work. You recognize when you need this and try to provide it. Light fatigue requires less. A brief pause, a walk, a change of activity. You calibrate your response to your need. Rest is not dramatic. It is not an escape or a reward. It is simply part of living. You work, you rest, and you work again. The cycle is steady. The steadiness is reliable. You trust the rhythm. You know rest will come. This trust allows you to work fully because you know restoration is built into the pattern. At the end of the day, rest prepares you for sleep. You slow down gradually. You complete final tasks. You settle your thoughts. By the time you lie down, your body is ready. The evening wind down is deliberate. You do not work until the moment you collapse into bed. You create space between work and sleep. This space eases the transition. You eat simple food. Bread is a constant. It is fresh in the morning and harder by evening. You eat it with butter or cheese. Sometimes you dip it in ale or broth. Bread is the foundation of every meal. When bread is scarce, hunger feels more urgent. When bread is abundant, even a plain meal feels adequate. The bread varies in quality. Sometimes it is light and well risen, sometimes it is dense and coarse. The grain used affects the taste and texture. Wheat bread is preferable, but rye or barley is more common. You develop preferences. Bread from a particular baker, the right degree of doneness. You notice these things without being particular about them. Meals in London are often taken at taverns. You order what is available. Meat pies, roasted fowl and vegetables boiled or baked. The food is hot and filling. You eat without ceremony. The plate is emptied. You return to work. Tavern food is reliable in its mediocrity. It is rarely excellent. It is rarely terrible. It serves its purpose, which is to fuel your body for more work. Meat pies are convenient. The crust holds the filling. You can eat while walking if needed. The filling is usually mutton or pork with some gravy. Roasted fowl is chicken or capon, sometimes duck. The meat is cooked until tender. The skin is crisp. You eat it with your fingers, tearing pieces from the carcass. In Stratford, meals are prepared at home. Anne and the household staff cook over the fire. You eat at the table with family. The food is familiar. Mutton, pork, root vegetables and bread. Meals are served at regular times. You know what to expect. The predictability of home-cooked meals is comforting. You know the cook's habits. You know what will be served on particular days. The food is simple but carefully prepared. Anne manages the household accounts and ensures nothing is wasted. Meals are planned around what is available and affordable. You eat together when possible. The family gathers at the table. You say grace. Food is passed. Conversation happens naturally. The meal is a point of connection. Ale is the common drink. Water is less reliable. You drink ale with meals and between meals. It is mild, not strong. It quenches thirst without affecting your ability to work. Ale is brewed locally. The quality varies by brewer. You know which alehouses serve better ale. You prefer them when you have a choice. The ale is slightly sweet and slightly bitter. It has substance. It is more nourishing than water. You drink from wooden or pewter cups. The cups are refilled as needed. Drinking is continuous throughout the day. Wine is occasional. When you have extra money or when a patron offers it, you drink wine. It is richer than ale. You drink it slowly. It accompanies special occasions, not daily routines. Wine is imported and expensive. Red wine from France or Spain, white wine from the Rhine. The taste is complex and unfamiliar to your everyday palate. You appreciate wine when it is offered. You savour it, but you do not crave it. Ale suits you fine. You eat fruit when it is in season, apples, pears and berries. The fruit is fresh for a brief time, then gone. You enjoy it while it lasts. In winter, you eat dried fruit or none at all. Fresh fruit is a summer pleasure. Berries picked from hedgerows, apples from the orchard. The sweetness and juice are welcome after the heavier foods of winter. Dried fruit keeps through winter. Apples and pears sliced thin and dried. Raisins and currants. They are sweet and chewy. Cheese and eggs are reliable. You eat them often. Cheese is packed for travel. Eggs are cooked in various ways. Both provide nourishment without much preparation. Cheese is hard and keeps well. You cut slices from the wheel. You eat it with bread. The flavour is sharp and salty. Eggs are boiled, fried or scrambled. They are filling and quick to prepare. You eat them for breakfast often. Meals with colleagues are social. You sit together at a long table. Food is passed around. People serve themselves. The conversation continues while you eat. The meal is not the focus, but it creates a shared space. Eating together builds camaraderie. The act of sharing food is bonding. You talk and eat simultaneously. The informality is pleasant. You learn about people over meals, their appetites, their manners, their preferences. These details add to your understanding of them. You do not overeat. Portions are moderate. You eat enough to feel satisfied, not stuffed. Excess is rare and unpleasant. Overeating makes you sluggish. Your mind dulls. Your body feels heavy. You avoid this when possible. You eat until the hunger is gone, then stop. The discipline is automatic. You do not need to think about it. Inns along the road between Stratford and London offer predictable meals. You order the stew or the roast. You drink ale. You eat bread. The quality varies, but the format does not. You know what you are getting. Inn food is utilitarian. It fills the stomach. It provides energy for the next day's travel. You do not expect pleasure from it. Some inns are better than others. You remember which ones. You plan your stops accordingly when possible. Comfort comes from warmth and routine. A hot meal on a cold day, a familiar dish after a long journey, the taste of bread baked the same way your family has always baked it. These small consistencies matter. Hot food on a cold day warms you from the inside. The heat spreads through your body, you feel restored. Familiar food connects you to home, to childhood, to continuity. The taste is memory made tangible. You do not spend much time thinking about food. It is fuel. It is comfort. It is part of the day. You eat when you are hungry. You stop when you are full. Food serves a function. It does not need to be more than adequate. When it is better than adequate, you notice and appreciate it, but you do not require it. Special occasions bring different food. A feast at a patron's house, a celebration with the theatre company. The food is richer and more varied. You enjoy it, but you do not crave it regularly. Feasts include dishes you never eat otherwise. Elaborate roasts, rich sauces, imported delicacies. The abundance is impressive and slightly overwhelming. You eat more at feasts than usual. The social expectation is to partake generously. You do so, though it makes you uncomfortable afterward. You appreciate good cooking. When a meal is well prepared, you notice. You might comment on it. You might ask how something was made, but you do not require excellence. Adequacy is enough. A well-cooked meal is a pleasure. The flavours are balanced. The textures are right. You notice the care that went into it. But most meals are not well cooked. They are adequately cooked. This is acceptable. You do not complain. Hunger is not constant. You eat regularly enough to avoid it. But when hunger does come, it is simple. You find food. You eat. The problem is solved. True hunger is rare. Your income is sufficient to keep you fed. The hunger you feel is usually just the body's signal that it is time to eat again. When you do feel hunger, it sharpens your focus on food. The simplest meal tastes better. Your body's need makes the food more satisfying. Some foods remind you of childhood, certain breads, certain stews. You eat them and remember other times. The memories are not sharp. They are soft and vague, like the comfort the food provides. The bread your mother baked, the stew from feast days. These tastes carry associations. They are pleasant in a way that has nothing to do with the food itself. You eat alone sometimes, in your lodging with a plate and a cup. You chew slowly. You think about the day or about nothing. The solitude is peaceful. Eating alone requires no performance, no conversation, no manners beyond basic cleanliness. You can simply eat. The quiet is meditative, chewing, tasting, swallowing. The actions are simple and grounding. You eat with family in Stratford. The table is full. Conversations happen around you. You participate or you listen. The meal anchors the day. It gathers everyone in one place. Family meals have their own rhythm. Anne serves. The children talk. You listen and occasionally contribute. The structure is familiar and comforting. Meals mark time. Breakfast, dinner, supper. The day is punctuated by these gatherings. You do not waste food. What is left is saved. Bread becomes crumbs for thickening soup. Bones are boiled for broth. Nothing is thrown away lightly. Food costs money and effort. Wasting it is careless. You are raised to value what you have. Leftovers are used creatively. Yesterday's roast becomes today's pie. Stale bread becomes pudding. Drink provides its own comfort. A cup of ale at the end of a long day. A shared drink with a friend. The warmth of it. The taste. The ritual of lifting the cup and drinking. Drinking is social. You toast. You clink cups. You drink together. The act creates connection. A drink at day's end signals transition. Work is done. Rest begins. The drink marks the boundary. You do not drink to excess. You have seen what that does to people. You drink enough to relax, not enough to lose control. Moderation is natural to you. Drunkenness is ugly. Slurred speech, poor judgment, loss of dignity. You avoid this state. 2 or 3 cups of ale are enough. You know your limits. You recognize when you have had enough. You stop before you become impaired. Food and drink are part of the rhythm of life. They mark time. Breakfast, midday meal, and evening supper. They provide structure. They offer comfort. They sustain you. The daily rhythm of eating is one of the reliable patterns. No matter what else happens, you will eat. This regularity is reassuring. Food and drink are shared experiences. They connect you to others. They connect you to place. They connect you to yourself. Evenings begin when the light fades. If there has been a performance, it is over. The audience has left. The actors have changed out of their costumes. The theatre is quiet. The theatre after a performance has a particular quality. The energy is dissipated. The space feels larger and emptier. Voices echo differently. Props and costumes are put away. The stage is swept. The work of preparation for tomorrow begins quietly. You leave the theatre and walk back to your lodging. The streets are less crowded than during the day. Shops are closing. People are heading home. You move with the flow of the crowd, then break away to your own path. The evening streets have a different character. The urgency of the day is gone. People walk more slowly. Conversations are quieter. You know the route so well you could walk it in complete darkness. Your feet find the familiar turns without thought. Your lodging is modest. A room with a bed, a table, and a chair. Sometimes a small hearth. The space is functional. You do not need more. You light a candle. The room becomes visible in the soft glow. The candle is tallow, not beeswax. The smell is slightly unpleasant. The flame flickers and smokes. But it provides light, which is what matters. The room is cold in winter. The walls are thin. You light a fire if there is wood. If not, you wrap yourself in a blanket. In summer, the room is stuffy. You open the window if there is one. The air from outside is only slightly fresher than the air inside. You sit at the table. You might read. Books are not abundant, but you have a few. Histories, poetry, and classical texts. You read slowly, absorbing the words. Reading is different from writing. It is receptive rather than active. You own Holinshed's Chronicles, Plutarch's Lives, and Ovid's Metamorphoses. These books are resources for your work and also pleasures in themselves. You read passages you have read before. Familiarity does not diminish the enjoyment. You notice new things in familiar texts. Reading by candlelight is difficult. The light is dim and flickering. You hold the book close. Your eyes tire quickly. Sometimes you do not read. You simply sit. Your mind is still active, but it is not focused on a task. Thoughts drift. You think about a scene you are writing. You think about a conversation from earlier. You think about nothing in particular. The drifting mind finds its own paths. Ideas connect without your direction. This mental wandering is productive in ways that focused thought is not. You might solve a problem that has been troubling you. The solution arrives without effort, emerging from the drifting thoughts. If you are in Stratford, the evening is spent with family. You sit near the fire. Anne might sew or manage household accounts. Your daughters might be nearby. The presence of others is comforting, even when there is little conversation. The fire crackles. The light shifts and moves. The warmth radiates outward. You sit within range of it. Anne works quietly. Her needle moves steadily. She's comfortable with silence. You appreciate this about her. Susanna reads if there's enough light. Judith might prepare something for the next day. Everyone is occupied but together. In London, you sometimes visit a tavern in the evening. Not the same tavern as after a performance. A quieter one. You sit in a corner. You drink ale slowly. You listen to the murmur of other conversations without participating. The quieter taverns attract older patrons. The energy is subdued. People drink and talk, but without the rowdiness of the afternoon taverns. You choose a spot away from the door, away from the fire, somewhere you can observe without being central. The conversations around you are fragments. You hear pieces of stories, bits of arguments and laughter. You are present but separate. Writing can happen in the evening, but it is less common. Your mind is tired from the day. The focus required for writing is harder to summon. If you do write, it is often revision rather than new material. Crossing out a word, adding a phrase, small adjustments. Evening writing is finicky work, correcting errors, smoothing rough lines. It does not require the creative energy of drafting new material. The light is poor for writing. You squint at the page. The letters blur. You work slowly. You might copy a clean version of a heavily revised page. The copying requires attention, but not creativity. It is meditative work. Lamplight or candlelight creates a different atmosphere than daylight. The shadows are deeper. The room feels smaller, more contained. The world outside the circle of light seems distant. This isolation is not uncomfortable. It is simply a fact of evening. The lit space becomes your entire world. What exists beyond the light is irrelevant. The intimacy is focusing. Shadows move as the flame moves. The walls seem to breathe. The effect is hypnotic. You prepare for the next day. You set out clothes. You check that you have paper and ink for writing. You plan your route if you need to go somewhere. These small preparations make mornings easier. Laying out clothes saves time in the morning. You do not have to search or decide. The choices are already made. Checking your supplies prevents frustration. Running out of ink mid-sentence is annoying. Preventing it is simple. Mental preparation is also part of this. You review what tomorrow requires. You set intentions. The planning is light, not burdensome. You think about the work ahead. Not with anxiety, but with awareness. There is a play to finish. There is a rehearsal to attend. There are meetings to hold. The tasks are clear. You do not need to solve them now. You simply acknowledge them. Acknowledging tomorrow's work prevents it from intruding on rest. You have named it. You have noted it. Now you can set it aside. The tasks do not overwhelm you. They are simply what comes next. You have done similar work many times before. Evenings are also when you feel the separation between London and Stratford most acutely. In London, you're alone, or with colleagues. In Stratford, you're with family. Neither is better. They are different. Both are part of your life. The separation creates a kind of doubling. You have two lives, two selves, the London self and the Stratford self. They overlap but are not identical. You miss your family when in London. You miss the work when in Stratford. The longing is mild and manageable. You stretch your body. Writing and sitting leave you stiff. Your back aches. Your shoulders tighten. Standing and moving releases the tension. You roll your shoulders. You flex your fingers. The movement is small but necessary. Your body protests the day's stillness. Joints creak. Muscles are tight. Movement reminds them they can still move. You walk around the room. You touch your toes. You reach overhead. The stretches are simple. The relief is immediate. Your body softens. Blood flows. The discomfort eases. Sometimes you pray. Not long or formal prayers. Just a moment of quiet reflection. You think about the day. You express gratitude for what went well. You ask for strength for what comes next. The practice is private and brief. Prayer is a habit from childhood. The words are familiar. They provide structure for reflection. You do not pray for specific outcomes. You pray for the ability to do your work well, for the health of your family, for peace. The prayer is between you and God. No one else is involved. The intimacy is complete. You hear the sounds of the city or town settling, fewer voices, the occasional call of a night watchman, the creak of a building. These sounds are familiar. They mark the transition to night. The night watchman calls the hour. His voice carries through the quiet streets. The sound is reassuring. Someone is watching. Buildings settle as temperatures drop. Wood contracts. Joints shift. The sounds are gentle and constant. If you're tired, you feel it in the evening. Your eyes are heavy, your thoughts slow. You accept this. There is no point in fighting fatigue. You prepare for sleep instead. Tiredness is a signal. Your body needs rest. You honour the signal rather than pushing through. Fighting fatigue only delays the inevitable. Better to surrender to it and get the rest you need. You might write a letter, to a friend, to family, to a business associate. The letter is practical. You share news, ask questions, and convey information. You write clearly and simply. When the letter is finished, you seal it. It will be sent tomorrow. Letters maintain connections across distance. You write to people in Stratford when you're in London. You write to London contacts when you're in Stratford. The letters are brief. You're not verbose in correspondence. You state what needs stating and finish. Sealing the letter with wax makes it official. The seal is a small mark of completion. You tidy the room before bed. You put away papers. You close books. You bank the fire or extinguish the candle. The space is ready for sleep. Order brings calm. Tidying is a transition ritual. It signals the end of the day's activities. The room is reset for tomorrow. Finding things is easier when the room is orderly. Morning you will appreciate, evening use organisation. The act of tidying is calming in itself. The simple motions are meditative. Evenings are not eventful. They are the space between the work of the day and the rest of the night. They allow you to transition. They give you time to settle your mind and body. The transition is necessary. You cannot go directly from work to sleep. The gap allows decompression. Your mind needs time to stop churning. Your body needs time to relax. Evening provides this time. You do not rush through the evening. There is no deadline. You move at your own pace. When you're ready, you go to bed. Until then, you occupy the quiet hours without pressure. The lack of pressure is itself restful. No one expects anything. No one is waiting. You are free to simply be. The evening is yours. It is not dictated by performance schedules or writing deadlines. It is time that belongs to you alone, or to you and your family, or to you and a quiet room. This time is valuable in its simplicity. Owning your time is a luxury. Most people's time belongs to others. In the evening, yours is your own. The simplicity is the value. Nothing complex, nothing demanding, just time passing gently. You prepare for bed when the evening winds down. You change into a nightshirt. The fabric is worn and soft. You set aside the clothes you wore during the day. They will be there in the morning. The nightshirt is comfortable. It has been washed many times. The fabric is thin but warm enough. Changing clothes signals the final transition. Work clothes come off, sleep clothes go on. The boundary is marked. You fold the day's clothes or hang them on a peg. This small act of care maintains order. The bed is simple. A wooden frame, a mattress stuffed with straw or feathers, blankets, and a coverlet. In winter, you add more blankets. In summer, you use fewer. The bed is not luxurious, but it is adequate. The mattress in London lodgings is usually straw. It rustles when you move. It flattens over time and needs restuffing. The mattress in Stratford is feathers. It is softer and quieter. It shapes to your body more comfortably. Blankets are wool. They are heavy and warm. They smell slightly of lanolin. You lie down. The mattress yields beneath you. Your body relaxes into it. The day's tensions begin to release. Your muscles loosen. Your breathing slows. The horizontal position itself is a relief. Your spine releases. Your muscles do not have to hold you upright. You feel the weight of your body against the mattress. The pressure is grounding. You are supported. Your breathing naturally slows. The rhythm becomes steady. The regularity is soothing. The room is dark. If there is a moon, faint light comes through the window. If not, the darkness is complete. You do not mind. Darkness is restful. Complete darkness is rare in the city. There is always some ambient light. But it is dark enough. Moonlight creates shapes and shadows. You can see the outline of furniture. The effect is soft. Darkness removes visual stimulation. Your eyes can finally rest. They do not have to focus. You hear the sounds of night. In London, there are distant voices, footsteps, and the occasional cart. In Stratford, there is wind, animals, and the creak of the house. These sounds do not disturb you. They are part of the background. London night sounds are human. People moving through the streets, doors closing, voices calling. Stratford night sounds are natural. Wind in trees, an owl calling, a dog barking in the distance. The sounds form a kind of music. They rise and fall, they overlap and separate. They mark time passing. Your thoughts slow. The concerns of the day fade. You do not try to solve problems or plan ahead. You simply let your mind drift. Images and fragments pass through your awareness. They do not form coherent narratives. They are just thoughts dissolving into rest. The mind empties gradually. Thoughts become less frequent, less insistent. Images appear and fade. A face from the day, a line from a play, a memory with no context. The dissolution is pleasant. Conscious thought gives way to something quieter. Sleep comes gradually. You do not notice the exact moment. Your breathing deepens. Your consciousness dims. You slip from waking into sleep without effort. The boundary between waking and sleeping is invisible. You cross it without knowing. Your body knows before your mind. Muscles twitch. Breathing changes rhythm. The transition is smooth. No struggle, no resistance, just a gentle falling away. The night passes. You sleep deeply at first, then more lightly toward morning. You might wake once or twice. You shift position. You adjust the blankets. You fall back asleep quickly. Deep sleep is dreamless, or dreams are not remembered. Your body does its restorative work. Light sleep brings more awareness. You hear sounds. You notice temperature. But you remain mostly asleep. Waking briefly in the night is normal. You register it and return to sleep. It does not disturb the overall rest. Dreams occur, but you do not remember most of them. Occasionally a dream lingers after waking. It is strange or vivid. You think about it briefly, then let it go. Dreams are not significant. They are just the mind working through the day's impressions. Dreams are ephemeral. They fade quickly after waking. Details slip away as you try to hold them. A vivid dream might stay with you through the morning. You puzzle over it. Then it loses its power and you forget. You don't look for meaning in dreams. They are random firings of a sleeping mind. In winter, the cold wakes you. You pull the blankets tighter. You curl into a smaller shape to conserve warmth. The cold is uncomfortable but not unbearable. You wait for morning. Winter nights are long and dark. The cold is invasive. It finds gaps in the blankets. You pile every available blanket on the bed. Still, your nose and the tips of your ears are cold. Sometimes you get up and add a layer of clothing under the nightshirt. Then you return to bed and sleep better. In summer, warmth can be oppressive. You push the blankets aside. You lie still, trying to catch any breeze. The discomfort passes. You sleep again. Summer nights are short. The heat persists even after dark. The air is still and heavy. You remove blankets until only a sheet remains. You kick that aside too if the heat demands it. Any movement generates warmth. You lie as still as possible. Eventually sleep comes despite the discomfort. Your body rests, muscles repair, your mind processes. Sleep is restorative. You do not think about this consciously, but you feel it when you wake. The rest has done its work. Your body heals itself during sleep. Small injuries mend, strained muscles relax. Your mind sorts and stores the day's experiences. What is important is kept. What is not is discarded. You wake feeling different than you felt when you went to bed. The change is subtle, but real. You're restored. You share a bed with Anne in Stratford. She sleeps on one side and you on the other. You're aware of her presence without it interrupting your rest. The shared warmth is comforting. Two bodies in a bed generate more heat than one. In winter, this is welcome. You know the rhythm of her breathing. The sound is familiar and comforting. Sometimes she wakes when you wake. Sometimes she sleeps through. The companionship exists even in sleep. In London, you sleep alone. The bed is entirely yours. You spread out or curl up as you choose. There is freedom in this, but also a kind of loneliness. You do not dwell on it. Sleeping alone, you can move without consideration. You can sprawl. You can take all the blankets. The freedom is pleasant, but the bed feels larger, emptier. You miss the companionship sometimes. Other times you appreciate the solitude. Both are valid. The quality of sleep varies. Some nights, you sleep soundly from dark to dawn. Other nights, sleep is broken. You wake repeatedly. You lie awake for stretches. By morning you are less rested. You accept this. Not every night is perfect. Good sleep is a gift. You wake feeling strong and clear. The day ahead seems manageable. Poor sleep leaves you fuzzy. Your thoughts are slower. Your patience is thinner. You do what needs doing anyway. You cannot control the quality of sleep. You can only create conditions that favour it. The rest is beyond your power. Morning comes with light. You wake slowly. You lie still for a moment, orienting yourself. You remember where you are. You think about the day ahead. Then you rise. The first light of dawn is grey and soft. It grows brighter gradually. You hear morning sounds. Birds. People beginning their work. The city or town is waking. You stretch in bed before rising. Your body protests the transition from horizontal to vertical. Then it adjusts. You dress. You step into the day. The night is behind you. Sleep has done what it can. You're ready to begin again. Dressing is automatic. The clothes you laid out are there. You put them on without thought. The day begins. Work waits. People wait. The routine continues. Sleep is not dramatic. It is not an escape or an adventure, it is simply rest. Your body requires it. Your mind requires it. You give yourself over to it each night, trusting that it will restore you. Sleep is fundamental. Without it, nothing else functions properly. You trust sleep. You surrender to it. It has never failed to restore you. The routine of sleep is steady. You go to bed around the same time. You wake around the same time. The consistency helps. Your body knows what to expect. Regularity aids sleep. Your body develops a rhythm. The rhythm supports rest. When travel or work disrupts the rhythm, sleep is harder. You notice the difference. You do not fight sleep. When you're tired, you sleep. When you're rested, you wake. The rhythm is natural. You follow it without resistance. Resistance is futile. The body's need for sleep is non-negotiable. You have learned to listen to your body's signals. When it says sleep, you sleep. When it says wake, you wake. Sleep connects the days. It marks the end of one and the beginning of the next. It provides a pause, a reset. When you wake, you're the same person, but the day is new. Sleep is the boundary between yesterday and today. It separates and connects them. The new day brings new possibilities. The problems of yesterday might look different. The work continues fresh. You're continuous across days, but sleep renews you. Each morning is a small rebirth. Your life is not shaped by grand events. It is shaped by repetition. The same streets walked again and again. The same tasks performed day after day. The same people are seen over and over. This continuity is the foundation of everything. The grand narrative of your life is actually composed of tiny repeated moments. Walking to the theatre, sitting to write, eating bread, sleeping. The repetition creates depth. Each time you walk a street, you know it better. Each time you write, the process is smoother. Continuity is underrated. People seek novelty and drama, but life is built on the ordinary. You write many plays over many years. Each one is created through the same process. Sitting, writing, revising, rehearsing, performing. The process does not change. The plays do. But the work remains constant. By now, you have written dozens of plays. The number is less important than the accumulated practice. Each play is different. Different characters, different conflicts, different language. But the making of them is the same. The constancy of process allows variety of product. Because you know how to make a play, you can make many kinds of plays. You observe the world around you. You see how people speak, how they move, and how they react. These observations accumulate. They become the material of your writing. The process is slow and unconscious. You do not set out to collect material. It simply happens as you live. Every interaction is potential material. Every conversation, every gesture, every conflict. The accumulation is invisible until you need it. Then the material is there, stored without your knowing. Living and writing are not separate. One feeds the other continuously. Your influence grows, but you do not notice it happening. People begin to quote your lines. Your plays are performed more frequently. Your name becomes known. But to you the work is the same. You write, revise, rehearse, and perform. The external recognition does not change the internal routine. Success creeps up slowly. There is no single moment of arrival. You hear your lines quoted in taverns. You see other playwrights imitating your techniques. These are signs, but you do not dwell on them. The work matters more than the recognition. You focus on the work. You maintain your commitments to the theatre company, to your family, to your patrons. These commitments require steady effort. You show up. You do the work. You fulfill your obligations. This reliability is what sustains your career. Reliability is more valuable than brilliance. People depend on you to deliver. You meet deadlines. You honour agreements. You show up when expected. This builds trust. Trust compounds over time. Your reputation is built on consistency. Your legacy is built in moments that are not recorded. The conversation in a tavern that inspires a character. The walk through London that shapes a setting. the quiet hour of revision that turns a weak scene into a strong one. These moments are ordinary. They are also essential. The important moments do not feel important when they happen. They feel like ordinary moments. A stranger's phrase becomes Hamlet's line. A gesture you noticed becomes Lady Macbeth's movement. The legacy is built from invisible pieces. No one knows where the ideas came from. Only you know, and even you forget most of them. You grow older, the work continues. You do not slow down dramatically. You simply keep going. The rhythm of writing and performing does not stop because you age. It continues as long as you are able. Your body ages, your eyes weaken, your joints ache, but your mind remains sharp. The work adapts to your changing body. You write less when your hand tires, you rest more. But you do not stop. Age brings perspective. You see patterns you could not see when younger. The work benefits from this. You invest in property. You secure your family's future. These decisions are practical. They are not about glory or fame. They are about ensuring that your wife and children are cared for. The work is necessary and unglamorous. You buy New Place, one of the largest houses in Stratford. You buy land. You make investments. These purchases are insurance. If the theatre fails, your family will still have income and shelter. The business of securing a future is tedious. Contracts, negotiations, legal documents. You do it anyway. You return to Stratford more often as you age. The pull of home strengthens. You spend more time with family. You manage your property. You participate in local affairs. The transition from London to Stratford is gradual. It feels natural. London exhausts you more than it used to. The noise, the crowds, the constant activity. Stratford is quieter. The pace is slower. Your family is there. The pull is strong. You do not make a dramatic decision to retire. You simply spend more time at home and less time in London. The transition is organic. The theatre continues without you needing to be there constantly. Other playwrights write. Other actors perform. The company adapts. Your role shifts from central to supportive. You accept this. You have done your part. The company does not need you as much as it once did. This is success, not failure. Younger playwrights bring new energy. You support them. You offer guidance when asked. Stepping back feels right. You have earned rest. The company will continue. You look back on the work with satisfaction, not pride. The plays exist. They are performed. People enjoy them. That is enough. You do not need more than that. Pride would be inappropriate. You did your work. The work succeeded. That is all. Satisfaction is quieter than pride. It is contentment with effort made and tasks completed. The plays will outlast you. This is pleasant to consider, but not essential. You wrote them for now. What happens after is not your concern. Your habits remain. You walk, you write, you read, you sit with others, you eat simple meals, you sleep when tired. These patterns do not change. They are who you are. The habits have carried you through decades. They will carry you to the end. You are comfortable in your routines. They fit you like old clothes. Change is unnecessary. The patterns work. Why alter them? You think about the future rarely. You focus on the present. There is work to do today. There are people to see. There are tasks to complete. The future will arrive when it arrives. You do not rush toward it. The future is abstract. The present is real. Planning too much for the future distracts from living now. You handle what needs handling. You trust the rest to work itself out. Your relationships endure. The people you have known for years are still part of your life. Some have died, others have moved away, but many remain. The continuity of friendship is comforting. Richard Burbage is still acting. Your daughters are grown. Anne is still managing the household. The faces change over time, but some remain constant. These constants anchor you. Long friendships are deep. They require no explanation. The shared history speaks for itself. You do not seek legacy consciously. You do not write to be remembered. You write because it is your work. The plays are created for the present, for the audiences who come to see them now. What happens after is not your concern. Legacy is what others make of your work after you're gone. You have no control over it. You write for the audience in front of you, for the actors, for now. If the plays last, that is pleasant. If they do not, you will not know. Either way, you have done your work. Your life has been steady, not without hardship, but without catastrophe. You have worked, you have rested, you have maintained connections, you have fulfilled responsibilities. Life is ordinary in many ways, but it is also full. Hamlet's death was hard. Financial worries existed, conflicts arose, but overall life has been stable. Stability allowed the work. Without it, you could not have produced so much. Fullness does not require drama. A life of steady work and care is full. The quiet moments matter. The walk through a field, the conversation with a friend, the hour was spent reading, the night was spent sleeping. These are not the moments that make history, but they are the moments that make a life. History records the extraordinary. Life is built from the ordinary. The small moments accumulate. Together, they are everything. You will not be remembered for walking through a field, but the walking shaped who you were. It shaped what you wrote. You have observed much. You have written much. You have lived a life of attention and care. The work reflects this. The characters feel real because they are drawn from real observation. The language feels alive because it comes from a mind that has listened carefully. Attention is the foundation of good writing. You have paid attention for decades. The care you take shows in the work, the precision, the nuance, the humanity. The life and the work are inseparable. The work grew from the life. The life was shaped by the work. You continue. Day follows day. Work follows rest. Seasons turn. You remain engaged with the world around you. You notice. You remember. You create. The pattern continues. It will continue until it cannot. Engagement is the key. You remain interested, curious, attentive. As long as you engage, you are alive in the way that matters most. Life is not extraordinary. It is simply lived with consistency and purpose. This is enough. This has always been enough. Extraordinary lives are rare and often tragic. Ordinary lives are common and often rich. You have lived consistently. You have lived with purpose. These are achievements. Enough is enough. You do not need to be more than you are. When the day ends, you prepare for sleep. You settle into bed. You let go of the day's concerns. Tomorrow will come. There will be more work, more walking, and more observations. But for now, you rest. The day ends. The night comes. Sleep arrives. Tomorrow is another day. The pattern will repeat. For now, you rest. The work is done. The day is complete. The rhythm continues. The life continues. The work continues. This is how it has always been. This is how it will remain. Continuity is the deepest truth. Everything changes slowly within an unchanging pattern. The rhythm is reliable. You trust it. It has carried you this far. It will carry you to the end. And beyond the end, the work will continue in other hands, other voices, other times. But that is not your concern. Your concern is now, this day, this moment, this breath. And so you rest. And so the world continues. And so the story goes on. Imagine New York City in 1904, when the tallest skyscrapers hardly reached the skyline and horses continued to clip-clop along cobblestone streets with the occasional car. Julius Robert Oppenheimer, though everyone would call him Robert, or simply Oppie to his friends, was born into this world of gaslight and escalating ambition. Though Robert's early years were depicted in more general terms, you might think that future atomic scientists come from childhood spent staring at telescopes and chemistry sets. Julius, his father, had come from Germany with little more than a keen sense of style and a passion for textiles. By the time Robert was born, the family business had become successful enough to buy an apartment with a view of the Hudson River, furnished with impressionist paintings, Persian rugs, and the kind of cosy quiet that comes with having money. Ella, Robert's mother, was an artist who saw the world through light and shadow compositions. As young Robert played quietly close by, she had set up her easel by their Upper West Side home's tall windows and began painting watercolours, displaying the thoughtfulness that would define his entire life. Even as a young child, he had an eye for the world that seemed older than his years. It wasn't precocious in the way that adults find it unsettling, but it was genuine curiosity about how things fit together. Though deeply intellectual, the Oppenheimer household was not particularly religious. Every wall was adorned with books like old friends waiting to chat, and topics discussed at the dinner table included literature, art, and difficult philosophical issues. Like a tiny sober sponge, Robert took in all of this, cultivating the kind of all-encompassing curiosity that would eventually enable him to discuss Hindu philosophy with the same ease as he would quantum mechanics. Robert found school to be almost too easy. He was quietly working his way through books that most adults would find difficult, while other kids were having trouble with spelling and math. By the age of 10, he was reading translated Plato and penning poetry that was surprisingly sophisticated for someone whose voice had not yet changed. This thin, pale boy who could talk about literature like a graduate student, but still required assistance getting to books on high shelves, left his teachers unsure of how to interpret him. An alternative form of education was offered by the family's Long Island vacation house. Robert developed a contemplative love for the outdoors here. He was a child who collected rocks with the methodical attention of someone who saw stories in their crystalline structures, not the kind who built forts or caught frogs. An early indication of the scientific mind growing beneath his literary interests was the meticulous labelling and cataloguing of each specimen. Among family friends, Robert's rock collection became legendary. He could spend hours studying a single mineral sample, turning it in the light to reveal various features, reading about its geological formation, and comprehending its significance in the grand scheme of things. He first learned to think in deep time, to envision forces that could reshape continents and processes that took millions of years, thanks to geology. Later on, this sense of scale would enable him to understand physics concepts that other bright minds found difficult to understand. By his early adolescence, Robert had developed into a young man who appeared to be a little different from his contemporaries. He was amiable enough, but his passions and the ferocity with which he pursued them had an unearthly quality. Robert had become enthralled with Hindu philosophy and wanted to read the original texts, so he was teaching himself Sanskrit while other boys his age were learning baseball and the first hints of romantic interest. Although Robert was undoubtedly not exempt from the joy of intellectual achievement, the Sanskrit study was more than just academic boasting. The philosophical issues these ancient writings addressed, such as what the nature of reality is, truly captivated him. How do we make sense of our position in the vast, seemingly uncaring universe? For him, these were pressing personal issues rather than abstract riddles that would shape his views on everything from moral responsibility to subatomic particles. His parents were both proud and perplexed as they observed their son's intellectual growth. Robert appeared to be developing into a person whose mind worked on frequencies they weren't always able to pick up. Despite their desire to raise a thoughtful, cultured child, they realised they were raising someone very special when he casually mentioned over breakfast that he had started a small literary magazine at school, or that he had been communicating with professional geologists about his rock collection. For Robert, the passage from childhood to adolescence wasn't totally seamless. Social situations were occasionally awkward due to his intellectual prowess. He would make references that were too complex for his peers to understand, or get so engrossed in a book that he forgot he was meant to be taking part in group activities. But instead of growing resentful or conceited over his differences, Robert acquired a kind of mild disinterest that would benefit him for the rest of his life. He discovered how to live in two different worlds at once. The world of scientific facts and the world of artistic beauty. The world of teenage worries and the world of adult ideas. Robert had already started to consider the issues that would shape his adult life as he neared graduation from the Ethical Culture School, a school that placed equal emphasis on moral growth and academic success. How can we strike a balance between social responsibility and personal success? What responsibilities do we have to serve others with our gifts? In a universe that appears to be controlled by impersonal forces, how do we find meaning? These weren't the usual worries of a college-bound 18-year-old, but then Robert Oppenheimer had never been normal. With interests ranging from poetry to geology to philosophy, he was getting ready to enroll at Harvard University with a mind that was already beginning to recognise connections that others had overlooked. The young man who had begun by gathering rocks was preparing to contribute to the discovery of the atom's mysteries. For someone with Robert's thirst for knowledge, Harvard in 1922 was like an intellectual candy store. As the majority of freshmen were learning how to organize their own laundry and deal with the social complexities of living in a dorm, Robert was taking courses from a wide range of academic specialties, much like a person at a fancy buffet who is unable to choose between the main courses and the appetizers. Do you know how some people discover their calling early on and pursue it assiduously? Robert wasn't like that. Rather, he went into college like a passionate adventurer charting a new continent. He enrolled in classes in languages, literature, philosophy, history, and almost as an afterthought, chemistry and physics. His transcript appeared to be the work of multiple students whose schedules had been inadvertently combined. During this time, Harvard was still mostly a finishing school for young men from well-to-do families, but it was also starting to draw serious academics who believed that the university was a place where genuine intellectual work could take place. Between these two realms, Robert found himself privileged enough to be at ease in social situations, but too inquisitive to be content with merely academic credentials. This intense young man would ask questions that showed he had read far more than the assigned materials, leaving his professors unsure of how to respond. Robert might tangentially bring up a Sanskrit text in a literature class to clarify a point regarding Western poetry. He would relate molecular structures to philosophical inquiries concerning the nature of existence and matter in a chemistry lab. Some faculty members felt uneasy about the interdisciplinary thinking, while others were genuinely thrilled about it. For students who shared his diverse interests, Robert's room in his Harvard dorm turned into a sort of salon. Robert would lead casual conversations that could range from quantum theory to TS, while other undergraduates were preoccupied with football games and fraternity parties. Eliot's most recent poems are about the Russian Revolution's political ramifications. Robert was genuinely interested in what other people thought about the big questions and genuinely curious about everything. So these weren't performances or attempts to flaunt himself. The academic work was almost too simple. In a fraction of the time required for his peers to master the assigned material for most courses, Robert was able to read independently about topics that went well beyond any syllabus. He found that he had a special talent for physics, not only for manipulating numbers but also for using his imagination to picture how the invisible realm of atoms and energy might truly function. However, despite his academic success, Robert was having trouble answering more introspective questions about his life goals. In his social circle, it was expected that intelligent young men would pursue respectable careers in business, law, or medicine, which would enable them to continue living the comfortable lives they had known as children. These traditional routes drew Robert in, but in some way they seemed too narrow for the questions that captivated him. Something clicked in his junior year. A professor who had trained in Europe and brought back tales of the groundbreaking discoveries being made in physics labs across the Atlantic was teaching Robert an advanced chemistry course. For the first time, Robert realized that science was about asking basic questions about the nature of reality itself, not just about learning facts and doing calculations. The moment was ideal. In the 1920s, physics was going through a revolution that only occurs once every 100 years. Quantum mechanics and relativity theory discoveries were upending everything scientists believed they knew about matter, energy, space, and time. Robert wanted to be involved because it felt like he was witnessing the development of a new perspective on the cosmos. Robert had discovered his calling by his senior year. He would pursue a career in physics, but he wanted to focus on the fundamental issues that were changing how people perceive reality. This was more of a calling than a career decision. It was the same kind of intense dedication that might inspire someone to pursue a career in philosophy or poetry. After earning a summa cum laude degree in 1925, Robert had to make a decision that would affect the rest of his life. He had the option to remain in America and pursue graduate studies at one of the reputable universities, which would provide him with a secure and reliable route to academic achievement. He could also travel to Europe, where the giants of theoretical physics were working out the implications of quantum theory in coffee shops and labs from Cambridge to Göttingen. That's where the real action was in theoretical physics. The choice to travel to Europe wasn't made solely for academic reasons. In addition, Robert was fleeing from a complex romantic circumstance that had left him emotionally damaged and unsure of his own discernment in private affairs. Europe provided him with both geographical separation from issues he wasn't yet prepared to handle, and intellectual adventure. Thus, in the fall of 1925, Robert found himself on a ship travelling across the Atlantic, with letters of introduction to some of the world's most renowned scientists, and a ton of questions concerning atomic structure, quantum mechanics, and the bizarre new reality that physics was unveiling. He was 21 years old, bright, a little gullible about the world outside of academia, and on the cusp of one of the most exciting eras in scientific history. The young man was travelling across the ocean to contribute to the understanding of the true nature of the universe. He had begun his college career by reading poetry and collecting rocks. Someone with Robert's ambition and curiosity had been unconsciously preparing for this kind of intellectual adventure all his life. Imagine getting off a train in Cambridge, England in 1925 with a head full of physics equations that you hope will impress the great Ernest Rutherford, and a suitcase full of clothing that suddenly seems too American. This was Robert's first introduction to the Cavendish laboratory, where men who viewed the fundamental nature of reality as a problem to be solved by meticulous experimentation and astute intuition were making some of the most significant discoveries in atomic physics. Back then, the Cavendish resembled the most exclusive workshop in the world, with scientists discussing atomic nuclei and electrons the way others might discuss the weather, and equipment that looked like it belonged in the basement of a Victorian inventor's home. Robert was in the odd position of being fully unprepared for the practical experimental methods that British physics placed such a strong emphasis on, but intellectually prepared for sophisticated theoretical work. You know how it feels to believe you are proficient at something until you observe a true expert in action? Those were Robert's initial months at Cambridge. He was able to explain quantum mechanics with mathematical precision, but he was unable to handle the delicate manipulations needed for experimental work without causing minor catastrophes. His attempts to construct equipment frequently ended in shattered glassware and outcomes that left his supervisors wondering if theoretical physics would be a better fit for this driven young American. Robert worked with the same methodical intensity he'd brought to everything else, so it wasn't a lack of intelligence or effort that was the issue. However, experimental physics necessitates a distinct way of thinking, a tactile comprehension of material behaviour, and an intuitive sense of when something is functioning correctly. The concrete world of laboratory equipment was almost alien to Robert, whose mind was already functioning at such abstract levels. In fact, Robert's growth as a scientist depended heavily on this difficult time. He had to face the possibility that his intellectual gifts might be limited, and for the first time in his academic career something wasn't coming easily. Instead of giving up, Robert took this setback as an opportunity to reflect more thoroughly on his career goals as a physicist. In contrast, the theoretical work fulfilled all of Robert's expectations. In the 1920s, the physics community was small enough for informal seminars and one-on-one discussions to quickly spread revolutionary ideas. Robert found himself at the centre of debates concerning quantum tunnelling, wave-particle duality, and other ideas that went against everything people had previously believed to be true about the physical world. Robert decided to transfer to Göttingen, Germany, where Max Born was spearheading some of the most advanced work in theoretical physics after a year at Cambridge. This choice would influence the remainder of Robert's career. This was part of a revolutionary movement that was rewriting the laws of nature, not just a change in universities. The quantum revolution began in Göttingen in 1926, when bright people realised they're making discoveries that will forever alter human understanding. The university town is filled with the kind of intellectual excitement that results. When Robert arrived, he was surrounded by young physicists from all over the world, who were all interested in working with Born and his colleagues on problems that had never been solved, because they had never been properly formulated before. In a way that Robert had never encountered before, the work was highly collaborative. In coffee shop conversations and seminars, ideas were freely exchanged, and progress toward understanding was more important than credit. Robert flourished in this setting and found that, rather than detracting from his physics thinking, his wide cultural background and philosophical interests actually strengthened it. Robert started working on quantum mechanical problems under Born's tutelage that called for real physical intuition about the behaviour of atoms and molecules, in addition to mathematical expertise. The quantum mechanics of molecular rotation was the subject of his doctoral dissertation, which he finished in an exceptionally short amount of time. This technical work showed his command of the new theoretical tools and opened up research avenues that would occupy other physicists for decades. What Robert discovered about the true nature of science, however, may have been more significant than the particular study. He learned in Göttingen that the best discoveries frequently result from identifying which questions are worthwhile to ask, rather than from resolving predetermined issues. He developed the ability to think like a theoretical physicist, which included being at ease with ambiguity, adept at mathematical abstraction, and constantly aware of connections that others might overlook. Robert's knowledge of politics and culture was also expanded by his time in Europe, which would have an impact on his future. This was Weimar Germany, a country struggling with economic instability and escalating political tensions as it attempted to reconstruct itself following the destruction of World War I. Robert saw firsthand how political forces could quickly jeopardize academic freedom and scientific collaboration, but he also saw firsthand how intellectual life could thrive even in turbulent times. Robert had changed from a bright but unfocused college graduate to one of the rising stars of theoretical physics by the time he finished his doctorate in 1927. He had acquired research techniques that would benefit him throughout his career, learned to think in the mathematical language of quantum mechanics, and cultivated connections with scientists who would influence physics in the 20th century. Once a hobbyist rock collector, the young man was now prepared to contribute to the discovery of the fundamental laws governing everything from star behaviour to atomic structure. He would, however, first go back to America to assist in creating a physics community that could rival the intellectual stimulation he had encountered in Europe. Robert was carrying more than just a doctorate as he got ready to set sail again across the Atlantic. He was introducing a fresh perspective on physics that would contribute to the transformation of American science from a primarily regional endeavour into a global leader in basic research. The young man who had enjoyed reading Sanskrit was coming back as a man who could decipher nature's own hidden grammar, in contrast to the intellectual oasis he'd encountered in Europe. American physics appeared to be a desert when Robert returned to the United States in 1927. The majority of American physics departments were still concentrating on real-world applications and conventional experimental methods, while European universities were humming with discussions about relativity theory and quantum mechanics. Everyone was still playing simple folk tunes, which was like coming back from a symphony concert. However, Robert viewed this as an opportunity rather than a letdown. Even though American physics was theoretically underdeveloped, there was still an opportunity to develop something new and establish an intellectual community that could compete with the major European learning hubs. It only required someone who was prepared to sow the seeds and then patiently and enthusiastically tend to their growth. The physics department at the University of California, Berkeley, where he held his first job, was searching for someone who could introduce graduate students to the theoretical work that was transforming the field in Europe. When Robert got there were a few bright students who wanted to learn about quantum mechanics but didn't know where to start. It was similar to asking someone who had never heard the language to teach them a foreign language. What followed was one of those understated revolutions that alter everything but are rarely reported in the media. Robert started constructing the Berkeley School of Theoretical Physics, turning nearly nothing into a research program that would eventually compete with the best in the world. However, he accomplished this in a manner that was distinctively American, fusing European sophistication with a more open, cooperative, and democratic method of scientific inquiry. Robert's teaching style was the key because it was different from anything his students had ever encountered. Rather than giving polished lectures while standing at a blackboard, Robert would solve problems aloud as his students observed the process of discovery. It was similar to being permitted to watch a master craftsman in action, witnessing not only the final product but also the methods and ways of thinking that enabled excellence. The physics community came to revere Robert's seminars. He would be deep in conversation with whoever had arrived early, explaining connections between quantum mechanics, statistical mechanics, and astrophysics that most professors would treat as distinct subjects, while drawing equations on the blackboard. Everyone was expected to contribute, and the environment was more akin to a salon than a classroom. Do you know how some educators tend to oversimplify difficult subjects? Robert possessed the opposite talent. He was able to make even the most difficult theoretical physics ideas seem not just understandable, but inevitable. His seminars would leave students with a fresh perspective on physical issues as well as new knowledge, as if they had been given access to secrets about the true workings of the universe. Students from all over the nation were drawn to the Berkeley program because they had heard about this young professor who was making a significant contribution to the teaching of physics in America. They arrived hoping to learn quantum mechanics, but instead they found a whole new way of doing science, one that valued depth as much as breadth, philosophical insight as much as mathematical skill, and teamwork as much as individual success. Robert's impact went well beyond his official teaching duties. For a whole generation of American physicists, many of whom would later make important contributions to the discipline, he served as a mentor and intellectual mentor. More significantly, though, he was not merely teaching them to solve problems, he was teaching them how to think like scientists. Robert's interdisciplinary approach and wide range of interests were reflected in the research that came out of Berkeley in the 1930s, working on issues ranging from nuclear theory to astrophysics to atomic and molecular physics. His students frequently discovered connections between these ostensibly disparate fields that more narrowly focused researchers would overlook. Although Robert himself made significant contributions to the fields of quantum tunneling, cosmic ray showers and neutron stars, his greatest accomplishment was establishing a scientific community capable of confidently and creatively addressing any issue. Robert's genuine excitement for the process of discovery, in addition to his mastery of physics, was what made him such an effective teacher. He tackled every new problem with the inquisitiveness of someone who was learning physics for the first time, and this enthusiasm was infectious. In addition to learning how to solve problems, students also discovered how much they enjoy the intellectual journey that is scientific research. The Berkeley School was one of the top hubs for theoretical physics research worldwide by the late 1930s. The collaborative, interdisciplinary approach that Robert had taught them was being carried by his former students as they dispersed throughout American universities. American physics was starting to compete with European science by creating its own unique research and teaching methodology rather than by imitating European techniques. However, Robert's career and the interaction between science and society were about to change as a result of the intersection of his teaching success with more significant historical forces. Soon, the same theoretical discoveries that made his seminars so fascinating would serve as the basis for weapons with previously unheard of destructive potential, and the educator, who had dedicated his professional life to fostering intellectual community, would be called upon to lead an unprecedented scientific endeavour to put an end to a conflict. All of Robert's interpersonal and intellectual leadership abilities would be put to the test as he went from being a university professor to a scientific administrator. However, the groundwork had been established during his time at Berkeley, where he discovered that the most significant scientific breakthroughs frequently result from groups of gifted individuals collaborating to achieve shared objectives rather than from lone geniuses. Imagine being tasked with creating a brand new city in the middle of a New Mexico mesa, assembling a team of some of the most talented and erratic scientists on the planet, and organising them to tackle the most difficult technical problem in human history, all while keeping everything you do completely secret. In 1942, Robert was offered this task by the US government, and he accepted it somehow. At 7,300 feet above sea level, on a plateau encircled by mountains that seemed to go on forever beneath a vast sky, Robert's first impression of Los Alamos was hardly more than a boys' school. It was remote, harsh, and totally unfit for the kind of scientific work that would have to take place there. But it was also beautiful in the way that barren landscapes can be. After seeing the website, the majority of people would have recommended going somewhere more affordable. But when Robert looked at that mesa, he noticed something different. He saw a setting that might motivate the kind of extraordinary effort that extraordinary times required, a space that could support quick expansion, and an isolation that would offer security. More than that, he realised that developing the atomic bomb was a human challenge that would necessitate the establishment of an entirely new type of scientific community. The Manhattan Project marked a significant change in the structure and financing of scientific research. Los Alamos would unite hundreds of scientists and engineers to work on a single, well-defined goal under military security and government guidance, rather than having individual professors work with small groups of students on problems of their own. With Robert conducting, it was like attempting to turn scientific research from chamber music into a symphony orchestra. Just the logistical difficulties were astounding. Without knowing exactly what they would be working on, scientists and their families had to be recruited. The closest major city was hundreds of miles away, so housing, labs and support facilities had to be built there. Equipment had to be transported to an unofficial site via mountain roads, and it had to happen fast enough to change the course of a global conflict. The human problems, however, were even more intricate. In addition to representing various physics and chemistry specialties, the scientists who arrived at Los Alamos also represented various cultures, research methodologies, and viewpoints on the best way to structure scientific endeavours. American scholars who had never left their homelands collaborated with European refugees who had fled fascism. Engineers who had to construct real devices that would function in combat environments worked alongside theoretical physicists who thought in abstract mathematical terms. Although he undoubtedly helped solve technical problems, Robert's genius during this time was more organisational and social than scientific. Somehow he was able to maintain scientific standards under extreme time pressure, balance the conflicting demands of scientific openness and military security, and foster a sense of shared purpose among individuals who had spent their careers working independently. There had never been a community like the one that grew up at Los Alamos in the history of science. Not because they had to, but because they were engrossed in the thrill of group discovery. Scientists put in more hours and worked harder than they had ever thought possible. Suddenly, Robert's theoretical knowledge, which he had been imparting at Berkeley, was being applied to real-world issues with immediate consequences. During this time, Robert's leadership style was a reflection of all he had learned in his years as a teacher about scientific creativity and human motivation. He concentrated on fostering an environment where talented individuals could produce their best work, rather than attempting to micromanage technical details. He made sure his scientists had the tools and assistance they required while shielding them from bureaucratic meddling. He promoted the kind of casual conversations and interdisciplinary cooperation that had been so fruitful at Berkeley. For someone with Robert's wide range of cultural interests and vast personal network, the security requirements at Los Alamos presented unique challenges. His previous affiliations with leftist and communist groups, which had not seemed significant during his academic career, suddenly became issues of national security when he was attempting to coordinate the most significant scientific endeavour in American history. FBI agents looked into his background, maintaining his own moral equilibrium and sense of perspective while overseeing work that was specifically intended to produce WMDs was perhaps the most challenging task Robert had to undertake. After years of studying philosophical issues regarding the nature of reality and human responsibility, the man was now directly faced with the applications of scientific knowledge. The technical work moved along remarkably quickly and effectively. The kind of concentrated cooperation that only the urgency of war could foster led to the resolution of issues that might have taken years to resolve in peacetime in a matter of months. Scientists who had never held a job outside of academia were now managing intricate engineering projects and designing industrial processes. The precise blueprints for nuclear weapons were developed using the theoretical insights of quantum mechanics. Robert started to wrestle with issues that would follow him for the rest of his life as the project came to a close. What moral ramifications did what they were producing have? What effects might nuclear weapons have on human civilization and international relations? What obligations did scientists have regarding how their findings were used? These were pressing real-world issues that would soon require solutions, not abstract philosophical conundrums. When he first agreed to build a laboratory in the desert, the quiet, bookish professor who had once taught Sanskrit for fun was about to become one of the most powerful people in modern history, and the weight of that influence was starting to weigh heavily on him. Robert stood in a bunker in the New Mexico desert on the morning of July 16th, 1945, anticipating whether 3 years of the most rigorous scientific endeavour in human history would yield the outcome that theory had predicted. 20,000 yards away on a tower was the gadget they dubbed Gadget, far enough away that, in the worst-case scenario, they might live to lament their errors. You know how you feel when you've studied everything you can before a final exam, but you're still unsure if you'll be sufficiently prepared. The stakes were a little higher than a course grade, but that was Robert's mindset in the pre-dawn darkness of the Alamogordo Desert. They were on the verge of the first artificial nuclear explosion in Earth's history, if their calculations were accurate. If their calculations were incorrect, the repercussions could be anything from a regional disaster to an embarrassing failure. With the same mechanical accuracy that had defined the Manhattan Project as a whole, the countdown began 10, 9, 8, 7. At 0, a flash of light brighter than the sun blazed across the desert, visible from 150 miles away, transforming the mountains into bleak silhouettes against a man-made dawn. Even from a distance, observers could feel the heat on their faces. Then, like an unseen tsunami, the shockwave rolled across the desert floor. It was precisely the kind of literary illusion that had defined Robert's thinking throughout his career. But this time, the ancient poetry carried a weight that no classroom discussion could have prepared him for. Robert later claimed that a line from the Bhagavad Gita came to mind as he watched the expanding fireball rise into a mushroom cloud that would become the iconic image of the nuclear age. Now I am become death, destroyer of worlds. In addition to being Robert's greatest scientific achievement, the Trinity test marked the start of his most trying time as a person. However, the successful detonation also meant that Robert and his colleagues had succeeded in creating something that could potentially destroy human civilization, proving that the theoretical work done at Los Alamos had been correct and that the massive investment of talent and resources had produced the weapon that military planners believed could end World War II. The weeks after Trinity were a curious jumble of joy, fatigue, and mounting fear of what they had let loose. Though many of the scientists at Los Alamos were starting to realise that their achievement would fundamentally alter human perceptions of power war and the natural world, they had achieved something unprecedented in the history of science and engineering. Robert was in the odd position of receiving praise for accomplishments that made him feel more and more uncomfortable. It was a practical illustration of how humans could use the basic forces of nature for destructive ends, based on the same theoretical insights that had made his Berkeley seminars so intellectually stimulating. It was similar to receiving recognition for resolving a sophisticated mathematical puzzle while being aware that the solution would result in great suffering. Robert and his colleagues discovered, along with the rest of the world, what their theoretical work looked like when applied to real cities with real people, when the bombs were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in August 1945. Photographs of destroyed buildings, reports of radiation sickness, and death tolls that reached the hundreds of thousands replaced the abstract calculations about energy release and blast effects. Like Robert's own emotions, the public's response to the atomic bombs was complicated. The weapons may have saved hundreds of thousands of American and Japanese lives by bringing an end to World War II without the need for an expensive invasion of Japan. However, they had also brought a new class of destructive power into human history, making earlier conflicts seem almost archaic in comparison. As the man who had enabled nuclear war, Robert was both feared and hailed as a hero. Everyone who had worked on the Manhattan Project found it difficult to make the shift from the urgency of war to contemplation in peace. But Robert found it particularly difficult. The immediate objective of bringing the war to a close before Nazi Germany could create its own atomic bomb had taken precedence over the ethical concerns surrounding nuclear weapons during the conflict. Now that the war was over and the US was the only country with nuclear weapons, those ethical issues needed to be addressed. Robert started discussing the ramifications of atomic energy in public, contending that a disastrous arms race could only be avoided by international collaboration and civilian control of nuclear technology. Some of his detractors would later view his support for international control of nuclear weapons and the sharing of atomic secrets with other countries as naive or even treasonous. However, Robert's worries were more grounded in his knowledge of the relevant science than in political ideology. He understood that a world with multiple nuclear powers would be far more dangerous than one where nuclear energy was managed cooperatively by international institutions, that the fundamentals of nuclear physics could not be kept secret forever, and that other countries would eventually develop their own atomic weapons. After learning Sanskrit out of curiosity and collecting rocks for fun, the man now found himself at the centre of discussions about the future of human civilization. In order to decide whether his scientific accomplishments would be regarded as humanity's greatest achievement or its ultimate error, the theoretical physicist who had previously preferred the company of books and ideas was now conferring with generals, politicians, and diplomats on this matter. By the end of 1945, Robert was starting to realise that scientific achievement could be more burdensome than failure, particularly if it provided humans with capabilities that their moral development and wisdom had not equipped them to manage responsibly. The boy who had once pondered his place in the universe was now struggling with the fact that he had helped create a world in which that universe might not have much more time to reflect. Following Los Alamos, Robert learned something that many successful people learn too late. Fame can be a trap that alters your perception of yourself as well as how other people perceive you. Now, one of America's most famous scientists, the bashful professor, who had been happy to lecture small groups of graduate students about quantum mechanics, was expected to have views on everything from nuclear policy to the fate of human civilization. Imagine being asked to comment on political decisions you're not qualified to make, invited to every significant meeting on subjects you have never studied, and treated as an authority on matters that are well outside of your actual area of expertise. This was Robert's life in the late 1940s, and he managed it with his usual wits and a naivete about public relations and politics that would lead to major problems down the road. Robert was offered a new position by the Atomic Energy Commission that seemed to be a perfect fit for his background in science and his wider interest in culture. Director of Princeton's Institute for Advanced Study. One of the most prominent places in American intellectual life, it allowed the brightest minds in the world to focus on basic research without being sidetracked by administrative or teaching responsibilities. Along with other titans of 20th century mathematics and science, Einstein worked there. In the late 1940s, Princeton was a haven for scholars, where serious thinkers could ponder the most profound issues in their disciplines. With the same fervour he had brought to Los Alamos, Robert threw himself into this work, but this time the urgency was intellectual rather than military. He sought to ascertain whether there were more profound ideas that might bring together our knowledge of matter, energy, space, and time, as well as whether the theoretical insights of quantum mechanics could be expanded upon. However, Robert was unable to fully escape the public role that his wartime accomplishments had given him. He testified before Congress on nuclear policy, served on government advisory committees, and delivered lectures to audiences who were more interested in hearing from the father of the atomic bomb than from a theoretical physicist tackling abstract quantum field theory problems. Robert was exposed to political forces through these public activities that followed rules very different from those he'd learned in academic and scientific circles. Although there may be disagreements over ideas, most people in universities respect one another's right to have differing views. Ideological disagreements in politics, particularly in the early years of the Cold War, could easily turn into personal assaults and inquiries about loyalty and patriotism. Politicians and journalists searching for proof of disloyalty among high-profile Americans suddenly turned Robert's previous affiliations with communist and leftist groups, which had seemed inconsequential during his academic career and had been disregarded during the war because his services were needed, into ammunition. They dusted off and looked for evidence of subversive activity in the same FBI files that had been put aside during the Manhattan Project. Ironically, Robert had never been a particularly political individual. In the 1930s, his engagement with leftist groups was driven less by a methodical political philosophy and more by intellectual curiosity and social justice concerns. Although he had attended meetings and given money to causes that seemed deserving, he had never been the type of activist who sought to overthrow the US government or advance Soviet objectives. However, context and subtlety don't translate well into political headlines, and Robert's multifaceted personality and wide range of intellectual interests made him a prime target for those who wished to paint scientists as dishonest and possibly treacherous. The man was now being questioned about his dedication to American security after spending 3 years of his life developing weapons that helped win World War II. Robert's search for meaning and purpose in research that was unrelated to immediate practical applications was reflected in the scientific work produced during this time. He was working on issues in elementary particle physics and quantum field theory that might not be useful for decades, if at all. With the weight of knowing how quickly theoretical insights could be turned into game-changing technologies, it was like going back to the pure intellectual pleasure that had initially drawn him to physics. Robert's lectures during this time show someone attempting to understand the meaning of science, in a world where scientific advancements could have such far-reaching effects. He discussed the need for scientists to consider the wider ramifications of their work, the responsibility that came with discovering nature's secrets, and the relationship between scientific knowledge and human values. For Robert, these were urgent personal issues that kept him up at night, not purely philosophical debates. The man was now struggling with the ethical implications of scientific knowledge, whereas previously he had delighted in the pure intellectual beauty of quantum mechanics. When knowledge of the natural world could be abused, how do you seek it out? How do you strike a balance between citizens' duty to advance human welfare and scientists' duty to pursue the truth? Those who had ever expressed sympathy for leftist causes or supported international cooperation in nuclear policy faced growing hostility in the political atmosphere of the early 1950s. Politicians like Senator Joseph McCarthy were advancing their careers by disparaging fellow travellers and suspected communists, fostering an environment where affiliation with divisive ideologies could ruin reputations and lead to career termination. Robert's position became more and more vulnerable. Politicians seeking to prove their anti-communist credentials naturally targeted him because of his notoriety as a scientist and his prior affiliations with leftist causes. At the same time, he disagreed with political and military leaders who supported a more aggressive strategy for Cold War competition with the Soviet Union because of his persistent support for international control of nuclear weapons and his opposition to the development of hydrogen bombs. For Robert, the hydrogen bomb controversy was especially challenging. The physics that had enabled the atomic bomb was extended in the theoretical work needed to develop fusion weapons, but the potential destructive power was orders of magnitude higher. As weapons so destructive that they could have no logical strategic use, Robert contended that hydrogen bombs were both morally and militarily unnecessary. Critics, however, saw his resistance to the hydrogen bomb as proof that he was either unaware of Soviet intentions or deliberately trying to undermine American nuclear capabilities. In a political climate that favoured straightforward classifications of loyalty and disloyalty, it was challenging to convey the nuanced viewpoint of someone who opposed some types of nuclear weapons but supported nuclear deterrence. Robert became more and more excluded from the policy debates where his scientific background could have been most useful as the 1950s went on. He was now distrusted by the same government that had trusted him to plan the Manhattan Project. Decisions about the development and deployment of America's nuclear arsenal were routinely excluding the man who had contributed to its creation. This time period had a huge personal cost. Robert had based his career on the belief that reasonable people would respect and acknowledge scientific integrity and intellectual honesty. He was learning that moral complexity was frequently misunderstood as moral confusion, and that these traits could be viewed as weaknesses rather than strengths in the context of Cold War politics. The scene was being prepared for a confrontation that would put not only Robert's fortitude to the test, but also the balance between political power and scientific knowledge in American democracy. The boy who had once read Sanskrit and collected rocks was about to encounter the most challenging task of his life, a political trial that would decide whether or not intellectual independence and public service could coexist in Cold War America, rather than a scientific issue that could be resolved with careful consideration and innovative thinking. Robert was a well-respected scientific advisor until he received a letter in December 1953 that would make him a symbol of the conflicts in Cold War America between national security and intellectual freedom. His security clearance was being revoked by the Atomic Energy Commission, the same agency that had depended on his knowledge for years, due to concerns about his dependability and loyalty. Have you ever had the depressing realization that people you trusted have been gathering evidence of your alleged wrongdoing and assembling a case against you behind your back, all the while smiling and seeking your advice? That was the case for Robert when he discovered that FBI records spanning decades of his contacts, discussions and actions had been assembled into a case to bar him from any government employment involving classified material. The charges included both specific allegations and broad questions regarding Robert's moral fibre and discernment. His prior ties to communist groups were cited as proof of his betrayal. His resistance to the hydrogen bomb was seen as possibly driven more by outside pressure than by ethical and scientific considerations. His wide range of intellectual interests and complex personality was somehow turned into proof of his unreliability. Robert had to make a decision that would affect the rest of his life. He could quietly accept that his security clearance had been revoked, go back to working only on academic projects, and escape the publicity that would accompany a legal battle, or aware that this would produce a public spectacle that would subject specifics of his personal life and political affiliations to hostile scrutiny. He could insist on a hearing. Robert's choice to contest the charges demonstrated his faith in his own moral character, as well as his ignorance of the procedure he was about to undergo. He felt that reasonable people would realize that his service to the nation had always been driven by patriotism rather than disloyalty if he could clearly explain his actions and motivations. He didn't realize how much the political landscape had changed since the war years, when his contributions had been accepted in spite of suspicions about his affiliations. With the exception of the legal protections that defendants typically enjoy, the hearings, which started in April 1954, had all the features of a criminal trial, despite being formally referred to as an administrative review. In addition to being unable to cross-examine hostile witnesses and view the evidence against him, Robert was also unable to see the case's key classified documents because his attorneys lacked security clearances. The extent to which Robert's life had been monitored by the government for years was made clear during the proceedings. FBI agents had gathered comprehensive reports on his personal relationships and political activities, monitored his conversations and looked into his friends and co-workers. The man who had dedicated his life to government service during the war was now discovering that during his most productive time, the same government had been considering him a possible security threat. According to the testimony given during the hearings, Robert did not look like the person his friends and co-workers knew. He was characterized by witnesses as conceited, untrustworthy and possibly disloyal, someone whose resistance to specific weapons programs may be driven more by outside pressure than by sincere ethical and scientific concerns. The sophisticated, introspective physicist who had constructed Los Alamos was reduced to a cartoon villain whose every move could be seen as proof of subversive intent. According to Robert's own testimony, he was being methodically humiliated by a procedure that appeared to be more intended to ruin his reputation than to ascertain the truth about his loyalty, and he was fighting to keep his dignity. He responded to inquiries about personal details, described relationships and conversations from decades past, and attempted to explain his nuanced stances on complex policy issues to those who seemed intent on misinterpreting them. The testimony of former co-workers and friends who'd been coerced into testifying against Robert was the most upsetting part of the hearings. Testimonies regarding his character, judgment, and dependability were requested from government officials who had consulted him, scientists who had collaborated with him at Los Alamos, and close friends who had confided in him. Others gave him the kind of carefully qualified testimony that hurt him, while preserving their own security clearances, while others bravely stood by him. Given the political atmosphere and the way the proceedings were set up, the final decision, which was made public in June 1954, was inevitable. The hearing board came to the conclusion that although Robert was most likely loyal, his character and judgment were questioned, making him unfit to have access to classified material. His position as a government advisor was essentially terminated when his security clearance was revoked, and many Americans began to view him as a security risk. Both personally and professionally, Robert suffered greatly in the immediate wake of the hearings. Many in the government and defense establishment now viewed the man who had once been one of America's most eminent scientists as a pariah. Former co-workers were reluctant to associate with someone who carried the stigma of having their security clearance revoked. Speaking invitations were withdrawn and job opportunities vanished. However, the hearings also had wider ramifications for democracy and science in America. Other scientists were warned by Robert's treatment that moral complexity and independent thought were dangerous traits in anyone wishing to work on matters of national significance. The case showed how easily political factors could override expertise, and how easily the demands of ideological conformity could compromise scientific integrity. Robert was starting a new chapter in his life that would put his fortitude to the test, and require him to re-evaluate his identity and mission as he walked out of the hearing room for the last time, having lost both his security clearance and his position as a government advisor. In a democratic society under pressure, the young man who had constructed atomic bombs and the boy who had gathered rocks now represented the strength and fragility of intellectual independence. Robert was placed in a strange form of exile following the security hearings. He was not exiled from the nation, but he was essentially cut off from the government work that had provided the greatest practical value to his scientific expertise. It was similar to being a master craftsman who was abruptly informed that his abilities were no longer required for the most important projects, abandoning him to work alone on his craft while others made the choices that would determine the course of events. Both practically and psychologically, the change was abrupt. Robert had been at the forefront of America's most significant scientific and policy debates for over 10 years. He had grown accustomed to receiving calls from government representatives, requests for advice on nuclear weapons policy, and invitations to high-level meetings. For the first time since before the war, the man who'd been one of America's most consulted experts found himself with extended periods of unbroken time when the phone abruptly stopped ringing and the invitations stopped coming in. The Institute for Advanced Study at Princeton served as a haven during this trying time. Because of the Institute's culture of intellectual independence, Robert's political issues had no bearing on his reputation there, and his colleagues still respected him for his scientific accomplishments. Even in this safe haven, though, Robert found it difficult to understand the new meaning of his life and work. You know how losing something significant can occasionally reveal sides of yourself that were hidden or ignored while you were preoccupied with it. Robert's exile from government service compelled him to rediscover aspects of himself that his work as a nuclear policy advisor had obscured. With new vigour, he went back to his physics studies, tackling quantum field theory problems that were intellectually demanding but wholly unrelated to military uses. During this time, Robert produced some of his most imaginative and ambitious scientific work. He could now focus on the kinds of fundamental questions that initially drew him to physics, freed from the pragmatic concerns that had dominated his thinking both during and after the war. Whether the theoretical framework of quantum mechanics could be expanded to offer a cohesive understanding of all the fundamental forces in nature, what physicists now refer to as a theory of everything, was of particular interest to him. However, Robert also started to approach the relationship between science and society, and the wider ramifications of scientific knowledge in a more methodical manner. He had a unique perspective on how scientific advancements could be used to gain political and military power, as well as how scientists could be torn between their civic duties and their dedication to the truth, thanks to his experiences during the Manhattan Project and the security hearings. Robert became one of the first well-known scientists to write thoughtfully about what is now known as the social responsibility of science as a result of these reflections. He maintained that scientists could not merely seek knowledge for its own sake without considering the potential applications of that knowledge. He also cautioned against the perils of permitting political factors to obstruct free speech and scientific investigation. During this time, his writing and speaking demonstrated a mind still struggling with the basic issues that had captivated him since he was a young boy, but now bearing the burden of experience from witnessing the transformation of intangible concepts into revolutionary technologies. The young man who had pondered the nature of reality had grown into a man who recognized the dangers that could arise when people were able to alter reality at its most basic levels. In addition to a lingering sense of loss and dislocation, Robert's personal life in the 1950s and 1960s was characterized by a slow recovery from the trauma of the security hearings. He continued to be close to his children and stayed married to Kitty, who had been there for him during the ordeal. However, friends noticed that he was now warier than before, that the world was more hostile and unpredictable than he had previously realized. Over time, the scientific community's reaction to Robert's treatment changed. At first, a lot of scientists were hesitant to support him, because they were worried that doing so would harm their own careers. However, more scientists realized that the attack on Robert was actually an attack on the independence and integrity of science itself, as the political landscape started to shift in the late 1950s and early 1960s. During this time, Robert's writings and lectures drew audiences interested in his viewpoint on the ethical and political issues confronting contemporary society, as well as his scientific discoveries. His experiences had given him a unique authority to speak about the relationship between power and knowledge in the modern world, making him a sort of elder statesman of American intellectual life. Ironically, Robert's exclusion from government policy discussions occurred just when his insights could have been most useful. The risk of nuclear war was becoming a constant aspect of international relations. The nuclear arms race was speeding up, and new weapons were being developed that made the atomic bombs of World War II seem almost archaic. The man who had contributed to the creation of this predicament was now barred from participating in attempts to control or remedy it. However, Robert's influence during this time came from his work as a public intellectual and teacher, rather than from his direct involvement in policy decisions. His writings and speeches influenced a generation of scientists' perspectives on their roles, and his example showed that intellectual integrity could be upheld in the face of strong political pressure. As the 1960s went on, Robert started to get credit for his scientific contributions without openly criticizing the way the government treated him. He was invited to deliver significant lectures, won prestigious honors, and was progressively restored to his position as a respected member of American intellectual life. But in exchange for the recognition, he agreed to stay out of the circles that made the most significant decisions regarding nuclear weapons. When the nuclear age he helped create continued to unfold in ways that exceeded even his most pessimistic predictions about the dangers of nuclear weapons and fulfilled some of his worst fears, the man who had once stood in the New Mexico desert and watched the first atomic explosion was now watching from a distance. The boy who had once gathered rocks on Long Island beaches had transformed into something Robert could never have predicted as he approached his last years. A living representation of the ethical dilemmas that occur when political power and scientific knowledge collide. The whole story of humanity's journey into the nuclear age, from the theoretical discoveries that enabled atomic weapons to the political fallout that was still being felt decades later, was etched in the mind of the elderly physicist strolling through the peaceful streets of Princeton. You know how sometimes the most significant life lessons are revealed only near the end, when all of the different experiences and decisions can be viewed as a part of a greater whole. Growing awareness of what his remarkable life had shown about the opportunities and risks faced by any society that depends more and more on scientific knowledge for its security and prosperity characterized Robert's later years. As the political landscape shifted and more Americans started to doubt the excesses of Cold War hysteria, Robert's reputation started to slowly recover in the 1960s, but quickly gained momentum. Scientists who had kept quiet during his ordeal started to openly discuss how unfair his treatment was. Government representatives who had supported or taken part in the security hearings started to privately apologize for their involvement in what was becoming viewed as a disgraceful chapter in American history. The government's highest award for contributions to nuclear science, the Enrico Fermi Award, was given to Robert by President Lyndon Johnson in 1963. The ceremony was meticulously planned to honor Robert's scientific accomplishments, without specifically criticizing how the Eisenhower administration handled him. However, the symbolism was clear. Robert was being honored for his contributions to American science by the same government that had labeled him a security risk. Robert's acceptance of the award demonstrated the elegance and nuance that had defined his whole professional life. He could have taken the opportunity to be resentful of how he was treated, or to attack the political forces that had almost ruined his career. Rather, he discussed the ongoing difficulties that society and scientists face as they consider the ramifications of nuclear technology and other significant scientific advancements. Robert's later scientific endeavours demonstrated his continuing interest in basic issues, as well as his developing realisation that he was running out of time to make significant contributions. He kept considering the most profound issues in theoretical physics, but he also started to devote more of his time to instructing and guiding the next generation of scientists who would continue the work he had started. During this time, his lectures were masterworks of scientific communication that blended technical mastery with the kind of wide-ranging cultural perspective that had always been a hallmark of his thought. During these lectures, students and colleagues frequently commented that they felt as though they were watching someone who had accomplished a unique synthesis of philosophical understanding, scientific knowledge, and hard-won wisdom about human nature. Robert's impact on American science went well beyond his involvement in the Manhattan Project or his particular research contributions. He had contributed to the development of the idea that a scientist should be a public intellectual who could explain difficult scientific concepts to a wider audience, and who had an obligation to consider the social and political ramifications of scientific advancements. As science and technology shaped modern society more and more, this model would become more and more significant. During his time at Berkeley, Robert trained a generation of physicists who would go on to make important contributions to American science. Perhaps more significantly, though, they continued his method of conducting scientific research, which placed a strong emphasis on teamwork, intellectual diversity, and the significance of comprehending the larger context in which scientific work is conducted. The Berkeley School of Theoretical Physics served as a model for the structure and methodology of cutting-edge scientific research. In his later years, Robert's interpersonal relationships were characterized by a greater understanding of the familial ties and friendships that had supported him during his darkest moments. With those closest to him, the man who had occasionally come across as distant and intellectually intimidating became more approachable and emotionally transparent. Friends observed that, in ways that his prior emphasis on academic success may have obscured, his experiences had taught him to value loyalty and real human connection. Some of the most profound observations on science and society ever written by a scientist were found in Robert's last years of life. He wrote about the need for wisdom to keep up with human technical capabilities, the beauty and horror of scientific discovery, and the responsibilities that come with knowledge. Future generations of scientists would consider their work and its implications differently as a result of these lectures and essays. When Robert's health started to deteriorate in the late 1960s, he approached his impending death with the same blend of emotional nuance and intellectual curiosity that had marked his approach to all of his other significant life challenges. He did not seem to see death as a tragedy to be avoided at all costs, but rather as another mystery to be pondered. At 62, Robert Oppenheimer passed away from throat cancer on February 18, 1967. A legacy as complicated and difficult as the man himself was left behind by the passing of the boy who had collected rocks, the young man who had learned Sanskrit, the teacher who had revolutionized American theoretical physics, the scientific administrator who had planned the Manhattan Project, and the public intellectual who had wrestled with the moral implications of nuclear weapons. Think about this as you go to bed tonight. Intelligent people are still awake today because of the questions that kept Robert Oppenheimer up at night during his most trying times. How can we strike a balance between seeking knowledge and being concerned about its implications? What obligations do professionals have to society, and what obligations does society have to uphold intellectual freedom? How do we make informed choices about technologies that have the potential to drastically alter human civilization? There are no simple answers to these questions in Robert's life, but it does offer something perhaps more valuable. An example of how a thoughtful individual can wrestle with moral complexity without slipping into either naive idealism or cynicism. The man who assisted in the development of nuclear weapons spent the remainder of his life attempting to comprehend and explain the ramifications of his actions, never escaping responsibility, but also not letting guilt stop him from making further contributions to the welfare and knowledge of humanity. Robert contributed to the creation of the atomic age, which is still developing today. Although nuclear weapons continue to pose a threat to human survival, nuclear technology also produces carbon-free energy and life-saving medical treatments. The same scientific techniques that uncovered the mysteries of atomic structure are still producing new types of problems that we haven't yet learned to predict, or that may provide answers to humanity's biggest problems. Many of the same problems that Robert and his colleagues faced during the Manhattan Project still face scientists today, who are developing genetic engineering, artificial intelligence, and other game-changing technologies. How do you continue potentially useful research while being aware of its risks? How can one uphold scientific objectivity while admitting moral obligations? How do you explain complicated technical matters to the public and political leaders who have to decide how these technologies should be developed and governed? Robert's example implies that although there are no easy answers to these questions, anyone who chooses to work at the boundaries of human knowledge cannot avoid them. Conducting scientific research in a vacuum, apart from social and political influences, is not a morally neutral endeavour. It occurs in human communities, is supported by human institutions, and generates knowledge that can be applied to both positive and negative human goals. The young man who gathered rocks out of natural curiosity grew up to realise that curiosity, no matter how pure its original motivation, always leads to power, and that power always raises issues of responsibility. Perhaps the most distinctive feature of the contemporary scientific endeavour is this shift from naive awe to moral complexity. But Robert's life also shows that despite circumstances that could be used as an excuse for pessimism or hopelessness, it is possible to preserve human decency and intellectual integrity. He never lost faith in the value of seeking the truth, even if doing so resulted in knowledge that was dangerous. Even when his efforts were misinterpreted or dismissed by political authorities, he never gave up on applying his knowledge to advance human welfare. According to the Sanskrit texts Robert had read as a young man, wisdom is the result of realizing how everything is interconnected and the obligations that follow from that realization. He explored those ancient insights and applied them to contemporary scientific knowledge throughout his career. In a way, humans who acquire the ability to control these connections take on responsibilities that go well beyond their immediate goals. The universe that physics reveals is, in fact, interconnected at the most basic levels. As you fall asleep, you may have a dream about a slender young man standing on a mesa in New Mexico, witnessing the first artificial sunrise over the desert and realizing that everything has changed forever. Or, years later, you might dream of that same person strolling through Princeton in the evening light, still thinking about issues of responsibility and knowledge that have no definitive answers but require constant consideration from anyone, concerned with the future of human civilization. Even though Robert Oppenheimer passed away more than 50 years ago, the issues he brought up are still relevant today. Our world is shaped by technological advancements and scientific discoveries that would have seemed magical to earlier generations. The decisions we make about how to use these advancements will determine the kind of world we leave for future generations. The legacy of the boy who gathered rocks and went on to become the man who helped discover the secrets of the atom is not a list of solutions, but rather a dedication to continuing to ask the right questions with wisdom, bravery, and humility. Remembering Robert's example of how a thoughtful person can engage with moral complexity while maintaining both intellectual honesty and hope for human wisdom is crucial as we grapple with the implications of artificial intelligence, climate change, genetic engineering, and other transformative technologies in our own time. Rest easy, knowing that somewhere tonight someone is sitting at a computer or working in a lab, pushing the limits of human knowledge while grappling with issues of accountability and consequence that bind them across decades to a theoretical. Physicist who once stood in the New Mexico desert and saw the world transform in a burst of artificial light. There are still questions. Each new generation takes on the duty of interacting with them in a thoughtful and brave manner. And the greatest hope for our future as a species may be found in that continuous dialogue between human wisdom and curiosity. You know that feeling when you wake up without an alarm, naturally stirring just as the first light creeps through your bedroom window? That's actually your body remembering something incredibly ancient. Your ancestors didn't need smartphones buzzing at 6:30 a.m. because they had something far more reliable, the sun itself, and a deep understanding of how the world moves around them. Picture yourself living 5,000 years ago. Imagine a world without clocks ticking on walls, digital displays glowing in the dark or scheduling apps reminding you about meetings. Instead, you would awaken to the sound of the rooster's crow, a reminder that people actually kept roosters as their own personal alarm clocks. The internal timing system of these birds is so precise that they would crow at nearly the same time every morning, within a few minutes variation. But here's where it gets interesting. You wouldn't think, oh, it's 6:15 a.m. You'd think, the sun is one hand's width above the horizon, or the shadows are 3 times longer than my height. Ancient people measured time by observing the world around them, and they became incredibly skilled at reading these natural signals. In ancient Egypt, priests would watch for the moment when certain stars appeared on the horizon just before dawn. They called these deacon stars, and they divided the night into segments based on which stars were visible. It wasn't just about knowing when to wake up, it was about understanding the rhythm of the universe itself. Your ancestors, approximately 200 generations back, had to be time experts out of necessity. Farmers needed to know when to plant and harvest. Sailors needed to navigate by the stars. Religious ceremonies had to happen at specific moments. Missing the right time could mean the difference between a successful harvest and starvation, or between safely reaching port and becoming lost at sea. The funny thing is, they were probably better at telling time than you are right now. Without a watch, could you tell if it's closer to 2 p.m. or 4 p.m. just by looking around? Ancient people could estimate time within minutes, just by glancing at shadows or noticing which birds were singing. They didn't just track hours, they understood seasons with incredible precision. They knew that when the Pleiades star cluster appeared at a certain angle, it was time to start preparing for winter. When specific flowers bloomed, it meant the rains would come in exactly 3 weeks. Such information wasn't superstition, it was accumulated knowledge passed down through generations of careful observation. Imagine living so connected to natural rhythms that you could sense time in your bones. You'd wake up naturally before dawn, work during the productive hours when light was good, rest during the heat of midday, and settle into evening activities as the sun began to set. Your body would be synchronized with the Earth's rotation in a way that modern people can barely imagine. The ancient Chinese divided day and night into 12 periods, each lasting about 2 hours, but instead of numbers they named these periods after animals. The hour of the rat, 11 p.m. to 1 a.m., the hour of the ox, 1 a.m. to 3 a.m., and so on. Each animal represented the time when that creature was most active. It's practical and poetic at the same time, very different from our cold, numerical approach to time. What strikes you most about ancient timekeeping isn't just how they did it, but how relaxed they were about precision. If someone said, "Meet me when the sun is halfway to its highest point," everyone understood this might vary by 10 or 15 minutes depending on the season, the weather, or simply how carefully you were paying attention. Time was fluid, natural, and forgiving. The system wasn't primitive. It was sophisticated in ways we've forgotten. They built entire civilizations using nothing but careful observation of natural patterns, and somehow they managed to coordinate complex societies, plan elaborate constructions, and maintain religious calendars that were accurate across centuries. As you drift towards sleep tonight, you're participating in the same daily rhythm that has guided humans for thousands of years. Your body knows it's time to rest, just as it has always known. Let's talk about the most obvious timekeeper your ancestors used, the sun. But they didn't just notice that it rose and set. They became experts at reading the sun's position, understanding its moods, and predicting its behavior with startling accuracy. You've probably noticed that the sun doesn't rise in exactly the same spot every day. During the summer, it rises further north and travels high across the sky. In winter, it rises further south and stays lower. Ancient people not only noticed this, they used it as a sophisticated calendar system. The ancient Egyptians built their entire civilization around the sun's annual journey. They knew that when the sun rose at its northernmost point, the Nile River would flood in exactly 60 days. This wasn't magic. It was careful observation refined over centuries. They could predict the flooding so accurately that they planned their entire agricultural year around it. But here's what's really clever. They didn't just watch where the sun rose, they watched shadows. You know how your shadow is short at noon and long in the morning and evening? Ancient people turned this practice into a precise timekeeping system. They'd place a stick in the ground and mark where its shadow fell throughout the day. After doing this for just a few days, They could tell time by glancing at the shadow's length and direction. The Babylonians enthusiastically adopted this concept. They created the first sundials around 3500 BCE, but these weren't the fancy sundials you might see in gardens today. They were simple stones with lines marked around them. The shadow of a central stick would fall across different lines as the day progressed. It was like having a clock that worked perfectly as long as the sun was shining. What's amusing is that different cultures developed completely different ways of dividing daylight. The Egyptians divided the day into 12 parts, but these weren't equal hours. Summer hours were longer than winter hours, because there was more daylight to divide. Imagine if your workday was naturally longer in summer and shorter in winter. Actually, that sounds rather nice. Ancient people in northern climates had to be even more creative. During their long winter nights, the sun barely appeared above the horizon. They learned to read the quality of light with incredible subtlety. They could tell the difference between first light, when the sky begins to lighten, sunrise, when the sun's edge appears, and sun clear, when the full sun is visible. Each of these moments happened at predictable intervals, giving them a natural morning schedule. The ancient Greeks made a fascinating discovery about shadows and time. They learned that your noon shadow could tell you the date. During the summer solstice, your noon shadow is shortest. During the winter solstice, it's longest. Every day in between, your shadows are slightly different length. They essentially turned their bodies into calendar systems. Here's something that might surprise you. Ancient people were obsessed with finding true north. They understood that true north was crucial for precise timekeeping, not because they possessed compasses. They'd spend hours observing the stars, noting where the sun rose and set, and finding that perfect north-south line. Once they had it, they could create timekeeping systems that worked year-round. The ancient Indians developed something called Gatika time, where each day was divided into 60 parts. But instead of using mechanical devices, they used water. They'd float a small bowl with a hole in the bottom in a larger container of water. The small bowl would sink after exactly one Gatika, about 24 minutes. It was simple, accurate, and worked regardless of weather. Sun-based timekeeping wasn't just practical, it was deeply spiritual for many cultures. The ancient Persians believed that observing the sun's daily journey was a form of prayer. They'd perform specific rituals at sunrise, noon, and sunset, turning timekeeping into a religious practice. Time wasn't just about scheduling, it was about connecting with the divine rhythm of the universe. You have to admire their patience and attention to detail. They'd spend years carefully observing how shadows moved, how light changed, and how the sun's path shifted through the seasons. They created amazingly accurate systems using nothing but careful observation and simple tools. No batteries required, no digital displays, no software updates, just the eternal dance between earth and sun. Once the sun set, your ancestors didn't just give up on timekeeping. They looked up at the night sky and saw the most magnificent clock face ever created. The stars became their nighttime timepiece, and they developed ways of reading stellar time that would impress modern astronomers. You probably know the North Star, but did you know that ancient people used it as the centre of a giant cosmic clock? They noticed that all the other stars seemed to rotate around this one fixed point. By watching how far the Big Dipper had rotated around the North Star, they could tell exactly what time it was during the night. It was like having hour markers painted across the entire sky. The ancient Egyptians were particularly skilled at stellar timekeeping. They identified 36 special stars that they called deacons. These stars would rise just before dawn in a predictable sequence throughout the year. By knowing which deacon star was rising, they could tell not just the time of night, but also what day of the year it was. Imagine being able to look up and instantly know both the time and the date. But here's where it gets really interesting. Different cultures saw completely different patterns in the same stars. The ancient Chinese didn't see a Big Dipper. They saw a northern dipper that was part of a larger pattern called the Black Tortoise of the North. The ancient Arabs observed mourners following a coffin. The ancient Greeks divided the night sky into 48 constellations, each with its own story and timing significance. The ancient Greeks took star watching to almost obsessive levels. They divided the night sky into 48 constellations, each with its story and timing significance. They knew that when Orion was directly overhead, it was the middle of winter. When Scorpius dominated the sky, summer was at its peak. They essentially turned mythology into a calendar system. Here's something that might amaze you. Ancient people could predict eclipses with remarkable accuracy, sometimes centuries in advance. They didn't understand the scientific reasons behind eclipses, but they recognized the patterns. They knew that if there was a lunar eclipse on a certain date, the next one would occur exactly 18 years, 11 days, and 8 hours later. The ancient Babylonians discovered this period, known as a Saros cycle, around 2000 BCE. The ancient Polynesians developed perhaps the most sophisticated stellar navigation system ever created. They could sail across thousands of miles of open ocean using nothing but the stars, ocean swells, and wind patterns. They knew hundreds of star names and could tell their exact position on the Pacific Ocean by identifying which stars were directly overhead. These weren't just sailors, they were living star charts. What's fascinating is how they dealt with cloudy nights. Ancient people in cloudy climates developed backup systems for stellar timekeeping. They'd listen to the sounds of nocturnal animals, which tend to be active at specific times of night. They'd observe the behaviour of their domestic animals, which often have predictable nighttime routines. They'd even notice subtle changes in air temperature and humidity that occur at regular intervals throughout the night. The ancient Mayans built entire cities aligned with stellar events. They knew that Venus appears as both a morning star and an evening star in a predictable 584-day cycle. They used this cycle to plan wars, ceremonies, and agricultural activities. Their calendar was so accurate that it's only off by about 2 minutes per year, more precise than the calendar we use today. Ancient people also noticed that the stars change position throughout the year. The constellation visible at midnight in January would be completely different from the one visible at midnight in July. They used this stellar seasonal change as a long-term calendar. Farmers would know to plant crops when certain stars appeared at dusk and harvest, when those same stars appeared at dawn. The ancient Chinese developed a system where they divided the sky into 28 mansions, each representing a different day of their lunar month. As the moon moved through these stellar mansions, it provided a natural calendar that combined timekeeping with astronomical observation. They could tell you the date and the moon's phase next week. Perhaps most remarkably, ancient people understood that the stars themselves were slowly moving. They realised that the North Star wouldn't always be the North Star, and that the constellation patterns were gradually shifting. This knowledge, called precession, shows just how carefully they were observing the night sky over generations. When clouds covered the sun and stars, your ancestors didn't just shrug and give up on timekeeping. They got creative. They discovered that time could be measured by watching water drip, sand fall, or even by observing how long it took certain things to burn. These inventions were the world's first truly portable clocks. The water clock, or clepsydra, was probably the most ingenious timekeeping device of the ancient world. Picture a large container with a small hole in the bottom. Water would drip out at a steady rate, and you could tell time by seeing how much water remained. The ancient Egyptians used these as early as 3400 BCE, and they were surprisingly accurate. The trick was getting the hole exactly the right size. Too big, and the water rushed out; too small, and it barely dripped. But here's what's clever. They realised that water flows faster when there's more pressure, which means a full container would empty faster than a nearly empty one. So they designed containers with special shapes that compensated for this. Some were shaped like flower pots, wider at the top than the bottom. Others had complex internal mechanisms that kept the water pressure constant. These weren't just functional, they were works of art decorated with intricate carvings and religious symbols. The ancient Babylonians advanced water clocks significantly. They created elaborate systems with multiple containers, floating indicators, and even alarm mechanisms. Some could track not just hours, but also days and weeks. They'd set up a series of containers that would empty into each other in sequence, creating a kind of liquid calendar system. Sand clocks, or hourglasses, came later, but were incredibly practical. Unlike water, sand flows at a completely consistent rate, regardless of temperature or humidity. Ancient people discovered that by using very fine sand and carefully calibrated openings, they could create remarkably accurate timing devices. The sand had to be perfectly dry and uniform. They'd sometimes spend hours sifting sand through increasingly fine meshes to get the right consistency. Different cultures developed unique approaches to sand timekeeping. The ancient Chinese used not just sand, but also powdered marble, crushed eggshells, and even finely ground tea leaves. Each material had different flow characteristics, allowing them to create timers for different purposes. A tea timer might run for exactly the time needed to properly steep leaves, while a marble timer might track longer periods. Here's something that might amuse you. The ancient Romans used candle clocks for nighttime timekeeping. They'd mark regular intervals on candles, and as the wax burned down, they could tell how much time had passed. But they quickly discovered that candles burn at different rates depending on air currents, temperature, and the quality of the wax. So they created elaborate candle holders that protected the flame from drafts and kept the burning rate consistent. The ancient Chinese refined candle timekeeping into a sophisticated art. They created special incense sticks that burned at precisely controlled rates. Some were designed to burn for exactly 2 hours, others for 12 hours. They'd embed small bells or chimes in the incense sticks, so when the incense burned down to a certain point, the bell would drop and create an alarm. Imagine waking up to the gentle chime of a bell that had been timed by the slow burning of fragrant incense. Ancient people also used their bodies as timing devices. They knew that a healthy person's pulse beats at a fairly consistent rate, so they could estimate short periods of time by counting heartbeats. They discovered that it takes about the same amount of time to recite certain prayers or poems, so religious texts became timing tools. A priest might know that a particular chant lasted exactly long enough for a water clock to empty one level. The ancient Indians developed something called ghati measurements using floating bowls. They'd place a metal bowl with a tiny hole in the bottom into a larger container of water. The bowl would slowly fill and sink, taking exactly 24 minutes. 1 ghati. By using multiple bowls of different sizes, they could create complex timing systems that tracked everything from minutes to months. What's remarkable is how accurate these ancient timing devices were. Modern tests of reconstructed ancient water clocks show that they were often accurate to within a few minutes over a 12-hour period. That's impressive precision for devices made with simple tools and materials. They achieved this accuracy through careful experimentation, precise craftsmanship, and generations of refinement. Ancient people also understood that different situations required different timing tools. Water clocks were perfect for daytime use but could freeze in winter. Although they functioned in all weather conditions, sand clocks were delicate and susceptible to humidity fluctuations. Candle clocks, while effective at night, proved ineffective in windy conditions, so they developed multiple systems and used whichever worked best for their immediate needs. Your ancestors understood something that modern people often forget. Time isn't just about hours and minutes. It encompasses the concepts of seasons, cycles, and the perpetual rotation of the year. They developed sophisticated ways of tracking long-term time that connected daily life with the grand patterns of nature. The ancient Celts did not perceive time as a linear progression from the past to the future. They saw it as a spiral, where similar events happened repeatedly, but never exactly the same way twice. They divided their year into 8 major festivals, each marking an important shift in the natural world. Samhain marked the beginning of winter, Imbolc celebrated the first stirrings of spring, Beltane welcomed the fertility of early summer, and so on. These weren't just parties, they were precise markers in a complex calendar system. Ancient people became experts at reading the subtle signs that told them where they were in the seasonal cycle. They knew that when oak leaves were the size of mouse ears, it was time to plant corn. When the first crickets started chirping, summer was exactly 6 weeks away. When certain birds began their migration, winter would arrive in precisely 43 days. Such knowledge wasn't folklore. It was accumulated scientific observation passed down through generations. The ancient Egyptians built their entire civilization around the annual flooding of the Nile River. They knew that when the star Sirius appeared just before dawn, the flood would begin in exactly 70 days. They could predict the flood's timing, height, duration, and receding time. This knowledge was so valuable that the priests who maintained the calendar were among the most powerful people in Egyptian society. Here's something fascinating. Ancient people understood that the length of daylight changes throughout the year, but they used this change as a precise timing mechanism. They knew that on the summer solstice, the day would be exactly 14 hours and 52 minutes long at their latitude. On the winter solstice, it would be 9 hours and 8 minutes. Every day in between, the length of daylight changed by a predictable amount. They could tell you the exact date just by measuring how long the sun was visible. The ancient Chinese developed the most complex calendar system in human history. They combined solar observations, lunar phases, and star positions into a calendar that tracked not just days and years, but also 60-year cycles, and even longer periods. They believed that time moved in nested cycles, days within months, months within years, years within decades, decades within centuries, and so on. Their calendar was so sophisticated that it's still used today for determining traditional Chinese holidays. Ancient people also understood that different activities should happen at different times of year. The ancient Greeks knew that certain crops should be planted when specific stars appeared, that wine should be made when the moon was in a particular phase, and that important decisions should be made during certain seasons. They didn't just track time, they used it to optimize their daily lives. The ancient Mayans created a calendar system that was more accurate than anything Europeans had at the time. They calculated that a year was 365.2420 days long, remarkably close to the modern measurement of 365.2422 days. They could predict eclipses hundreds of years in advance, and knew exactly when Venus would appear as a morning star or evening star. Their calendar was so precise that it's off by only about one day every 5,000 years. What's remarkable is how they coordinated these complex timing systems across entire civilizations. The ancient Romans had officials called pontifices, whose job was to maintain the calendar and announce important dates. They'd travel throughout the empire, ensuring that everyone was celebrating festivals on the same days and planting crops at the optimal times. This required incredible organization and communication across vast distances. Ancient people also used recurring natural events as long-term timing markers. They knew that certain comets appeared every 76 years, that particular meteor showers happened annually on specific dates, and that unusual weather patterns followed predictable cycles. The ancient Babylonians kept detailed records of these events, creating databases that helped them predict future occurrences. The ancient Indians developed the concept of yugas, vast cycles of time that lasted thousands of years. They believed that time moved in great epochs, each with its characteristics and duration. While such an approach might seem impractical, it actually helped them understand long-term climate patterns, population cycles, and agricultural trends. They were thinking about time on scales that modern people rarely consider. Perhaps most importantly, ancient people understood that time wasn't just about scheduling, it was about meaning. They knew that certain times were auspicious for beginning new projects, that other times were better for reflection and rest, and that the timing of events could influence their outcomes. They lived in harmony with temporal rhythms that connected their daily lives with the cosmos itself. Long before anyone understood circadian rhythms or hormone cycles, your ancestors knew something profound. Your body is a living clock. They developed sophisticated ways of reading internal biological signals to track time, and they understood that humans are naturally synchronized with the rhythms of the earth. Ancient people noticed that they naturally felt hungry at certain times of day, grew sleepy at predictable intervals, and experienced peak energy at specific hours. They didn't just accept these patterns, they used them as timing devices. The ancient Romans divided their day around meal times. Prima hora was the first hour after sunrise, sexta hora was midday when they ate their main meal, and vesper was evening when they had a light supper. Their entire schedule revolved around when their bodies naturally wanted to eat. The ancient Chinese took this idea even further. They believed that different organs in the body had peak energy at different times of day. The liver was most active from 1 a.m. to 3 a.m., the lungs from 3 a.m. to 5 a.m., the large intestine from 5 a.m. to 7 a.m., 7 a.m., and so on. They used this organ clock not just for medical treatment, but also for daily scheduling. They'd plan different activities for times when the relevant organs were at peak function. Here's something that might surprise you. Ancient people were incredibly skilled at estimating times through physical activities. They knew that it took exactly the same amount of time to walk from their home to the well each morning, to milk a cow, or to prepare a simple meal. They turned routine activities into timing devices. A weaver might know that it took exactly 2 hours to complete a certain pattern, or a blacksmith might time his work by how long it took to forge a particular tool. Ancient people also understood that children's bodies change at predictable rates, and they used this information as a long-term timing system. They knew that a child's first tooth would appear at about 6 months, that they'd start walking around their first birthday, and that they'd reach certain developmental milestones at specific ages. Parents could estimate a child's age even without formal birth records by observing these natural developmental markers. The ancient Egyptians noticed that pregnant women experienced predictable changes at specific intervals. They could determine how far along a pregnancy was by observing certain physical signs, and they knew that labour would begin when the woman's body showed particular signals. Midwives became skilled at reading these biological clocks to predict exactly when births would occur. Ancient people were also fascinated by the connection between human rhythms and lunar cycles. They observed that women's menstrual cycles often synchronized with the moon's phases, and they used this connection for both timekeeping and health monitoring. They noticed that many people slept differently during full moons, that certain illnesses followed lunar patterns, and that emotional states seemed to fluctuate with the moon's position. Here's what's really interesting. Ancient people understood that the aging process itself was a kind of slow clock. They could estimate someone's age by observing subtle changes in skin texture, hair colour, posture, and movement patterns. Experienced elders could look at a person and tell you not just their approximate age, but also what season they were born in, what kind of work they did, and even what foods they typically ate. The ancient Indians developed detailed knowledge about how the body's energy levels changed throughout the day. They identified specific times when people were naturally more alert, more creative, or more physically capable. They scheduled important activities during these peak periods and reserved rest times for when the body naturally wanted to slow down. This wasn't just practical, it was a sophisticated understanding of human biology. Ancient people also used sleep patterns as timing devices. They knew that healthy people naturally went through predictable sleep cycles, and they could estimate how long someone had been asleep by observing their breathing patterns, body position, and eye movements. They didn't understand REM sleep scientifically, but they knew when someone was dreaming and when they were in deep sleep. The ancient Greeks noticed that people's body temperatures changed throughout the day in predictable patterns. They could tell what time it was by feeling someone's forehead or observing whether they seemed naturally warm or cool. They understood that these temperature changes were connected to energy levels, hunger, and sleep patterns. Ancient people were also skilled at reading the subtle signs that indicated someone's overall health and vitality. They knew that certain physical changes meant someone was getting sick, that other changes indicated recovery, and that some patterns showed long-term health trends. They essentially used the human body as a diagnostic instrument that could reveal information about both time and health. What's remarkable is how accurately ancient people could estimate time using only their bodies and natural observations. Modern studies show that people who live without clocks often develop incredibly precise internal timing. They can wake up at specific times, know when to eat, and coordinate complex activities using only their internal biological rhythms. As you settle into sleep tonight, you're participating in the same daily rhythm that guided humans for thousands of years, before electric lights and digital clocks changed everything. Your ancestors weren't just getting by without modern timekeeping, they were living in harmony with natural rhythms that connected them to the earth, the sky, and their own bodies in ways that modern people can barely imagine. The ancient timekeepers understood something profound. Time isn't just about measurement, it's about meaning, rhythm, and connection. They didn't just track hours and minutes, they lived within the great cycles of day and night, seasons and years, and birth and death. Their timekeeping systems weren't just practical tools, they were ways of understanding their place in the universe. Think about how different their relationship with time must have been. They couldn't rush through their days checking phones every few minutes. They couldn't stay up all night working under artificial lights. They couldn't schedule back-to-back meetings or eat lunch at their desks. Instead, they lived according to natural rhythms that their bodies understood instinctively. The ancient Egyptians had a beautiful concept called ma'at, which meant living in harmony with the natural order of things. This included living in harmony with natural time, waking with the sun, eating when hungry, working when energy was high, and resting when the body needed rest. They believed that fighting against natural rhythms was not just impractical, but actually harmful to physical and spiritual health. Ancient people also understood that different types of time required different approaches. They had practical time for daily activities, seasonal time for agricultural planning, ceremonial time for religious observances, and sacred time for connecting with the divine. They didn't expect one system to handle all these different needs. They developed multiple overlapping ways of understanding and measuring time. Here's something that might make you smile. ancient people were probably less stressed about time than we are today. They couldn't be precisely punctual in the modern sense, so they developed social customs that accommodated natural variations in timing. If you arranged to meet someone when the sun is halfway to its highest point, everyone understood that this might vary by 10 or 15 minutes depending on the season and weather. Flexibility was built into their social systems. The ancient Chinese had a saying, "The best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is now." They understood that time wasn't just about scheduling. It was about understanding the right moment for different activities. They developed sophisticated knowledge about timing that went far beyond simple measurement to include wisdom about when to act, when to wait, and when to rest. Ancient timekeepers also understood something that modern people often forget. Time is cyclical, not linear. Days repeat, seasons return, and patterns recur. They didn't think of time as a straight line moving from past to future, but as a spiral where similar events happened repeatedly, but never exactly the same way twice. This gave them a sense of continuity and connection that helped them navigate uncertainty. What's most remarkable is how much ancient people could accomplish using only natural timekeeping methods. They built magnificent structures aligned with celestial events, coordinated complex civilizations across vast distances, and maintained accurate calendars for centuries. They did all this without any mechanical devices, using only careful observation, accumulated knowledge, and deep understanding of natural patterns. The ancient timekeepers left us more than just historical curiosities. They left us a different way of thinking about time, one that's more natural, more connected, and perhaps more human. They remind us that time isn't just about productivity and efficiency. It's about rhythm, meaning, and living in harmony with the world around us. As you close your eyes tonight, you're following a pattern that connects you to every human who has ever lived. Your body knows it's time to sleep, just as it has always known. Your internal clock, refined over thousands of years of evolution, is still keeping perfect time. In a world of digital displays and constant connectivity, you still carry within you the ancient wisdom of natural timekeeping. The next time you wake up naturally, just as the first light appears, remember that you're experiencing something timeless. You're participating in the same daily miracle that guided your ancestors for millennia. You're proof that even in our modern world, the ancient rhythms still pulse within us, connecting us to the eternal dance of earth and sky, day and night, rest and waking. Sleep well, knowing that your body's own ancient clock will wake you exactly when you need to wake, just as it always has. Alexander Hamilton was born around January 11th, 1755, or 1757, given conflicting records, in Nevis, a small island in the Caribbean's leeward chain. His father, James Hamilton, hailed from Scotland and drifted financially, while his mother, Rachel Fawcett, was estranged from a prior marriage. Social stigma dogged the family, as Hamilton was deemed illegitimate. Childhood brought precarious living conditions amid the sugar-based economy reliant on enslaved labour. Still, the bright Caribbean sun and bustle of island trade shaped his early impressions of commerce and hierarchy. By the time Hamilton reached adolescence, familial hardships worsened. His father left, compounding the family's instability. Then a fever claimed his mother when he was around 11. Orphaned, Hamilton found refuge with local merchants who recognised a keen mind behind the boy's formal but urgent letters. He took a clerking job at Beekman and Kruger's trading firm, absorbing the mechanics of shipping manifests, currency exchange, and negotiation. Observers noted a precocious skill in accountancy and a calm under pressure when storms disrupted cargo arrivals. This apprenticeship would lay the groundwork for Hamilton's later mastery of financial systems. A crucial moment arrived when Hamilton penned a vivid letter describing a hurricane's devastation. His prose, published in a local paper, so impressed leading citizens that they raised funds to send him to mainland colonies for education. The budding writer set sail, eventually landing in British North America, though precisely how he arranged further schooling remains partly obscure. By the time he stepped onto mainland soil, Hamilton possessed an unshakable resolve to escape the constraints of colonial class prejudice and prove his intellect in a broader arena. He enrolled at King's College, later Columbia University in New York City. Political tensions soared as Britain imposed new taxes and cracked down on colonial resistance. Hamilton, originally cautious, soon found himself stirred by pamphlets on natural rights. He contributed anonymous essays defending colonial protest, revealing a knack for polemical writing. Despite his youthful status, readers found his arguments crisp, blending logic with moral fervour. However, the outbreak of open conflict at Lexington and Concord disrupted studies at King's College. Hamilton, though short of stature, was physically active and spirited. He joined a volunteer artillery company, drilling near city squares. Even as shots from British ships threatened Manhattan, he balanced academics with preparing for possible war. In 1776, amid the swirl of confusion over independence, Hamilton left formal schooling to commit fully to the patriot cause. Some peers found him bold to do so, but Hamilton believed in forging a new order that might reward merit over birth. After forming an artillery unit, Hamilton exhibited discipline and quick strategic thinking. At the disastrous Battle of Long Island, his unit helped secure a retreat. The next months, through near collapses, he drew the notice of key figures. During the harsh winter of 1776 to 1777, with the army battered, Hamilton's diligence in orchestrating supplies and maintaining morale stood out. General George Washington recognized these talents, inviting Hamilton to serve as an aide-de-camp, an assignment that, while staff-bound, gave Hamilton unprecedented exposure to high-level decision-making in Washington's camp. Hamilton became indispensable, drafting letters, shaping policy briefs, and forging alliances with other officers. He gleaned leadership lessons from the general's balancing of caution and daring, yet Hamilton, always seeking direct action, occasionally chafed at staff duties. He yearned to lead troops on the battlefield. Tensions with senior officers sometimes flared. Once, Hamilton fell out with Washington for a perceived slight over tardiness, but they eventually reconciled. Despite these brief spats, the synergy between them grew, anchored in mutual respect for diligence and strategy. Throughout 1777 to 1778, Hamilton's writing skill extended to political commentary. He published essays advocating for a stronger central authority to unify the war effort. The rickety Continental Congress, lacking stable finance and overshadowed by state autonomy, troubled him. He believed only a robust national structure could defeat Britain. This conviction would later inform his championing of a federal constitution. Meanwhile, in the immediacies of war, he juggled mission after mission for Washington, coordinating intelligence, planning for combined Franco-American operations and refining supply requests. By 1779, Hamilton stood at the intersection of military and political realms, forging the identity of an intellect who saw national success hinged upon structure and cohesive governance. In early 1780, Alexander Hamilton encountered Elizabeth Schuyler, daughter of General Philip Schuyler, a prominent New York family patriarch. Their courtship blossomed swiftly. Elizabeth, often called Eliza, shared Hamilton's patriotic fervour and admired his restless intellect. They married in December 1780, forging a partnership that would steady Hamilton through tumultuous times. The Schuyler connection also raised his social standing, giving him a link to one of the colony's influential clans. Some whispered that Hamilton, a once penniless immigrant, had upped, but he dismissed such insinuations, cherishing Eliza's steadfast support. Meanwhile, Hamilton's yearning for field command lingered. He finally saw action at the Siege of Yorktown in 1781, leading a night assault on British redoubts. This bold foray, though brief, gave him the battlefield credibility he had long craved. After Yorktown's success, the war's momentum shifted. Peace negotiations advanced, culminating in Britain's formal acknowledgement of American independence. With the conflict winding down, Hamilton resigned from Washington's staff. Now, his energies turned to the new nation's post-war reconstruction. He recognized that independence alone didn't guarantee prosperity. A more cohesive union was necessary. Back in civilian life, Hamilton studied law intensively, passing the bar in 1782. Settling in New York, he found a city grappling with war debts, local factionalism, and tension between wealthy merchants and populist artisans. Hamilton opened a law practice specializing in commercial disputes, revealing a knack for clarifying intricate financial matters. Through these cases, he saw firsthand how the Articles of Confederation left the national government too weak to regulate trade or impose taxes, leaving states in disarray and stifling economic growth. He started writing articles calling for a stronger central authority, overshadowing the patchwork of state-based solutions. In 1786, Shays' Rebellion in western Massachusetts alarmed many national figures, including Hamilton. That revolt by indebted farmers demonstrated that unchecked local unrest could threaten broader stability. Hamilton used it as fodder to argue that the current Confederation risked fracturing under internal stress. He joined with others, such as James Madison, to push for a convention that would revise the Articles. Although the Annapolis Convention of 1786 was sparsely attended, it led to the more definitive Philadelphia Convention of 1787. Hamilton arrived in Philadelphia with well-honed convictions. He believed the new government needed robust powers, the capacity to tax, regulate commerce, maintain an army, and ensure domestic peace. Yet he faced considerable scepticism from delegates who feared monarchy. Indeed, Hamilton's personal proposal at the convention, favouring lifetime terms for executives and senators, seemed too close to monarchy for many. Realising the group's mood, Hamilton set aside those extremes. He worked to broker compromises. Although overshadowed by Madison's systematic plan, Hamilton's rhetorical skill and one-on-one lobbying helped shape the final constitution. After 4 taxing months, the constitution was signed in September 1787, yet ratification required each state's approval. Sensing a fierce debate, Hamilton collaborated with Madison and John Jay to pen the Federalist Papers under the pseudonym Publius. Hamilton wrote the majority, dissecting proposed structures like the presidency, Senate, and judiciary, and addressing anti-federalists' fears. His essays emphasised checks and balances, the necessity of a central authority to manage commerce and defence, and the improbability of tyranny under the new system. These Federalist essays profoundly influenced the ratification discourse, marking Hamilton as a top-tier constitutional interpreter. With the Constitution ratified in 1788, Hamilton eyed a new challenge, forging actual governance. When George Washington became the first president, he tapped Hamilton as Secretary of the Treasury. Hamilton, embracing the role, discovered an untapped opportunity to establish a national financial system. He inherited a war debt that threatened the new nation's credit. In a flurry of reports to Congress, he proposed the federal assumption of state debts, the issuance of new government bonds, and the creation of a national bank. These measures aimed to unify finances, spurring economic confidence. However, they ignited fierce opposition led by Thomas Jefferson and James Madison, who deemed them expansions of federal power to the detriment of state autonomy. Despite pushback, Hamilton's financial plan largely prevailed in Congress. He carefully negotiated with Southerners, trading the idea of placing the national capital on the Potomac for their backing on debt assumption. The Bank of the United States, authorized in 1791, consolidated federal financial might and fostered stable currency. This forging of a national economy was overshadowed by ideological splits, what some labelled Hamilton's acceptance of consolidated authority, even quasi-monarchical forms. But Hamilton believed it was essential for a dynamic republic. By the early 1790s, he had become a central figure in Washington's cabinet, driving a vision of an industrial, commercially robust America. Rivalries with Jefferson, however, would soon erupt, shaping the political landscape for years to come. As Secretary of the Treasury, Alexander Hamilton found himself entwined in ideological showdowns with Thomas Jefferson, then Secretary of State. Jefferson envisaged an agrarian republic of independent farmers, with limited federal intrusion. Hamilton, conversely, believed commerce, industry, and robust national structures would anchor the nation's progress. Both men recognized George Washington as a stabilizing presence, yet their friction fueled early factional lines. Federalists rallied around Hamilton, while Jefferson's faction, later the Democratic Republicans, grew around his agrarian limited government stance. Foreign policy stoked further tension. The French Revolution, launched in 1789, escalated into European war by the early 1790s. France pressed for US assistance, citing the 1778 alliance. Hamilton, mindful of Britain as a crucial trading partner and believing the US lacked resources, urged neutrality. Jefferson, more sympathetic to revolutionary ideals, favoured measured support for France. Washington adopted a policy of official neutrality in 1793, endorsing Hamilton's pragmatic approach. This decision outraged ardent Francophiles and the public, but secured commercial ties with Britain. Meanwhile, Hamilton advanced domestic policies that integrated states deeper into the federal system. He introduced excise taxes, including one on whiskey, aiming to bolster federal revenue. In 1794, this whiskey tax incited unrest among frontier farmers in western Pennsylvania, culminating in the so-called Whiskey Rebellion. Hamilton urged Washington to assert national authority, and the president dispatched militia to quell the revolt. The rebellious farmers dispersed without major bloodshed. Hamilton's critics, though, branded him a tyrant, accusing him of trampling local freedoms. Hamilton argued that only firm enforcement proved the Constitution's viability over the old, feeble Articles of Confederation. Clashes over the Bank of the United States further deepened the Hamilton-Jefferson divide. Jefferson viewed the bank as constitutionally suspect, not enumerated in the founding document. Hamilton invoked the Constitution's necessary and proper clause, contending that the bank was an implied power vital for the government's financial operations. Washington sided with Hamilton, signing the bank bill into law. This incident set a precedent for broad constitutional interpretation, to Jefferson's alarm. The dispute laid the ideological foundation for the two-party system, with Hamilton's Federalists championing implied federal powers and Jefferson's Republicans insisting on narrower interpretations. By 1795, Hamilton, having established a stable financial footing, resigned as Treasury Secretary, returning to New York City's legal sphere. He continued to provide discreet advice to Washington, drafting speeches and shaping policy directions. In 1796, Washington's farewell address, partly authored by Hamilton, warned against partisan entanglements and foreign alliances. Ironically, Hamilton himself was a prime architect of partisan lines. The presidential election that year saw John Adams, a Federalist, defeat Jefferson. Hamilton, who harboured doubts about Adams, endeavoured to exert influence on the administration from a hidden position. But friction with Adams soon spiralled, culminating in an irreparable rift. During Adams's presidency, the US found itself in a quasi-war with revolutionary France. Hamilton, who believed in a robust defence, spurred the creation of a provisional army with himself as an influential major general. He hoped to unify Federalist power, but Adams, seeking to maintain peace, eventually negotiated with France. This scotched Hamilton's ambitions for an expanded military role. The Federalist Party thus split between Adams' loyalists and Hamilton's faction. Meanwhile, the Alien and Sedition Acts, championed by some Federalists, stifled free speech and outraged Republicans. Hamilton had mixed feelings, recognising the acts as overreaching but not vigorously condemning them. The controversies fueled Jefferson's eventual victory in the 1800 election. That election turned bitter. Hamilton disliked both Jefferson and his party's candidate, Aaron Burr, whom he deemed unprincipled. When the Electoral College produced a tie between Jefferson and Burr, the House of Representatives had to choose. Hamilton lobbied for Jefferson, feeling he was at least consistent while Burr was dangerously opportunistic. Jefferson's win ended the Federalist grip on power. Despite undermining his nominal ally Burr, Hamilton saw it as the less harmful option. The feud with Burr was set to escalate. Post-1800, Hamilton retreated partially from national politics. He resumed law, founded the New York Evening Post to promote Federalist ideals, and wrote fervent editorials criticising Jefferson's presidency. He also scolded John Adams in a notorious pamphlet, fracturing Federalist unity further. Meanwhile, tensions with Burr simmered. In 1804, Burr, by then vice president, ran for governor of New York. Hamilton openly opposed Burr's bid, claiming he was unfit. Burr lost, blaming Hamilton for scurrilous remarks that cost him the election. Their acrimony peaked in personal insults, culminating in demands for an apology that Hamilton shrugged off. The stage was set for a final confrontation, a duel that would reverberate across the nation's consciousness. Thus, by 1803 to 1804, Hamilton's storied career encompassed the forging of national finance, the creation of a stable federal government, deep personal rivalries, and the impetus for fractious party politics. While overshadowed by his feud with Burr, his broader impact on shaping early American governance was vast. The looming conflict with Burr in a Weehawken duel might overshadow many achievements, but it also exemplified the period's intense code of honour, revealing how personal pride could overshadow reason in the early Republic. On the morning of July 11th, 1804, Alexander Hamilton and Aaron Burr met at a dueling ground in Weehawken, New Jersey, perched above the Hudson River. Duels were technically illegal in both New York and New Jersey, but Weehawken was a known neutral ground. The The tradition demanded formal rituals. Seconds oversaw loaded pistols, ensuring fairness. Hamilton, though an accomplished marksman in the Revolutionary War, harboured moral qualms about duelling. In letters to confidants, he expressed an intention not to fire at Burr, but to throw away his shot, hoping to meet the code of honour without a lethal outcome. Burr, vexed by Hamilton's public slights, approached the confrontation more aggressively. As accounts differ on the precise sequence, we rely on the second's conflicting recollections. One shot rang out, then another. Hamilton was struck in the lower abdomen, the bullet lodging near his spine. Burr, apparently unharmed, realised Hamilton was fatally wounded. Hamilton was carried back across the river, delirious and in agony. By the next afternoon, July 12th, he died at a friend's house. News spread swiftly, overshadowing Burr with accusations of murder. Even many of Burr's allies found his act reprehensible. Shock reverberated nationwide. Hamilton was just 47, a founding father, the chief architect of federal finance, and a voice for a strong union. That he fell in a personal duel seemed tragic, borderline barbaric. Burr faced immediate scorn, and though indicted for murder, he slipped away. His political career never recovered. The duel also propelled a re-evaluation of such honour-bound traditions. Public condemnation swelled, though duelling remained embedded in certain subcultures for decades to come. In the immediate aftermath, Hamilton's family faced financial insecurity. His estate was less robust than many assumed, reflecting that Hamilton had poured resources into speculative deals and lifestyle. Mourning Federalists championed him as a martyr to principle, ignoring the messy politics that led him to that fateful ground. Eulogies praised his brilliance, managerial acumen, and unwavering patriotism. Critics, while acknowledging his achievements, pointed out how his ambition and personal feuds shaped a harsh style that fanned party rancour. Nonetheless, the sense of a towering figure losing too soon overshadowed those critiques in the short term. His funeral in New York drew massive crowds. Processions in black, with the city's shipping at half-mast, showcased Hamilton's local significance. People recalled his rise from impoverished Caribbean youth to key founding statesman. A hush fell over the city's usual clamour. This wave of sorrow ironically softened some of the political vitriol that had dogged him in life. Over time, though, party lines continued to shift, and the nation turned to new challenges, from the War of 1812 to expansions west. Hamilton's memory lodged in history as the brilliant but intense figure overshadowed by the final duel. In that gloom, an essential question remained: how to interpret Hamilton's lasting impact. As the immediate swirl of grief eased, intellectuals examined his extensive writings, reports on public credit, the Federalist essays, and personal letters. They recognised that the federal government's stable finances owed much to Hamilton's early frameworks. The Constitution's broad interpretation that spurred the Bank of the United States shaped future developments in federal authority. The tension he introduced with Jefferson over implied powers would remain a fixture in legal debates for centuries. At the personal level, Hamilton's family endured heartbreak. Eliza Hamilton survived decades longer, dedicating herself to preserving his papers and championing philanthropic work. She co-founded charitable societies, including an orphanage in New York, perhaps reflecting her empathy for fatherless children, mindful of Hamilton's own orphaned beginnings. Over time, Eliza's curation of Hamilton's letters and manuscripts ensured that his role in founding the nation wouldn't fade. Without her stewardship, many of his insights might have been lost, overshadowed by the swirl of other founding figures. Meanwhile, Aaron Burr slunk from public life, although he briefly re-emerged in conspiratorial escapades in the West, culminating in a high-profile treason trial. That fiasco further tarnished his name. Over the 19th century, Burr's memory was entwined with villainy, while Hamilton became the heroic victim. This moral narrative, though oversimplified, found resonance in a society seeking tidy lessons about the cost of personal feuds among statesmen. Hence, the duel's tragedy overshadowed Hamilton's final years of potential. He left behind partial drafts of essays, a life cut short, and a legacy that historians would piece together. The subsequent swirl of politics saw the Federalist Party fade, overshadowed by Jeffersonian and Jacksonian movements. Yet as the new republic faced wars and expansions, Hamilton's institutional frameworks endured, shaping how the Union financed conflicts and integrated new territories. Over time, the memory of Hamilton grew from the dust of partisan fights into a near legend of the unsilenceable voice for a strong union, a testament to how brilliance can shine even after tragic demise. Hamilton's reputation experienced both highs and lows as the 19th century unfolded. Early in the 1800s, supporters who revered his Federalist vision championed him as an intellectual giant, while Jeffersonian loyalists found him dangerously elitist. The War of 1812 underscored the value of robust federal finances, an echo of Hamilton's arguments. However, the rising tide of Jacksonian democracy in the 1820s and 30s resurrected negative images of Hamilton as the father of a financial aristocracy. His preference for a central bank and industrial growth clashed with the agrarian populism that saw big government as suspect. In historical writing of the mid-1800s, Hamilton was overshadowed by Washington's soldierly aura, Jefferson's philosophical romance, and the dramatic expansion shaping the continent. His ideas about manufacturing, shaped by the reading Adam Smith's works, found fresh appreciation in some northern states pushing early industrialization, but the memory of his direct political battles had receded. Meanwhile, his widow Eliza persistently championed her husband's memory, carefully organizing his letters. She lived until 1854, bridging eras from the founding to the eve of sectional crises over slavery. As the Civil War approached, some northern intellectuals rediscovered Hamilton's emphasis on a strong union, seeing him as a prophet of national authority. They noted that had Hamilton's brand of federal cohesion fully blossomed, perhaps states' rights doctrines fueling secession might have been curtailed earlier. Writers evoked Hamilton as the founder who best grasped the necessity of a controlling centre that could override local fractiousness. Opponents of such interpretations pointed out that Hamilton's frameworks never explicitly addressed the moral contradiction of slavery. Indeed, Hamilton personally opposed enslavement but parted from radical anti-slavery moves, his stance overshadowed by political pragmatism. After the Civil War, industrial capitalism boomed, prompting new appreciation for Hamilton's foresight about manufacturing. Gilded Age financiers admired him as the original champion of a stable currency and big business. Critics, including agrarian populists, in turn damned him for setting a pattern favouring capital over farmers. Debates over monetary policy frequently referenced Hamilton's original central bank, especially regarding gold versus silver standards in the late 19th century. Some saw him as the father of stable credit, others as the father of corporate overreach. This relit his legacy, fueling a fresh wave of scholarly interest. In the 20th century, historians systematically uncovered more of Hamilton's personal writings. They found a figure often overshadowed by his own towering intensity, riven by internal anxieties about identity and acceptance. Born illegitimate and lacking wealth, he soared through brilliance alone. That personal dimension gave a new angle. Hamilton wasn't merely an aloof elitist, but a man forging personal progress in a world dominated by landed aristocracy. Simultaneously, the renewed scholarship dissected how the Federalist Papers shaped the Supreme Court's approach to constitutional interpretation. Cultural depictions varied. In some plays, Hamilton was the stiff, proud foil to the warm Jefferson. In textbooks, he appeared as the founder of the American financial system, overshadowing the fact that he also practiced law with fervour, championed reforms in local governance, and penned scathing critiques of political adversaries. Hollywood took scant interest, overshadowed by the flamboyant stories of the War of Independence or the Civil War. Hamilton's presence mostly stuck to academic circles until a wave of musicals or pop culture references in the 21st century suddenly catapulted him back into mainstream conversation. In that modern reimagining, a more complex portrait emerges, the visionary who overcame humble origins, shaped institutions, but self-destructed in a lethal feud. This dual narrative resonates with a public intrigued by underdog success stories and cautionary tales about ambition. Meanwhile, historians continue unravelling his personal letters for glimpses of how he wrestled with his private identity, overshadowing any single label like nationalist or elitist. They see in him the deep tension between moral convictions and the messy realm of real-world politics. Consequently, Hamilton's legacy stands as a testament to a founder whose brilliance forged the frameworks of American finance, ushering in a strong union that could handle crises from 1812 to beyond. His life, truncated by a bullet in a duel, exemplifies the era's precarious norms of honour. Yet the institutional frameworks he championed endured, overshadowing ephemeral partisan feuds. As American commerce and governance matured, many of his ideas about credit-out systems, minted currency, and regulated trade blossomed. Therefore, though overshadowed in certain historical arcs, Hamilton's imprint remains, woven into the fabric of the modern American state, bridging the intangible line from rebellious colony to global economic power. Alexander Hamilton's journey might echo as one of unstoppable curiosity and drive. Born into adversity, he harnessed his intellect to climb political and financial summits. His story underscores how relentless learning and a willingness to challenge entrenched norms can yield transformative results. And yet, it also warns of how personal vendettas and impulsive decisions, like the final duel, can overshadow even the grandest achievements. The interplay of success and tragedy in Hamilton's life offers a cautionary dimension about letting rivalry overshadow reason. One dimension often overlooked is Hamilton's approach to social mobility. He believed in meritocracy, that talent, not lineage, should define one's station. His views clashed with the prevailing aristocratic mores that granted advantage to established families. In championing a strong central government, Hamilton believed it would break local oligarchies, allowing new men of skill to advance. That conviction shaped his financial blueprint, ensuring that the nation's credit system extended beyond a handful of wealthy planters. Yet it also invited accusations of favouritism toward banking elites, ironically suggesting that merit still found expression primarily among well-connected city financiers. Another lesser-known angle is how Hamilton viewed foreign policy. He favoured commerce-based alliances, but distrusted entangling the US in ideological battles. While acknowledging Britain as a trade partner, despite the rancour left from the Revolution, he saw stable trade routes as essential for revenue and global standing. Jefferson and Madison criticised the strategy as an over-cosy approach with a recent foe, but Hamilton saw post-war British power as a practical anchor for commercial expansion. In this sense, his realism overshadowed older resentments. That stance was a harbinger for how modern states weigh economic ties against historic grievances. Additionally, Hamilton's personal style at social gatherings and in daily interactions reveals a man who could be both charmingly eloquent and abrasively direct. Contemporaries described him as intense, with a quick mind that occasionally battered conversation partners. He thrived on intellectual debate. Some say he embraced confrontation to refine ideas, yet this habit might have contributed to the accumulation of enemies, culminating in the fateful spat with Burr. In an era where honour was a cornerstone of social standing, Hamilton's cutting wit proved a dangerous asset. At home, Hamilton and Eliza raised a growing family. Though tragedies struck, the death of their son Philip in a duel reminiscent of his father's fierce approach to personal disputes. This sorrow weighed heavily on Hamilton, intensifying his reflection on the code of honour. Paradoxically, he still ended up abiding by that same code, accepting Burr's challenge. The duality of a brilliant mind trapped by the period's social norms emerges starkly in these personal heartbreaks. For modern readers, the scenario underscores how societal expectations can override individual caution, even for a pragmatic statesman. Examining Hamilton's religious evolution is another nuanced topic. Late in life, particularly after Philip's death, he re-engaged with spiritual considerations. While not as devout as John Jay or Patrick Henry Hamilton, expressed his belief that moral frameworks were crucial to stable governance. Some scholars see a near return to Christian orthodoxy in his final years, overshadowing the earlier secular aura. This dimension of moral or religious introspection is overshadowed in many popular accounts that focus on battles of finance or partisanship. Lastly, the robust myth-making around Hamilton in the 21st century, particularly following a certain successful musical, reflects how malleable historical figures can become for decades overshadowed in public memory. Hamilton found new admirers enthralled by his underdog narrative. The musical drew from historical sources, but adapted them for modern audiences, highlighting themes of immigration, ambition, and the forging of identity. Meanwhile, professional historians maintain a more measured stance, acknowledging the genius behind the Bank and the Federalist Papers, but also the moral complexities, involvement in a scandalous Reynolds affair, the backing of harsh policies like the Alien and Sedition Acts, and the overshadowed complicity in a system that tolerated slavery. Hence, Hamilton's life embodies many contradictions. Hamilton was a brilliant champion of American finance, an immigrant success story, and a defender of robust national institutions, yet he was also entangled in political vendettas, personal heartbreak, and moral ambiguities. The lethal code of personal honour of the era brought him down from the pinnacle of policy influence. Contemporary observers can glean from his saga how vision, intellect, and determination can reshape a society, while cautioning that untempered ambition and rivalry risk overshadowing even the grandest legacies. In the modern mosaic of American history, Alexander Hamilton occupies a unique niche, straddling realms of finance, politics, and personal drama. Behind the scenes, he shaped the national domain by delivering pragmatic solutions to fundamental questions about governance and economy. Yet his flamboyant final act, the duel with Aaron Burr, long overshadowed the breadth of his achievements. Over the past 2 centuries, the perception of Hamilton has fluctuated between critical wariness and near-heroic adulation, leading to a re-examination that highlights his full complexity. For many decades, Hamilton served as a reference point for strong central governance. In debates about tariffs, internal improvements, and the role of a national bank, legislators invoked his name. The Hamiltonian vision signified a dynamic, industrializing America that invests in large-scale infrastructure and cultivates a robust bond market. Opponents retorted that such policies undercut local autonomy, echoing Jeffersonian concerns about overreach. This cyclical debate recurs whenever the nation confronts a crisis or looks to expand federal influence, be it in responding to economic depressions or modern financial bailouts. Among scholars, Hamilton's contribution to the Federalist remains a crowning literary feat. Essays like Federalist No. 78 shape the judiciary's conceptual role, championing judicial independence and the power of constitutional review. Federalist No. 84 argued that enumerating rights might risk constraining them, though ironically, the Bill of Rights was soon appended to the Constitution anyway. Such works left a lasting intellectual deposit, frequently cited in Supreme Court decisions. The interplay between Hamilton's preference for strong federal courts and modern jurisprudence reveals the longevity of his influence. Public interest soared anew in the 21st century, with a popular musical recasting Hamilton as a hip, scrappy immigrant shaping the nation's destiny. That retelling, blending hip-hop and historical references, stoked fresh curiosity about details of his Caribbean youth, the heartbreak of losing his mother, and the unexpected mentorship from merchants. It also reintroduced figures like John Laurens, Hercules Mulligan, or Elizabeth Schuyler to mainstream conversation. This phenomenon demonstrates how historical figures can be revived and reinterpreted to speak to current cultural dialogues about immigration, representation, and the forging of American identity. That said, the musical's creative liberties overshadow certain complexities. For instance, the deeper tensions around slavery, or Hamilton's relationship with Haitian independence. Yet it undeniably catapulted him back into the public eye. Critically, modern reflection contends with Hamilton's stance on slavery. Though personally not an owner of large plantations, he married into a family that benefited from enslaved labour. He opposed the international slave trade, but was less vocal about immediate abolition. Some historians see him as moderately anti-slavery in principle, yet overshadowed by the era's political constraints. This mild stance differs from the fervour of an abolitionist, highlighting that even bright minds can compromise on pressing moral issues for perceived political necessity. Another puzzle is how Hamilton would respond to the subsequent expansions. He died before industrialization truly took flight or the question of slavery overtook national politics. Would he have advocated for federal solutions to keep the Union intact in the 1850s? Or would he have favoured more localised, pragmatic deals? The counterfactual is tantalising but unanswerable. Like many founders, his ideas formed the skeleton for future developments, but subsequent generations moulded them to new contexts. Finally, Hamilton's personal letters, uncovered in archives over time, reveal the emotional complexity behind the confident public persona. He could be warm, witty, or scathing, anxious about respect and standing. The spectre of orphanhood never fully left him. A sense of precariousness pervaded his ambition. He engaged in verbal battles with the press, establishing a partisan strategy. The Reynolds affair, in which he admitted to an extramarital relationship, tarnished his moral standing yet underscored his willingness to publicly confess in a swirl of political blackmail. All these episodes illustrate a founder who was no pristine statue, but a flawed participant in the messy birth of a republic. In sum, Alexander Hamilton's Odyssey stands as an emblem of America's early audacity, someone forging national frameworks with unstoppable fervour, bridging personal adversity and political upheaval. He hammered out financial machinery that stabilised a precarious union, wrote constitutional commentaries that guided centuries of legal thought, and valiantly served in war, only to be undone by personal vendetta in a misguided duel. This story resonates with the universal themes of ambition, principle, rivalry, and the subtle interplay of personal and public realms. Hamilton's imprint endures in the institutions he shaped, the arguments he advanced, and the persistent puzzle of how a brilliant mind can fall victim to a bullet summoned by the code of honour with confusing reasoning. Imagine Baltimore in 1895, when the city's waterfront hummed with the sounds of industry, and immigrant voices mixed with the calls of street vendors selling everything from fresh oysters to yesterday's newspapers. The air carried the smell of coal smoke, horse manure, and the briny tang of the Chesapeake Bay. Into this world on February 6th, George Herman Ruth Jr. was born above his father's saloon on Frederick Street, in a neighbourhood that polite society preferred to pretend didn't exist. The Baltimore waterfront district wasn't the kind of place where childhood dreams were supposed to flourish. It was rough, loud, and unforgiving, a place where kids grew up fast or didn't grow up at all. Young George's parents, Kate and George Sr., ran a combination saloon and boarding house, which meant their home was always filled with the sounds of adult conversations, the clink of glasses, and the occasional argument that spilled out onto the cobblestone streets. For a small boy in this environment, normal supervision was nearly impossible. Kate Ruth was often ill, weakened by the demands of running a business and bearing 8 children, only 2 of whom would survive infancy. George Sr. worked from dawn until late into the night, managing a business that catered to dock workers, sailors, and the sort of customers who didn't ask too many questions about the quality of the whiskey. Young George found himself largely raising himself on those Baltimore streets. By the time he was 7, he was spending more time in the alleys and corners of the waterfront than in school. He'd skip classes to hang around the docks, watching longshoremen unload cargo from ships that had travelled from places he could barely imagine. Sometimes he'd steal fruit from vendor carts, not always because he was hungry, but because the thrill of not getting caught was more exciting than anything happening in a classroom. The trouble started small: truancy, petty theft, the kind of mischief that city police generally ignored when it came from waterfront kids. But it escalated. George had energy that seemed to vibrate through his small frame, an inability to sit still that drove his teachers to distraction on the rare occasions he showed up to school. He needed to be moving, doing, and challenging himself in ways that the rigid structure of turn-of-the-century education couldn't accommodate. His parents watched their son's trajectory with the kind of helpless concern that comes from being too overwhelmed to intervene effectively. Kate's illness worsened. The saloon demanded constant attention. Their other surviving child, George's younger sister Mary, required care. Something had to give, and that something turned out to be young George's presence in their daily lives. In 1902, when George was just 7 years old, his parents made a decision that would alter the course of American sports history, though they certainly didn't know it at the time. They signed papers declaring him incorrigible and committed him to St. Mary's Industrial School for Boys, a reformatory and orphanage run by the Catholic Severian brothers on the outskirts of Baltimore. You might picture this moment as traumatic: a young boy torn from his family and sent away to an institution. But the truth was more complicated. George would later describe his arrival at St. Mary's not as a punishment, but as the first real stability he'd ever known. The reformatory had rules, yes, but it also had structure, regular meals, and adults who actually paid attention to what the boys were doing. St. Mary's was enormous, housing over 800 boys on a campus that sprawled across industrial Baltimore's western edge. The buildings were imposing, red brick structures that looked like they'd been designed to remind young boys of their insignificance. But within those walls, George discovered something that had been missing from his chaotic life on Frederick Street: predictability. Every day at St. Mary's followed the same rhythm. Wake at 6, morning prayers, breakfast, classes in reading, writing and arithmetic, afternoon sessions learning trades, shoemaking, tailoring and printing, more prayers, dinner, evening recreation, lights out. For a boy whose previous life had been defined by chaos and uncertainty, this routine was surprisingly comforting, like finally hearing a melody after years of nothing but noise. The Xaverian brothers who ran the school were stern but not cruel. They believed in discipline, hard work, and the redemptive power of the Catholic faith. They also believed in baseball. Behind the main buildings, St. Mary's maintained several baseball diamonds where boys could play nearly every day, weather permitting. This was where George Herman Ruth would discover the game that would define his existence. Picture those baseball fields at St. Mary's on a late spring afternoon, with the sun beginning its slow descent behind Baltimore's skyline. The grass, kept reasonably well by boys assigned to groundskeeping duties, stretched out in a shade of green that looked almost luminous in the golden light. The base paths were hard-packed dirt worn smooth by hundreds of running feet. The smell of leather gloves worn soft with use, mixed with the earthy scent of infield dust kicked up by sliding runners. This was where young George found his calling, though he didn't recognise it as such at first. Baseball at St. Mary's wasn't a formal sport with scholarships and professional scouts. It was recreation, a way to burn off the restless energy of hundreds of boys who needed something to do besides contemplating their various failures that had led them to a reformatory. At first, George was just another kid trying to figure out where he fit in the rotating cast of games that seemed to run continuously, from spring through fall. St. Mary's had multiple teams, organised by age and ability, and boys cycled through different positions based on who showed up and who was serving detention for some infraction of the school's numerous rules. George tried catching first, squatting behind a home plate with a rudimentary mask and chest protector that offered minimal protection against foul tips and wild pitches. He discovered he liked being in the middle of every play, calling pitches, though the pitchers often ignored him, and occasionally throwing out runners who were foolish enough to test his arm. But it was pitching that truly captured his imagination. One afternoon, when the regular pitcher for his team was sick in the infirmary, George volunteered. He'd watched pitchers enough to understand the basic mechanics, the wind-up, the stride, and the follow-through. What he discovered when he towed the rubber for the first time was that throwing a baseball hard was one of the most satisfying physical experiences he'd ever encountered. The ball left his left hand. He was naturally left-handed, which was still considered vaguely suspicious in turn-of-the-century America, and sailed toward home plate with surprising velocity. The batter swung and missed. George felt something click into place, like a puzzle piece he hadn't known was missing suddenly completing a picture. Over the following months and years, George threw and threw and threw. He developed calluses on his fingers from gripping the ball's raised seams. His left shoulder ached most evenings, a dull throb that felt like achievement rather than injury. He studied the older pitchers at St. Mary's, watching how they varied their speeds, how they used the batter's expectations against him, and how they worked both sides of the plate to keep hitters off balance. Brother Matthias Boutelier, the school's prefect of discipline and unofficial athletics director, noticed the skinny kid who seemed to live on the baseball diamond. Matthias was an imposing figure, over 6 feet tall, and built like the longshoreman George remembered from the waterfront. But unlike the rough men of Baltimore's docks, Matthias combined physical presence with genuine interest in the boys under his supervision. Matthias took George under his wing in a way that the boy's actual father never had. He taught him not just baseball mechanics, but also the mental aspects of the game. How to read a batter's stance, how to recognise when someone was guessing fastball, and how to use the umpire's strike zone to his advantage. More importantly, Matthias gave George something he'd rarely experienced: consistent attention from an adult who believed he might actually amount to something. As George moved through his teenage years at St. Mary's, cycling in and out of the institution as his father periodically tried to bring him home before inevitably sending him back. Baseball became his constant. The game didn't care about his rough background or his trouble with authority or his inability to sit still in a classroom. Baseball rewarded his natural athleticism, his surprising coordination, and his competitive fire that burned hot enough to make him practice long after other boys had gone inside. By his mid-teens, George had developed a reputation that extended beyond St Mary's walls. Local amateur teams would sometimes recruit St Mary's players for weekend games, and George's name started appearing in the sports pages of Baltimore newspapers, usually just a line or two noting that the St Mary's pitcher had struck out a dozen batters in some industrial league matchup. He was still raw, still learning, still prone to the kind of wildness both on and off the field that made him simultaneously exciting and unpredictable. But something was emerging in the lanky teenager with the round face and surprisingly quick reflexes, a talent that would soon catch the attention of people who recognised potential when they saw it. On a crisp February morning in 1914, 19-year-old George Herman Ruth signed his first professional baseball contract with the Baltimore Orioles of the International League. The contract paid him $600 for the season, which was more money than George had ever imagined having. To put that in perspective, the average American worker at the time earned less than $400 annually. George was suddenly, improbably, well paid. The Orioles' owner and manager, Jack Dunn, had watched George pitch for St Mary's and saw something that went beyond mere skill. He saw a young man with a left arm that could make baseballs do things that defied easy explanation, combined with an enthusiasm for the game that bordered on childlike joy. Dunn became George's legal guardian, a formality required because George was still technically under St Mary's jurisdiction, and the other players started calling the newest addition to the team Dunn's new babe. The nickname stuck, though it would be shortened and transformed in the years ahead. But for now, George was just trying to figure out how to be a professional baseball player, which turned out to involve a lot more than just throwing strikes. Professional baseball in 1914 bore little resemblance to the modern game you might watch on a lazy summer evening. Teams travelled by train, staying in modest hotels where players doubled up in rooms that were stuffy in summer and frigid in winter. Uniforms were heavy wool that absorbed sweat and never quite dried out during long road trips. Gloves were thin leather affairs that offered minimal protection, and players who didn't learn to catch the ball properly ended up with broken fingers that never quite healed right. George threw himself into this life with the same enthusiasm he brought to everything else. He loved the trains, the hotels, and the constant motion from city to city. After years of institutional confinement at St Mary's, the freedom of professional baseball felt intoxicating. He could stay up late, eat what he wanted, and spend his money on whatever caught his fancy, usually food, as George had developed an appetite that his teammates found simultaneously impressive and slightly alarming. His pitching developed rapidly under professional coaching. George learned to add a curveball to his fastball, giving him two pitches that worked off each other beautifully. The curve would start at a batter's shoulder and break down across the plate, while his fastball came in straight and hard. Batters had to choose what they were looking for, and George was getting good enough at reading swings that he usually guessed right about what they'd chosen. But George's time with the Orioles was brief. The team was struggling financially, a common problem for minor league clubs, and by July, Jack Dunn had sold his best young pitcher to the Boston Red Sox for a sum that seemed enormous at the time, but would later look like one of history's great bargains. George Herman Ruth, just 5 months into his professional career, was heading to the major leagues. Boston in 1914 was a baseball city in a way that's hard to imagine today. The Red Sox played their home games at Fenway Park, which had opened just 2 years earlier and still smelled of fresh paint and optimism. The park was intimate, with fans sitting close enough to the field that you could hear them commenting on your pitching mechanics between deliveries. George spent most of his first season shuttling between Boston and their minor league affiliate in Providence, Rhode Island. The Red Sox weren't sure what they had in this rough-edged kid from Baltimore. He could clearly pitch. His statistics left no doubt about that. But he was also undisciplined, prone to breaking curfew, and possessed of an appetite for nightlife that worried his more conservative managers. The 1915 season marked George's emergence as one of baseball's premier left-handed pitchers. He won 18 games, posted an earned run average that placed him among the league's best, and helped pitch the Red Sox into the World Series. In the Fall Classic against the Philadelphia Phillies, George appeared in one game, pitching well enough that his manager trusted him with important innings. Boston won the championship, and 19-year-old George Herman Ruth received his first World Series ring. He celebrated with the enthusiasm you'd expect from a teenager who'd gone from a Baltimore reformatory to the pinnacle of professional sports in just over a year. The parties lasted for days, and George's capacity for both celebration and recovery became legendary among his teammates. The next few seasons established a pattern. George would pitch brilliantly, winning 23 games in 1916 and 24 in 1917, while simultaneously testing every rule and boundary his managers tried to impose. He'd disappear after games, showing up the next day with mysterious bruises and implausible explanations. He'd miss team trains, forcing managers to fine him from his paycheck. He'd argue with umpires, fight with opposing players, and generally behave like someone who had never quite internalised society's expectations for professional behaviour, yet he kept winning. In the 1916 World Series against the Brooklyn Robins, George pitched 14 innings of shutout baseball in Game 2, setting a World Series record that would stand for decades. The Red Sox won again, giving George his second championship ring before his 22nd birthday. But something else was happening during these seasons, something that would ultimately prove more significant than his pitching achievements. When George wasn't on the mound, he'd occasionally play outfield or fill in at first base, and when he played these positions, he got to bat more than the once every 4-day schedule that pitchers followed. When George batted, remarkable things happened. The ball would leave his bat with a sound that was different from normal contact, a sharp crack that seemed to carry its own echo. The ball would rise on trajectories that looked almost leisurely until you realised how far they were travelling. Home runs in the dead ball era were rare, but George was hitting them with alarming regularity whenever his managers let him swing the bat. By 1918, Red Sox management faced an unusual problem. Their best pitcher was also potentially their best hitter. George appeared in 95 games that season, pitching in only 20 of them. He won 13 games on the mound while simultaneously leading the American League with 11 home runs, a total that would have been unremarkable in later eras but was extraordinary for the time. The baseball world was beginning to recognise that George Herman Ruth might be something unprecedented. Not just a great player, but someone who was redefining what great could mean. Picture Boston's Fenway Park in late 1919, as autumn settled over New England and the baseball season wound toward its conclusion. George Herman Ruth, now 24 years old, had just completed his most remarkable season yet. 29 home runs, shattering every previous record for a single season. He'd effectively stopped pitching, playing almost exclusively as an outfielder, where he could bat every day rather than once every 4 games. The Red Sox owner, Harry Frazee, watched this transformation with mixed feelings. On one hand, Ruth's hitting had made him arguably the most exciting player in baseball. On the other hand, Frazee was primarily a theatrical producer who'd bought the Red Sox almost on a whim, and the team was losing money faster than Frazee could generate it from his Broadway investments. Meanwhile, in New York, the Yankees were baseball's also-ran franchise. They shared the Polo Grounds with the Giants, playing second fiddle in their own city, and consistently finishing somewhere in the middle of the American League standings. Yankees ownership wanted to change this dynamic, and they had the financial resources that Frazee desperately needed. The negotiations happened quietly, over dinner meetings in Manhattan restaurants where the wealthy discussed business deals over steaks and bourbon. Frazee needed cash to finance his theatrical productions and pay off debts that were threatening to sink both his baseball and Broadway enterprises. Yankees owners wanted the player who was transforming baseball from a game of singles and stolen bases into something far more dramatic. On December 26, 1919, the day after Christmas, when most Americans were still digesting holiday meals and exchanging gifts, the news broke. The Boston Red Sox had sold George Herman Babe Ruth to the New York Yankees for $100,000 in cash, plus a loan of $300,000 secured by a mortgage on Fenway Park. The reaction in Boston ranged from disbelief to fury. Newspaper editorials condemned Frazee for sacrificing baseball success to finance his theatrical ambitions. Fans gathered outside Fenway Park in the December cold, some crying, others threatening to never attend another Red Sox game. The term curse hadn't yet entered the vocabulary, but the sense that something fundamentally wrong had occurred was palpable. George himself learned about the trade from reporters who called his apartment, waking him from an afternoon nap. His initial reaction was less emotional than practical. He immediately called the Yankees owner to renegotiate his contract, recognizing that his new team clearly valued him more than his old one had. The Yankees agreed to double his salary, making George Herman Ruth baseball's highest paid player at $20,000 per year. New York in January 1920 felt like a different planet from Boston. The city was louder, brasher, and more chaotic, more like the Baltimore waterfront of George's childhood than the relatively restrained environment of New England. Broadway blazed with electric lights, jazz music poured from basement clubs, and Prohibition had just taken effect, which meant speakeasies were opening faster than authorities could shut them down. George took to New York the way a duck takes to water. He discovered that the city's nightlife suited his temperament perfectly. After games, he'd hit the clubs, order enormous meals, charm showgirls, and generally behave like someone who'd been let out of a cage he hadn't realized he'd been living in. His appetites for food, drink, female company, and general revelry became as legendary as his home runs. But what really mattered happened at the polo grounds between the chalk lines. George's first season in New York redefined what was possible in baseball. He hit 54 home runs, nearly doubling his previous record. To put this in perspective, no other player in the American League hit more than 19. George alone hit more home runs than entire teams combined. The style of these home runs captivated audiences in ways that the technical excellence of pitching or the strategic complexity of manufacturing runs never could. When George connected with a pitch, the ball didn't just clear the fence, it soared into territories that seemed to violate the normal physics of baseball. Balls landed in distant bleachers, bounced onto the streets outside stadiums, and occasionally vanished entirely, presumably captured by fans as souvenirs worth more than the price of admission. Newspapers struggled to describe what Ruth was doing. Sports writers exhausted their vocabularies trying to convey the arc of his home runs, the power in his swing, and the childlike joy he displayed while rounding the bases. They started calling him the Bambino, the Sultan of Swat, and simply the Babe, names that captured both his dominance and the affection that fans felt for this oversized personality. The Yankees recognized that they had something unprecedented, and they began planning to build their own stadium. The Polo Grounds belonged to the Giants, and Yankees ownership wanted a venue they controlled, one designed to showcase their most valuable asset. The planning and construction would take time, but the vision was clear. A cathedral to baseball, and specifically to the particular brand of baseball that Babe Ruth represented. Imagine standing outside Yankee Stadium on opening day, April 18th, 1923. The structure rising before you represents the largest baseball stadium ever built. Over 58,000 seats, arrayed in 3 decks that seem to reach toward the clouds. The facade along the roof features ornamental copperwork that catches the spring sunlight. The grass looks impossibly green, maintained by groundskeepers who treat the field like a golf course. This is the house that Ruth built. Though technically it was built for Ruth, the stadium's design reflected its primary purpose, showcasing Babe Ruth's home runs. The right field fence stood just 295 feet from home plate, a distance that seemed designed specifically for Ruth's left-handed swing. The dimensions were asymmetrical, reflecting the irregular plot of land in the Bronx where the Yankees had chosen to build, but those asymmetries worked in Ruth's favour. Ruth christened the new stadium in the most appropriate way possible, with a home run in the first game, a 3-run shot that gave the Yankees a lead they never relinquished. The newspapers the next day declared that Ruth had consecrated the new venue, and the nickname "the house that Ruth built" appeared in print for the first time. The 1923 season marked the Yankees' first World Series championship, with Ruth batting .368 in the Fall Classic against the New York Giants. After nearly a decade of championships with the Red Sox, Ruth had finally delivered a title to his new team, validating the enormous investment the Yankees had made in acquiring him. The next several years established a pattern that would define the Yankees for generations. Ruth would put up statistics that seemed to belong in fantasy rather than reality. In 1927, he hit 60 home runs, a total so absurd that it would stand as the single-season record for 34 years. His teammates, particularly Lou Gehrig batting behind him in the lineup, benefited from the attention pitchers paid to Ruth, forming what sports writers called Murderer's Row. But Ruth's impact extended beyond statistics. He transformed baseball from a regional interest into a national obsession. Radio broadcasts carried Yankees games across the country, with Ruth's at-bats creating a sense of anticipation that built with each pitch. Movie newsreels featured Ruth's home runs, showing audiences in small-town theatres what this larger-than-life figure was doing in New York. Children across America started imitating Ruth's distinctive swing, the big leg kick, the powerful hip rotation, and the follow-through that lifted his back foot off the ground. Youth baseball teams shifted their emphasis from bunting and base running to swinging for the fences, fundamentally changing how the game was taught. Ruth was creating a new generation of baseball fans who viewed home runs not as occasional flukes, but as the ultimate expression of the sport. The money followed the success. Ruth's salary increased to $80,000 by 1930, making him better paid than President Herbert Hoover. When someone pointed out this disparity, Ruth reportedly replied that he'd had a better year than Hoover, a quip that captured both his ego and the genuine affection Americans felt for him, even during the Depression's early years. Off the field, Ruth's lifestyle became as legendary as his hitting. He'd order room service meals designed for 4 people and eat them alone. He'd stay out until dawn, charming reporters and fellow revellers with stories told in his distinctive gravelly voice. He'd show up to the stadium looking like he'd slept in his clothes, which he sometimes had, and then proceed to hit home runs that left fans wondering if dissipation somehow improved his performance. His managers despaired of controlling him. Ruth would violate curfews, skip team meetings, and generally behave like someone for whom normal rules didn't apply. In 1925, his lifestyle caught up with him. He collapsed during spring training with what newspapers politely called the bellyache heard around the world, though the reality involved a combination of overeating, drinking, and general excess that landed him in the hospital for weeks. That season, Ruth's worst in the majors served as a warning. He hit just 25 home runs and the Yankees finished in 7th place. Ruth recognised that even his prodigious talent had limits, and he moderated his behaviour enough to bounce back in 1926 with 47 home runs and a return to the World Series. The late 1920s and early 1930s marked the peak of Ruth's dominance. He won home run titles, led the league in runs batted in, and posted batting averages that would have been impressive even without the power numbers. The Yankees won championships in 1927, 1928 and 1932, with Ruth as their undisputed centrepiece. The 1932 World Series against the Chicago Cubs produced what would become Ruth's most famous moment, the called shot in Game 3. With the score tied and Cubs players and fans heckling him mercilessly, Ruth stepped to the plate. He pointed toward the centre field bleachers, or at the Cubs pitcher, or maybe was just gesturing generally, depending on which account you believe, and then hit the next pitch exactly where he'd indicated, a majestic home run that silenced Wrigley Field. Whether Ruth actually called his shot remains debated by historians. What's undeniable is that the moment perfectly captured who Ruth was, confident to the point of arrogance, theatrical, and capable of backing up even his most outrageous gestures with actual performance. The legend mattered more than the literal truth, and the legend was that Ruth had promised a home run and then delivered it exactly as advertised. As evening settles around you and your tea grows cooler, let's pause to consider what Babe Ruth was actually like as a person. separate from the legend that grew up around his accomplishments. Ruth stood 6'2", which was tall for his era, with a barrel chest, spindly legs, and a face that photographers described as lived in. He wasn't conventionally handsome, but his features conveyed warmth and openness that made people instinctively like him. His nose had been broken multiple times, testimony to his rough upbringing and occasional propensity for bar fights in his younger days. His voice was surprisingly high and gravelly, the result of years of cigars and whiskey. When he laughed, which was often, it was a full-body experience that started in his belly and emerged as a sound that friends described as infectious. People who met Ruth invariably commented on his energy. He couldn't sit still, constantly fidgeting, moving, and looking for the next thing to engage his attention. Ruth's relationship with children revealed a side of his personality that the public especially loved. He'd spend hours signing autographs for kids who waited outside stadiums, never seeming to tire of the attention. When he visited children's hospitals, which he did regularly, usually without inviting press coverage, he'd sit with sick kids, telling them stories and making them laugh. These visits weren't publicity stunts. Ruth genuinely enjoyed making children happy in ways that suggested he was trying to give them experiences he'd never had in his own difficult childhood. His generosity was legendary and somewhat indiscriminate. Ruth would tip waiters $50 for bringing him a sandwich, hand $100 bills to doormen, and loan money to teammates who he knew would never pay him back. This largesse wasn't entirely altruistic. Ruth enjoyed the feeling of power that came from being able to help others, but it also reflected a genuine disinterest in accumulating wealth for its own sake. His first marriage, to a woman named Helen Woodford whom he'd met while playing in Boston, had ended tragically when Helen died in a house fire in 1929. Ruth remarried almost immediately to a former actress and model named Claire Hodgson, who brought a stabilising influence that Ruth's life had previously lacked. Claire managed Ruth's finances, organised his schedule, and generally tried to impose order on the chaos that naturally surrounded him. Claire also brought her daughter Julia into Ruth's life, and Ruth embraced fatherhood with the same enthusiasm he brought to everything else. He'd play catch with Julia in the backyard of their apartment building, teach her to hit off a batting tee, and tell her stories about his games that always made him seem just slightly more heroic than he actually had been. Ruth's relationship with Lou Gehrig, his longtime teammate, was complicated. The two men were opposites in almost every way. Ruth loud and undisciplined, Gehrig quiet and methodical. They produced one of baseball's most productive lineup combinations, but personally they maintained a distance that occasionally erupted into outright hostility. A falling out in the early 1930s, reportedly over a comment Claire Ruth made about Gehrig's mother, resulted in years where the two barely spoke despite playing on the same team. As Ruth aged, his body began showing the accumulated effects of decades of excess. His once powerful legs thinned, making him slower in the outfield and on the base paths. His reflexes, while still exceptional, no longer allowed him to catch up to the fastest pitches. By the mid-1930s, it was becoming clear that even Babe Ruth couldn't hit forever. The Yankees, with typical corporate efficiency, began planning for a future without their greatest star. They acquired younger outfielders, gave Ruth fewer plate appearances, and generally treated him like a depreciating asset rather than the man who'd built their dynasty. Ruth wanted to manage, believing his baseball knowledge and personality would make him an effective leader. Yankees management disagreed, seeing Ruth's lack of discipline as disqualifying him from a position that required organisation and restraint. In 1935, the Yankees sold Ruth to the Boston Braves, where he was promised a player-manager role that never quite materialised. Instead, Ruth found himself playing for a terrible team, struggling to connect with pitches that would have been routine outs just a few years earlier. His body, after years of abuse, was finally giving out. Ruth's final games as a player were simultaneously sad and somehow fitting. In Pittsburgh on May 25, 1935, he hit 3 home runs in a single game, the last of which cleared the right field stands at Forbes Field and landed outside the stadium, the first fair ball ever hit completely out of that park. It was a reminder of what Ruth had been, a final flash of the power that had defined his career. 6 days later, Ruth played his last game. He went hitless, looked slow and old, and left the field knowing his playing career was over. He officially retired on June 2nd, 1935, ending a 22-year career that had transformed American sports. The years after retirement were difficult for Ruth in ways that his playing career never had been. He'd defined himself through baseball for so long that existence without the daily rhythm of games left him feeling unmoored. The Yankees never offered him the managerial position he coveted, and other teams were similarly uninterested in hiring someone they viewed as too undisciplined to lead. Ruth tried various ventures. He coached briefly for the Brooklyn Dodgers, appeared in exhibition games, and took roles in Hollywood films that required him to essentially play himself. But none of these activities filled the void that baseball's absence had created. He was like a shark that needed to keep moving to breathe, except now the water had been drained from his tank. He remained popular with the public, his name still capable of drawing crowds wherever he appeared. He'd attend charity events, sign autographs, and tell stories about his playing days that grew more embellished with each retelling. The real Babe Ruth was gradually being replaced by the legend, a process that Ruth himself seemed to encourage. World War II gave Ruth a renewed sense of purpose. He participated in war bond drives, visited military hospitals, and played in exhibition games designed to boost morale. Soldiers who'd grown up idolising Ruth got to meet their hero, and Ruth seemed genuinely moved by their appreciation. These interactions suggested that Ruth's importance transcended baseball. He'd become a symbol of American vitality and confidence that resonated during wartime. On April 27, 1947, the Yankees retired Ruth's number 3, making it the first number ever retired in baseball. Over 50,000 fans packed Yankee Stadium for Babe Ruth Day, celebrating the man who had made the venue famous. Ruth, already ill with throat cancer, though the public didn't know it yet, spoke briefly to the crowd in a voice ravaged by disease. A famous photograph from that day shows Ruth leaning on a bat for support, his body wasted by illness, but his presence still commanding. The cancer progressed rapidly. Ruth spent much of 1948 in and out of hospitals, undergoing treatments that were primitive by modern standards and largely ineffective. He lost weight dramatically, his once powerful frame reduced to something that friends described as heartbreaking to witness. But even in decline, Ruth maintained the essential qualities that had defined him: optimism, humour, and a refusal to complain about his circumstances. On August 16, 1948, Babe Ruth died at age 53. His body lay in state at Yankee Stadium, where over 100,000 people filed past to pay their respects. The line stretched for blocks, filled with people of all ages who wanted one final moment with the man who had given them so many memories. The funeral itself was held at St. Patrick's Cathedral in Manhattan, with over 6,000 people inside and thousands more on the streets outside. Ruth was buried at Gate of Heaven Cemetery in Hawthorne, New York. His grave became, and remains, one of the most visited sites in American sports, a pilgrimage destination for fans who want to connect with baseball's past. Now, as you settle deeper into your blankets and perhaps close your eyes, consider what Ruth left behind. His lifetime statistics: 714 home runs, a .342 batting average, and 2,013 runs batted in, were records that would stand for decades. But numbers alone don't capture his impact. Ruth transformed baseball from a sport played primarily in small markets to a truly national phenomenon. Before Ruth, baseball struggled to compete with boxing and horse racing for public attention. After Ruth, baseball was unquestionably America's game, a status it would maintain for the better part of a century. He changed how the game was played, shifting emphasis from small ball tactics to power hitting. Managers who had spent careers teaching bunts and hit-and-run plays suddenly found themselves encouraging batters to swing for the fences. The entire architecture of offense was rebuilt around the home run, a change that Ruth essentially accomplished single-handedly. Ruth proved that athletes could be celebrities in ways previously reserved for actors and politicians. His salary negotiations set precedents for athlete compensation. His endorsement deals created a template for how sports stars could leverage fame into wealth. His lifestyle, while excessive, demonstrated that public figures could survive scandal through sheer charisma and performance. The cultural impact extended beyond sports. Ruth became a symbol of American possibility. The idea that someone from the worst circumstances could rise to the absolute pinnacle of success. His story resonated especially during the Depression years, when Americans needed heroes who proved that the system could still work, that talent and determination could still overcome poverty and limited opportunity. Ruth's relationship with children created a template for how sports stars interact with young fans. The image of Ruth visiting sick children, signing endless autographs, and treating kids with genuine affection established expectations for athlete behaviour that persist today. Every modern athlete who visits a children's hospital is, in some way, following the path Ruth created. His flaws were as legendary as his achievements, and paradoxically, those flaws made him more beloved rather than less. Americans appreciated that Ruth enjoyed his success, that he indulged appetites rather than pretending they didn't exist. There was something honest about Ruth's excesses that stood in stark contrast to the carefully managed public images that other celebrities cultivated. The Yankees dynasty that Ruth created continued for decades after his retirement. The team won championships through the 1950s and beyond, but all of those successes built on the foundation Ruth had established. The financial resources that allowed the Yankees to acquire the best players came from the revenue streams Ruth had created. The winning tradition that attracted top talent originated in Ruth's championship teams. Baseball itself evolved in Ruth's image. Stadiums built after Yankee Stadium incorporated features designed to showcase home run hitters. Rule changes that increased offense and home run production reflected Ruth's influence on what fans wanted to see. The entire aesthetic of baseball, the emphasis on power, the celebration of individual achievement within a team context, and the tolerance for colourful personalities, all traced back to Ruth's example. Modern athletes earning enormous salaries, negotiating endorsement deals and living public lives that blur the line between sports and entertainment are following paths that Ruth pioneered. He proved that athletic excellence could generate wealth and fame that transcended the sport itself. Every athlete who becomes a brand, who leverages sporting success into broader cultural influence, owes something to the template Ruth created. As your eyelids grow heavier and the day's concerns fade into the comfortable darkness of evening, let's trace how Ruth's influence continues to ripple through American culture, even now, decades after his death. Walk into any youth baseball game on a Saturday morning, and you'll see Ruth's legacy in action. Kids step to the plate and take mighty swings, trying to hit home runs rather than simply making contact. Parents in the stands cheer loudest for the ball that clears the fence, even though a well-placed single might be tactically superior. This emphasis on power over precision, on the dramatic over the practical, flows directly from Ruth's transformation of baseball's aesthetics. The number 3, retired by the Yankees and sacred in baseball history, appears on replica jerseys worn by fans who weren't born until decades after Ruth died. These fans may not know Ruth's actual statistics, might not be able to name a single team he played against, but they know the name and understand that wearing it connects them to something important in baseball's story. Baseball cards featuring Ruth's image remain among the most valuable collectibles in sports, with pristine examples selling for millions of dollars. The T206 Honus Wagner card is famous for its rarity, but Ruth cards are valuable because of who he was and what he represented. Collectors aren't just buying cardboard and ink, they're acquiring pieces of the moment when sports became central to American culture. The stories about Ruth, some true, some embellished, some entirely fabricated, form a mythology that serves baseball the way ancient myths served earlier civilizations. The called shot, the 60 home runs in 1927, the promise to hit a home run for a sick child and then delivering on that promise. These stories teach lessons about confidence, performance under pressure, and the rewards that come from daring greatly. Yankee Stadium, rebuilt in 2009 but incorporating design elements that deliberately echo the original, remains a shrine to Ruth even though he never played in the new version. Fans visiting the stadium for the first time make pilgrimages to Monument Park, where a plaque commemorates Ruth's achievements in language that borders on religious reverence. The stadium's dimensions still favour left-handed power hitters, a design choice that acknowledges Ruth's continuing influence on how the Yankees think about constructing their roster. The phrase Ruthian has entered the English language as an adjective meaning exceptionally large or powerful. When a slugger hits a particularly long home run, announcers describe it as Ruthian. When a player achieves something that seems to transcend normal boundaries, sports writers invoke Ruth's name. This linguistic immortality, the transformation of a person into an adjective, is reserved for the very few whose impact genuinely changes how we understand their field. Modern players who hit 40 or 50 home runs in a season are praised by comparison to Ruth, even though the game they're playing is dramatically different from the one Ruth dominated. Pitchers throw harder now, fielders are more athletic, stadiums are larger, and the scientific understanding of hitting mechanics has advanced enormously. Yet Ruth's shadow stretches across all these changes, his achievements serving as the standard against which power is measured. The curse of the Bambino, the superstitious belief that Boston's sale of Ruth to New York cursed the Red Sox franchise for 86 years, demonstrates Ruth's cultural penetration beyond pure sports. The fact that rational adults could believe that a player transaction in 1920 affected game outcomes in 2004 shows how deeply Ruth embedded himself in baseball's narrative structure. When the Red Sox finally won the World Series in 2004, breaking the alleged curse became as important to the story as the actual athletic achievement. Hollywood has repeatedly tried to capture Ruth on film with varying degrees of success. The challenge has always been that Ruth's life was almost too eventful, too packed with incident and achievement to fit into conventional narrative structures. How do you dramatise someone who actually lived larger than most fictional characters? The attempts continue, each generation trying to explain Ruth to audiences who live in increasingly different worlds from the one he inhabited. Children who will play baseball in 2050 will still learn Ruth's name and still hear stories about the Bambino who hit balls over buildings and ate hot dogs by the dozen. The details may blur and the context may fade, but the essential story, poor boy makes good through natural talent and irrepressible personality, remains as compelling as ever. Baseball historians continue to debate Ruth's place in the sports pantheon. Was he the greatest player ever, or does that honour belong to Willie Mays or Barry Bonds or Mike Trout? These debates miss the point. Ruth's importance isn't about being the best in some objective sense. It's about being the most transformative, the player who changed not just how baseball was played, but what baseball meant to American culture. Now, as you drift towards sleep, let's consider perhaps Ruth's most important legacy, one that statistics can't capture and that has nothing to do with championships or records. Ruth gave people joy, and he did it with an enthusiasm that was itself joyful to witness. Watch footage of Ruth hitting home runs, grainy, silent film that nevertheless conveys his obvious pleasure in the act. After connecting with a pitch, he doesn't admire his work or pose for cameras. He simply runs, a surprisingly graceful trot given his bulk, with a smile that suggests he's as delighted as the fans in the stands. Baseball was, for Ruth, genuinely fun, and his enjoyment was contagious. This might seem trivial, but think about what Ruth offered to Americans during his peak years. The 1920s brought prosperity for some, but anxiety for many, as traditional social structures gave way to modernity's uncertainties. The 1930s brought economic catastrophe, with unemployment, foreclosures, and the genuine fear that American democracy might not survive. Through all of this, Ruth played baseball with the unself-conscious joy of a child, reminding people that pleasure and delight remained possible even in difficult times. His home runs weren't just athletic achievements, they were permission slips for celebration. When Ruth connected with a pitch and the ball soared into impossibly distant seats, fans could forget their troubles for the seconds it took the ball to travel. They could rise from their seats, cheer without inhibition, and share a moment of uncomplicated happiness with thousands of strangers. Ruth never pretended to be a role model in the modern sense. He drank, he ate to excess, he caroused, and he made no particular effort to hide any of it. Yet somehow this honesty about his appetites made him more rather than less appealing. Americans understood that Ruth was flawed, but they also recognized that his flaws were human scale, the kind that anyone might have if they suddenly found themselves wealthy and famous. The relationship between Ruth and baseball fans was genuinely reciprocal. He loved their attention, fed off their energy, and performed better when stadiums were packed and roaring. Fans, in turn, loved him not just for what he did, but for how obviously he loved doing it. This mutual affection created a bond that transcended the usual relationship between athlete and spectator. Ruth's generosity with his time, particularly toward children, reflected his understanding that his fame created opportunities to bring happiness to others. When he visited a sick child in a hospital, signing a baseball and telling stories, he was giving that child something more valuable than memorabilia. He was giving them a story they could tell for the rest of their lives, a moment when they mattered to someone important. His teammates, even those who found his behaviour exasperating, generally loved him because Ruth treated baseball as play rather than work. In an era when most professional athletes approached their sport with grim seriousness, Ruth maintained the perspective that baseball was fundamentally a game. This attitude didn't make him less competitive. Ruth hated losing, but it kept him from the bitterness that consumed players who couldn't separate their self-worth from their performance. The joy Ruth embodied extended to his appreciation for his own success. He didn't pretend to be humble or act like his achievements were merely the product of hard work. Ruth understood that he had extraordinary talent, and he celebrated that talent openly. This self-awareness and lack of false modesty was in its own way refreshing. Ruth knew he was special, and he saw no reason to pretend otherwise. As sleep approaches and the story winds toward its close, consider what Ruth teaches us about living fully. His life wasn't long. 53 years is less than many of us will have, but it was completely lived. He experienced more pleasure, more success, more acclaim, and yes, more excess than most people could fit into twice that time. He never seemed to wonder if he deserved his success. He simply enjoyed it while it lasted. In your last moments of wakefulness, picture Yankee Stadium on a late summer afternoon, the sun casting long shadows across the infield as another generation of players takes batting practice. The crack of the bat echoes off the stands, that distinctive sound that has remained unchanged for over a century. Somewhere in those stands sits a grandfather taking his grandson to his first baseball game. The boy's attention wanders. It's the 7th inning, and the game has been slow. Then the home team slugger steps to the plate, and the grandfather leans close to his grandson's ear. He tells him about another slugger, the first and maybe the greatest, a man who hit balls so far they seem to leave the atmosphere. The boy listens, not entirely sure if Grandpa is telling a story or recounting history. The slugger connects with a pitch, and the ball rises on a trajectory that every fan in the stadium recognizes instantly. It clears the fence by 50 feet, landing somewhere in the distant bleachers. The grandfather leaps to his feet. His knees hurt, but he doesn't care. And the grandson jumps up beside him, caught up in the moment even though he doesn't fully understand what he's witnessing. This is Ruth's final gift, the one that keeps giving decades after his death. The shared experience of baseball's most dramatic moment. The home run that makes strangers into a community, that transforms an afternoon into a memory, and that connects generations through the simple act of watching someone hit a ball with a stick. Every home run hit in every stadium in America carries an echo of the ones Ruth hit in stadiums that no longer exist, watched by fans who have long since passed away. The game evolves, rules change, and players get stronger and faster, but the fundamental thrill, the ball rising against the sky, arcing toward the fence, and landing in a distant section while fans roar, remains exactly what it was when Ruth did it for the first time. Ruth's story reminds us that sports matter not because they're important in some objective sense, but because they give us ways to connect with each other, with our past, and with the parts of ourselves that remember how to play. The boy from Baltimore who learned to pitch on reformatory fields never forgot that baseball was supposed to be fun, and he spent his entire career trying to share that fun with anyone who would watch. He succeeded beyond anything his younger self could have imagined. The orphan who felt unwanted became the most beloved figure in American sports. The undisciplined kid who couldn't follow rules became the man who rewrote them. The player who was sold by one team for money became the catalyst for a dynasty that redefined sports excellence. But perhaps most importantly, the child who grew up without much joy became the man who created it for millions. Every time someone's face lights up watching a home run, every time a kid imitates a power swing in a backyard, every time baseball brings people together in shared celebration, Babe Ruth is there, still playing the game he loved, still inviting everyone to join him in the simple pleasure of hitting a ball as far as possible and then running around some bases while people cheer. As you drift into sleep, you might dream of summer afternoons and the crack of a wooden bat, of balls rising against blue skies, of a round-faced man with a huge smile circling the bases while a stadium full of strangers becomes, for a moment, a community united in joy. These dreams connect you to millions of others who have found comfort and excitement in the same images, the same stories, and the same fundamental human desire to witness excellence and share in celebration. Babe Ruth lived more than 90 years ago, but his gift remains. The reminder that life is meant to be fully lived, that talent should be celebrated rather than hidden, and that joy shared multiplies while joy hoarded disappears. Sleep well, knowing that somewhere right now someone is hitting a home run, and for that moment they are Babe Ruth, and Babe Ruth lives again. The boy from Baltimore found his way home, and in doing so he helped millions of us find ours, on baseball diamonds, in stadium seats, in the stories we tell about the ones who came before, and in the simple shared pleasure of watching someone do something extraordinary. Sleep wasn't quite the uninterrupted 8-hour luxury you once knew in another life. Instead, you dozed fitfully between the sounds of night, the distant howl that made your spine tingle, the rustle of something large moving through the brush outside, and the gentle snoring of your cavemates curled around the dying embers of last night's fire. Your bed is a carefully arranged pile of furs and dried grasses, positioned just far enough from the cave mouth to avoid the morning chill, but close enough to make a quick escape if needed. Yes, escape plans were part of interior decorating back then. The stone beneath you has been worn smooth by countless nights of human bodies seeking comfort, and honestly, it's not terrible once you pile on enough mammoth hide. Stretching your arms carefully, because that shoulder you wrenched wrestling a particularly stubborn root vegetable last week still protests, you notice the familiar ache in your lower back. Living in the Paleolithic era was essentially a continuous low-intensity exercise regimen that would leave modern fitness enthusiasts feeling both envious and exhausted. The fire pit still glows faintly in the centre of your cave home. Keeping it alive through the night was everyone's responsibility, because starting a new fire from scratch was about as fun as performing surgery with stone tools, which, come to think of it, sometimes happened. You pad over on bare feet that have developed soles tougher than any boot leather, adding a few small branches to coax the flames back to life. The morning ritual begins with checking your body for new aches, cuts, or mysterious bruises that appeared overnight. Living near nature often results in it leaving its mark on your shin or forearm. Today's inventory reveals a scratch on your thumb from yesterday's flint napping session and a tender spot on your hip where you misjudged the height of a boulder. This is a common occurrence. Your stomach announces itself with a rumble that echoes slightly off the cave walls. Breakfast isn't waiting in a refrigerator, mainly because refrigerators won't be invented for another 40,000 years or so. Instead, your morning meal depends entirely on yesterday's success at gathering, hunting, or the ancient art of convincing someone else to share their food. You peer outside the cave entrance, squinting against the growing daylight. The world stretches out before you in endless green, broken by rocky outcroppings and the distant glimmer of the river that serves as your neighbourhood's main street, grocery store and community centre, all rolled into one. The air carries the scent of pine resin, damp earth, and something that might be smoke from another group's fire miles away. Weather prediction was a survival skill back then. not casual conversation. You scan the sky with the intensity of a meteorologist, reading cloud patterns like a morning newspaper. Those wispy streaks to the west suggest wind later, which could mean rain by evening. The thought makes you mentally catalogue the cave's water containers, mostly animal bladders and carefully shaped gourds that took weeks to perfect. A sound from deeper in the cave indicates your companions are stirring. There's Grak, whose snoring could wake the dead and occasionally did wake the living at inconvenient moments. He's already sitting up, running thick fingers through hair that defies any attempt at styling, not that styling products were readily available. Beside him, Mira stretches like a cat, her movements graceful despite sleeping on stone and fur. The day ahead holds the usual uncertainty. Food needs to be found, tools require maintenance, and somewhere out there, opportunities and dangers wait in equal measure. But first, there is the simple joy of living in a world where each sunrise feels like a tiny triumph against the challenges. Your feet find their way to the cave entrance, and you stand there for a moment, breathing in the morning air that tastes cleaner than anything you could imagine. The sun climbs higher, promising warmth later, and somewhere in the distance, a bird calls with the kind of pure joy that makes you remember why being alive, even in the Stone Age, has its moments of absolute perfection. Finding breakfast in the Paleolithic era was like playing the world's most consequential treasure hunt game, where the treasure was edible and losing meant going hungry. You step outside the cave, bare feet immediately registering the temperature and texture of the ground, information your modern brain would dismiss, but your ancient instincts catalogue automatically. The morning dew has settled on everything, turning spiderwebs into jewelled masterpieces and making certain rocks slippery enough to turn a casual stroll into an impromptu tumbling session. Having experienced this lesson firsthand several times, you now walk with a measured gait, understanding that gravity remains the same in the Stone Age as it does everywhere else. Your stomach rumbles again, more insistently this time. You've noticed that the human digestive system doesn't care about the historical significance of your situation. It simply craves food, ideally as soon as possible. This morning's breakfast menu depends entirely on your knowledge of what's edible versus what's decorative versus what's deadly. It's like being a contestant on the world's most dangerous cooking show. 20 yards from the cave, you spot a cluster of berry bushes that wasn't there yesterday. Actually, they were there yesterday, but your brain is still learning to see food sources instead of just green stuff. The berries are small and dark purple and pass the preliminary tests. Birds have been eating them without falling over, and they smell right. You taste one carefully, letting the flavour register fully before committing to a handful. They are sweet, slightly tart, and have a texture that suggests they won't cause immediate digestive rebellion. Success. Gathering enough to satisfy your hunger, you remain vigilant for potential opportunities. Breakfast in the Stone Age was often a progressive meal, eaten as you found it rather than sitting down to a prepared plate. Near the berry bushes, a cluster of what you've learned are edible roots pokes through the soil. Digging them up requires the sharp stick you carved last week, and excavating roots turns out to be excellent exercise for muscle groups you didn't know existed. The roots are starchy, filling, and taste vaguely like potatoes if potatoes had been designed by someone who'd only heard a rough description of what food should taste like. A flash of movement catches your eye. A rabbit is frozen in the peculiar way that rabbits pretend to be invisible by remaining absolutely still. Your hand moves slowly toward the throwing stick tucked into your woven grass belt. Rabbit would be a protein upgrade to this morning's vegetarian fare, but hunting requires a combination of skill, luck, and the kind of patience that doesn't come naturally when your stomach is demanding immediate attention. The throwing stick is a marvel of Stone Age engineering, basically a carefully balanced wooden projectile that you've practiced with until your shoulder aches. The rabbit remains motionless, probably calculating its odds of escape versus the energy cost of sudden movement. You shift your weight slowly, raising the stick with movements smooth enough not to trigger the rabbit's flight response. Then a branch cracks somewhere behind you, probably Grak stumbling around looking for his breakfast, and the rabbit vanishes in a blur of brown fur and indignation. Your throwing stick sails through empty air and lands with a disappointed thud against a tree trunk. So much for upgraded protein. You retrieve the stick, mentally adding practice hunting in areas with fewer clumsy companions to your growing list of survival improvements. The berries and roots will have to suffice for now, supplemented by the memory of yesterday's successful fish-catching expedition. Walking back toward the cave, you notice Mira has discovered a bird's nest with eggs, the kind of find that makes everyone's morning significantly brighter. Eggs are perfect food packages, assuming you can convince their parents that you need them more than the unhatched occupants do. The negotiation typically involves quick hands and faster feet, especially when the parents are larger birds with strong opinions about egg ownership. The morning meal shapes up to be a combination of your berries and roots, shared eggs, and some leftover fish that Grack managed not to eat entirely yesterday. It's not exactly a gourmet breakfast, but it contains calories, nutrients, and the satisfaction of having successfully gathered it yourself from a world that doesn't deliver food to your door. Sitting on a sun-warmed rock outside the cave, you eat slowly, savouring flavours that are simple, direct, and somehow more satisfying than you expected. The food tastes like work, like success, like the peculiar pride that comes from feeding yourself through knowledge and effort rather than convenience. Your stomach settles into contentment, and the day ahead seems more manageable with breakfast accomplished. The sun rises higher, warming the rocks on your shoulders. Somewhere in the distance you can hear the river calling with promises of fish and the kind of morning bath that wakes up every nerve ending at once. After breakfast, your attention turns to the daily maintenance tasks that keep Stone Age life functional. Your toolkit needs inspection, and in a world where the nearest hardware store won't exist for several millennia, tool maintenance isn't optional, it's survival. You settle onto a flat rock that serves as your workbench, spreading out your collection of implements with the care of a surgeon arranging instruments. There's the knife you chipped from flint 2 weeks ago, its edge still sharp enough to slice through hide but showing tiny nicks from yesterday's root-digging expedition. You've bound the spear tip, which required 3 attempts to perfect, to its wooden shaft with such meticulous sinew wrapping that it almost appears decorative. Flint knapping, the art of striking stone with stone to create sharp edges, requires the kind of focused attention that makes meditation look like multitasking. You choose a piece of flint, testing its weight and density with fingers that have learned to read stone like others read books. The hammerstone fits perfectly in your palm, its surface worn smooth by countless impacts. The first strike sends a small chip flying, landing near your feet with a tiny click. Success! You turn the flint slightly, visualizing the blade hidden inside the raw stone, waiting to be revealed through patient, precise work. Strike, turn, examine. Strike, turn, examine. The rhythm becomes almost hypnotic, each impact calculated to remove exactly the right amount of material. Somewhere around the 15th strike, your concentration wavers for just a moment, and the hammerstone catches the flint at the wrong angle. Instead of a clean chip, a large chunk breaks away, taking half your emerging blade with it. The flint now looks less like a future tool and more like evidence of why patience isn't just a virtue, it's a requirement. You set the ruined flint aside and reach for another piece, reminding yourself that failure is just another word for practice. The second attempt goes better, partly because you've already made today's mistake and partly because your hands remember the proper rhythm. Gradually, a serviceable blade emerges from the raw stone, its edge sharp enough to make you respect it immediately. Tool maintenance extends beyond just making new implements. Your spear shaft has developed a small crack near the binding, the kind of flaw that could turn a hunting trip into a disaster if left unattended. You unwrap the sinew carefully, it's too valuable to waste, and examine the crack more closely. The split runs with the wood grain, which is positive news. A cross-grain crack would mean starting over with a new shaft. You select a thin strip of wet hide and wrap it tightly around the damaged area, pulling the wood fibres back together. Once it dries, the hide will shrink, creating a repair stronger than the original wood. It's the Stone Age equivalent of duct tape, minus the adhesive and the tape. Fire maintenance demands its attention. The coals from last night have settled into a bed of embers, perfect for cooking but needing encouragement to flame up again. You add small kindling, dry grass, thin twigs, strips of birch bark that catch fire like they were designed for the purpose. The flames respond eagerly, crackling to life with the kind of enthusiasm that makes you appreciate humanity's ancient partnership with controlled combustion. Keeping the fire alive was a community responsibility that rotated among the cave's inhabitants. Today is your turn to be the firekeeper, which means feeding it regularly, banking the coals for cooking, and most importantly, never letting it die completely. Starting a fire from scratch using flint and steel, or rather flint and iron pyrite, since steel won't be invented for quite a while, is possible but exhausting. You practice the fire starting technique anyway, because redundancy keeps you alive. Strike flint against pyrite, directing the sparks into a nest of the finest, driest tinder you can prepare. Cedar bark worked into soft fibres, birch fungus, and dried grass so fine it's almost powder. The sparks catch, glowing like tiny stars in the tinder nest. Gentle breath coaxes them into flame, and suddenly you have fire created from nothing but skill and persistence. Success gives you a quiet satisfaction that's hard to describe. In a world where most things are uncertain, being able to create fire on demand feels like having superpowers. Which, from the perspective of any other animal, you suppose it is. Your morning's work spreads out around you. Newly sharpened tools, repaired weapons, a healthy fire, and the kind of competence that builds confidence. These aren't glamorous tasks, but they form the foundation that makes everything else possible. Every sharp edge, every strong binding, and every glowing coal represents the difference between thriving and merely surviving. The sun has climbed higher while you worked, and the warmth feels good on your shoulders. In the distance, you can hear water running over rocks, the river calling with promises of fish and the kind of cooling bath that makes hot work worthwhile. The river beckons with the sound of water moving over stones, a constant murmur that serves as the soundtrack to your daily life. You gather your fishing equipment, a spear with a particular point, a net woven from plant fibres that took weeks to complete, and the kind of optimism that comes from successful fishing experiences mixed with realistic expectations about fish behaviour. The walk to your favourite fishing spot takes you through terrain that changes subtly with each day's weather. Today, the path has become slightly muddy due to yesterday's brief rain, causing footing to become uncertain in areas where the clay soil has turned into a slippery surface. You've learned to read these conditions automatically, adjusting your gait to avoid the kind of spectacular fall that looks amusing in hindsight, but feels considerably less funny when you're picking mud out of uncomfortable places. Your fishing spot is a bend in the river where the current slows and deepens, creating a natural pool where fish tend to gather. The location also offers a large flat rock that serves as your observation post, positioned perfectly for both seeing into the water and maintaining the kind of motionless patience that successful fishing requires. Settling onto the rock, you peer into the water with the focused attention of a meditation master. The surface mirrors the skiing clouds, yet beneath that reflection is a completely different world. Fish move through their domain with the casual confidence of creatures who belong exactly where they are, unaware that you're studying their patterns with the intensity of a behavioural scientist. A large trout, you've learned to distinguish species by their movement patterns and preferred depths, holds position near the far bank, its fins making tiny adjustments to maintain its place in the current. It's perfectly positioned for a spear throw, assuming you can manage the complex physics of refraction, water resistance, and the fish's likely escape route, all while maintaining the balance necessary not to fall off your rock into the river. You raise the spear slowly, muscles remembering the thousands of practice throws that have taught your arms the proper arc and release point. The fish remains steady, focused on something upstream that might be food drifting down with the current. This is the moment when patience and preparation meet opportunity, assuming your aim has improved since yesterday's somewhat embarrassing performance. The spear leaves your hand with the smooth motion of long practice, cutting through air and then water with barely a splash. Success appears certain for a moment. Then physics asserts itself in the form of water refraction, and your spear passes harmlessly beneath the fish, which vanishes in a swirl of indignant motion that somehow manages to look reproachful. Retrieving the spear requires wading into water that's shockingly cold despite the warm air. The river bottom is a collection of smooth stones, some steady and reliable, others perfectly designed to shift unexpectedly and send waders sprawling into deeper water. You move carefully, your feet testing each step before committing your full weight. The spear has lodged between two rocks in deeper water, requiring a wade that brings the river level to mid-thigh. The cold is invigorating in the way that makes you immediately understand why some people voluntarily take cold showers, while simultaneously making you question their sanity. Your muscles tense against the temperature, and retrieving the spear becomes a matter of quick efficiency rather than careful technique. Back on your rock, you settle in for another attempt. water dripping from your legs onto sun-warmed stone. The net offers different possibilities, less precision required, but demanding perfect timing and the ability to read fish behaviour well enough to predict their movements. You study the water again, looking for the subtle signs that indicate where fish are likely to swim. A school of smaller fish moves through the shallows, their bodies flashing silver as they turn in unison. They're following some underwater logic that makes perfect sense to them and appears completely random to you. The net requires positioning downstream from their path, then patience while they swim into range. You slip into the water again, moving with exaggerated care to avoid sending vibrations through the riverbed that would scatter your targets. The fish continue their mysterious choreography, occasionally coming tantalizingly close to your net's range before veering away as if they've suddenly remembered important appointments elsewhere. Finally, the school's wandering path brings them directly toward your position. You raise the net slowly, waiting for the moment when the maximum number of fish occupy the minimum amount of space. The technique necessitates precise timing. If you act too early, the fish will scatter, and if you act too late, they will have already passed through. Now, the net sweeps through water and fish with satisfying efficiency, and suddenly you're holding breakfast, lunch, and possibly dinner in woven plant fibres. The fish flip and struggle with understandable urgency, and you wade quickly to shore to transfer them to the woven basket that serves as your portable container. Success tastes like cold river water, and feels like the quiet satisfaction of having fed yourself through skill and patience. The morning's fishing has provided enough protein for the day, plus extra to share with your cave mates who may have had less luck with their own food-gathering expeditions. Walking back toward the cave, basket of fish in one hand and wet fishing gear in the other, you reflect on the peculiar satisfaction of having succeeded at something your ancestors would recognise and approve of. There's something deeply right about providing food through your own efforts, even when those efforts occasionally involve falling into cold water while chasing fish that seem to mock your hunting skills. The afternoon sun has reached that perfect angle where it warms without burning. Your successful fishing expedition has left you feeling confident enough to venture further from the cave than usual. Today seems like an ideal time to explore the valley beyond the ridge, where rumour, delivered by a travelling group last week, suggests there might be fruit trees and possibly deposits of the particularly good flint that makes superior tools. You gather exploration supplies with the methodical care of someone who's learned that preparation prevents most disasters, and improvisation handles the rest. Your pack consists of a large hide bag containing water in a bladder, dried meat from last week's successful hunt, the multi-purpose knife that's sharp enough to be useful but not so precious you'd weep if you lost it, and cordage woven from plant fibres that serves approximately 600 different functions in Stone Age life. The ridge requires a climb that would be considered moderate exercise in modern terms, but feels more like a full-body workout when you're carrying supplies and watching for loose rocks that could turn an afternoon hike into a medical emergency. Your route follows what might charitably be called a path, really just a series of animal tracks connected by your own optimistic assumptions about the best way up steep terrain. Halfway up the ridge, you pause to catch your breath and immediately understand why your ancestors developed such impressive cardiovascular systems. Every activity in Paleolithic life was essentially a fitness program, designed by someone with a sadistic sense of humour and a deep commitment to building character through physical challenge. The view from the ridgetop makes the climb worthwhile. The valley spreads below you like a green carpet dotted with silver streams and dark patches that might be groves of the fruit trees you're seeking. In the distance, smoke rises from what's probably another group's fire, reminding you that you're not alone in this vast landscape, just temporarily out of the shouting range of your neighbours. Descending into the valley proves trickier than the ascent. Gravity assists your progress with the kind of helpful enthusiasm that occasionally threatens to turn a controlled descent into an uncontrolled tumble. You pick your way carefully down the slope, using trees and rock outcroppings as handholds, and trying not to think about how much easier going down is than climbing back up will be. The valley floor reveals itself to be a mixture of opportunity and complexity. Yes, there are fruit trees, several varieties you recognise and a few that require the kind of careful testing that determines whether they're food or decoration. The good news is many trees are heavy with ripe fruit. The challenging news is that you're apparently not the first to discover this resource. Fresh tracks in the soft earth near the largest fruit grove tell a story that makes your survival instincts pay closer attention. The large paw prints, indicating a predator rather than prey, are so recent that their edges remain sharp. Bear, most likely, and probably still in the area since bears tend to stay near excellent food sources until they've exhausted them completely. This scenario creates what you might call a tactical situation. The fruit represents valuable calories and nutrients that would improve everyone's diet significantly. The bear represents the kind of conversation partner who settles disagreements through methods that don't typically end well for the smaller participant. Wisdom suggests retreat. Hunger suggests negotiation. Pride suggests you're probably overthinking the whole situation. You compromise by gathering fruit from trees on the periphery of the grove, working quickly but quietly, ears tuned for any sound that might indicate you're about to have an unexpected encounter with the local bear population. Every fallen branch that cracks underfoot sounds like a gunshot in the afternoon stillness, and every rustle of leaves brings a momentary pause to listen for approaching footsteps that weigh considerably more than yours. The fruit gathering goes well until you reach for a particularly promising cluster growing just out of easy reach. Stretching toward it requires shifting your weight onto a branch that seemed sturdy enough when you tested it, but apparently has strong opinions about supporting human body weight. The branch surrenders with a sharp crack that echoes through the grove like a dinner bell ringing for every predator within miles. You land in a heap of bruised dignity and scattered fruit, momentarily more concerned about the noise than the impact. The grove falls into the kind of absolute silence that suggests every creature with ears is now listening intently to determine what just announced its presence so dramatically. After several heartbeats of holding your breath and straining your ears, you conclude that immediate danger seems unlikely. Gathering the scattered fruit with hands trembling slightly from adrenaline rather than injury, you come to the conclusion that discretion is a crucial aspect of fruit gathering. Your pack now contains enough fruit to supplement several meals, plus the kind of story that will improve with each retelling around the evening fire. The discovery of the flint deposits proves anticlimactic after the fruit tree adventure. Yes, the stone is excellent quality, better than what you've been working with. Yes, there's enough to supply your tool-making needs for months. And yes, it's located in an easy-to-access outcropping that doesn't require negotiating with large carnivores. You gather several prime pieces of flint, testing each for quality and selecting those most likely to produce superior tools. The additional weight in your pack reminds you that the return journey will be more challenging than the trip down, but a good flint is worth the extra effort. The afternoon light has begun its slow slide toward evening by the time you start the return climb. Your pack, now heavy with fruit and stone, makes the ascent feel like a full-body strength training session, designed by someone who believes suffering builds character. Each step up the ridge requires deliberate effort, and you find yourself developing a new appreciation for the concept of pack weight distribution. The return to your cave feels like coming home after a successful adventure, your pack heavy with the day's discoveries, and your body pleasantly worn out from useful exertion. The late afternoon light filters through the trees with that golden quality that makes everything look like it's been painted by someone who understands the beauty of natural illumination. Your cave mates have been busy during your absence. Mira has constructed what appears to be a fish-drying rack from carefully arranged branches, and several of yesterday's catch hang in neat rows, slowly transforming into preserved protein that will last much longer than fresh fish. Grak has been working on something involving a great deal of scraped hide and what looks like sinew, though his projects often remain mysterious until they reach completion. The fruit you've gathered creates immediate excitement. Fresh fruit has been scarce lately, and the variety you've brought back includes several types that none of you have tasted before. This leads to the careful ritual of testing new foods. Small amounts first, attention paid to flavour and any immediate reactions, then waiting to see if your digestive system approves of the innovation. The unknown fruits turn out to be pleasantly sweet with a slightly tart finish, and your stomach accepts them without protest. Success. Dinner will be considerably more intriguing than usual. The remaining fruit can be dried using techniques that transform perishable food into long-term storage solutions. Your flint discovery generates a different kind of enthusiasm. Grak examines each piece with the focused attention of an expert, testing density and grain structure with techniques you're still learning. Good flint means better tools, which means more successful hunting and gathering, which means improved odds of thriving rather than merely surviving. As evening approaches, the ritual of fire building begins. Today's fire will be larger than usual, partly for cooking the varied foods you've all gathered, partly for the social warmth that comes from sitting around flames while sharing the day's experiences. You add a portion of fuel, and soon the cave entrance glows with cheerful light, pushing back the growing darkness outside. Cooking in the Stone Age requires timing, attention, and acceptance that precision isn't always possible. The fish cook quickly on hot stones placed near the fire, their flesh turning from translucent to opaque, with the kind of straightforward honesty that makes you trust the process. Roots require longer cooking. They are buried in coal and covered with more coal until the hard starch becomes something approaching tender. The fruit needs no cooking, but some of it gets wrapped in leaves and placed near the fire's edge, where gentle heat concentrates the flavours and creates something resembling a primitive dessert. The result tastes like concentrated summer, sweet and warm and satisfying in ways that make you understand why humans developed such elaborate relationships with food preparation. Mealtime in your small community follows informal protocols that balance individual needs with group harmony. Everyone shares the food based on their contributions and needs. Today's successful fishing expedition earns you a larger portion of the evening meal, while your fruit discovery means everyone enjoys flavours that wouldn't otherwise have been available. The conversation that accompanies dinner revolves around the day's experiences, challenges and discoveries. Grack describes his hide working project, which is apparently intended to become a more comfortable sleeping arrangement, an innovation that everyone endorses enthusiastically. Mira explains her fish drying technique, learned from a group they encountered several weeks ago, who came from a region where preservation methods had evolved to handle seasonal variations in food availability. Your adventure in the fruit grove gets recounted with the kind of embellishment that turns a minor mishap into an entertaining story. The branch-breaking incident becomes slightly more dramatic in the telling, the bear track slightly fresher, and your escape slightly more narrow. This is how oral tradition begins, not with deliberate exaggeration, but with the natural tendency to make experiences more engaging when sharing them with others. As full darkness settles outside the cave entrance, the fire becomes the centre of your small world. Its light creates a circle of warmth and safety that makes the vast night seem manageable rather than threatening. The flames dance with hypnotic patterns that capture attention in ways that television won't manage to duplicate for several thousand years. The evening's work continues around the fire. You begin shaping one of the new flint pieces into what will eventually become a superior knife. The careful chip-by-chip process made easier by good light and comfortable seating on fur-covered rocks. Mira works on cordage, twisting plant fibres into strong rope using techniques that require consistent tension and rhythm. Grack continues his hide project, scraping and softening the material with tools designed specifically for the purpose. The work requires patience but produces results that make the effort worthwhile, soft, durable material that insulates better than woven grass, and lasts longer than most alternatives available to Stone Age craftspeople. The fire settles into steady coals as the night deepens, and conversation gradually gives way to the quiet satisfaction of useful work accomplished in good company. Tomorrow will bring new challenges and opportunities, but tonight offers the simple pleasure of warmth, food, and the security that comes from being part of a group that works together successfully. Outside the cave, night sounds begin their ancient chorus, owls calling across the valley, the distant splash of something large moving through the river, and the rustle of small creatures going about their nocturnal business. The sounds aren't threatening when heard from the safety of your firelit cave. They're simply the soundtrack of a world that continues its complex business regardless of human concerns. The transition from active evening to restful night happens gradually in your Stone Age world, marked not by clocks or schedules but by the natural rhythm of fire settling into coals and bodies, growing heavy with the day's accumulated fatigue. The work around the fire continues, but at the relaxed pace of people who understand that some tasks are improved by patience rather than hurried completion. Your flint knapping project has progressed to the delicate stage where each strike must be precisely calculated. The emerging blade shows promise, straight edge, good thickness, the kind of balance that will make it useful for detailed work. The rhythm of stone striking stone creates a gentle percussion that blends with the soft sounds of your companion's activities and the crackling whisper of the dying fire. Mira's cordage work has produced several arm lengths of strong rope, twisted with the consistent tension that comes from practiced hands and focused attention. She tests each section by pulling against it with her full strength, nodding with satisfaction when the fibres hold without stretching or breaking. Good rope means better nets, stronger bindings, and countless other applications that make daily life more manageable. Grak's hide preparation has reached the stage where the material needs to rest overnight before the final softening process. He rolls it carefully and places it where morning dew won't reach, but air can continue to circulate around it. His movements have the unhurried precision of someone who's learned that rushing this particular process leads to disappointing results and wasted effort. The fire has settled into the perfect state for banking, hot coals that will retain heat through the night, while being easily coaxed back to flame when morning comes. You arrange the coals carefully, covering them with a layer of ash that will insulate without smothering, then surrounding the whole arrangement with stones that will radiate absorbed heat long after the flames disappear. Your sleeping area beckons with the promise of rest after a day filled with successful activities. The furs have been arranged for maximum comfort, with extra padding beneath your hip and shoulder, the pressure points that determine whether you wake refreshed or spend the night shifting position in search of elusive comfort. As you settle into your sleeping arrangement, the day's experiences replay in your mind with the satisfaction that comes from time well spent. The morning's successful fishing, the afternoon's fruit and flint discoveries, and the evening's productive work around the fire, each activity connected to the others in the seamless web of interdependence that characterises Stone Age life. The sounds of your companions settling into their sleeping arrangements create a comfortable background of familiar noises. Soft movements as furs are adjusted, the quiet breathing that indicates relaxation, and the occasional contented sigh that suggests everyone is pleased with the day's accomplishments. These are the sounds of security, of belonging to a group that functions well together. Outside the cave, the night world continues its ancient patterns. An owl calls from somewhere across the valley, its voice carrying clearly through air that's grown cool and still. The river murmurs its constant song, a liquid soundtrack that's as reliable as sunrise and equally soothing. Somewhere in the distance a wolf howls, not the threatening sound of nearby danger, but the distant communication of creatures going about their own business in their territory. The darkness beyond your cave entrance isn't empty. It's full of life following rhythms older than human memory. Nocturnal hunters pursue nocturnal prey, night-blooming plants release fragrances that attract night-flying insects, and the complex web of relationships that sustains this ecosystem continues without pause or fanfare. From your perspective, enveloped in warm furs, with a banked fire nearby and trusted companions within reach, the night feels protective rather than threatening. Your cave has become home in the most fundamental sense, a place where you belong, where you're safe, where you can rest without constant vigilance. Sleep approaches with the gentle inevitability of tides or seasons, natural processes that don't require your participation or permission. Your breathing deepens, matching the slow rhythm of complete relaxation. The day's minor aches and tensions dissolve into the kind of profound rest that comes from physical work, fresh air, and the satisfaction of having lived fully within your circumstances. Dreams, when they come, are filled with the textures and colours of your waking world. The sound of running water over smooth stones, sunlight filtering through leaves, and the satisfying weight of well-made tools in your hands all contribute to these dreams. These aren't the anxious, disconnected fragments that trouble more complex minds. They're the peaceful processing of a life lived in harmony with immediate, tangible realities. The fire settles deeper into coals, radiating steady warmth that makes the cave's air comfortable throughout the night. The banked heat will last until morning, ready to kindle into flame when the new day begins its cycle of challenges and opportunities. Tomorrow will bring its own weather, its own possibilities for success and failure, and its own moments of satisfaction and frustration. But tonight offers the perfect rest that prepares mind and body for whatever comes next. Your breathing slows to match the rhythm of deep sleep, and the last conscious thought is gratitude for the simple completeness of a day well lived in humanity's most essential mode. The night embraces you with the vast stillness of a world where artificial light hasn't yet pushed back the darkness, where silence isn't broken by mechanical sounds, where rest comes naturally when the sun sets, and work resumes when it rises. This is sleep as it was designed to be, profound, restorative, and perfectly aligned with the natural world that remains your home, your challenge, and your endless source of both struggle and wonder. In the depths of night, your cave becomes a pocket of human warmth in the vast coolness of the world. The banked fire glows like a gentle heartbeat, steady and reassuring. Your breathing synchronizes with the ancient rhythms that have guided human rest for countless generations. Slow, deep, peaceful breaths that carry away the day's tensions and prepare your body for tomorrow's adventures. The furs beneath you hold the day's accumulated warmth, creating a cocoon of comfort that makes the stone floor feel almost luxurious. Your muscles relax completely, releasing the subtle tensions that come from constant awareness, constant readiness, and constant engagement with a world that demands your full attention during waking hours. Sleep, when it finally claims you completely, is the kind of rest that modern humans rarely experience, uninterrupted by artificial lights, electronic sounds, or the mental chatter of complex schedules and abstract worries. It's sleep that serves its fundamental purpose: complete restoration of body and mind, preparing you for another day of the most essential human activities: finding food, creating shelter, making tools, and maintaining the relationships that make survival not just possible, but meaningful. The night passes peacefully around your small community, each of you settled into the kind of deep rest that comes from days filled with purposeful activity and evenings spent in productive companionship. Outside, the natural world persists in its nocturnal activities, while within your cave 3 humans slumber peacefully, rooted in the ancient rhythms of earth and sky, seasons and weather, work and rest. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, new discoveries, and new opportunities to exercise the skills and knowledge that keep you thriving in humanity's most fundamental environment. But tonight offers the perfect gift of complete rest, deep sleep, and the profound peace that comes from a life lived in harmony with the natural world that remains, now and always, your truest home.